Actually, I can't say that. I can't say that. I'm just joking. I can't say that. But I love y'all so much. I am happy to be back. Y'all have no clue how much I miss this. Oh my God. I'm glad to see every single one of y'all. Glad to see every single one of y'all. If you're voting for Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. You can also check out some of the videos that I just posted. Posted some content, everyone. Went out, hung out with Dean, Harry, and Chris. It was good to see them. Good to see them. But we're gonna keep fighting everyone. We're gonna keep going. Make sure you go out and vote, everyone. Go out and vote. Vote.org. Check it out. See how it's going, everyone. Make sure you go out and vote for Harris, everyone. Vote for Harris. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are looking for some debates, y'all. Zid, thank you so much for the $6.66 for another day, another dollar. Thank you so much. Haley, thank you for the dollar. And Morgan, thank you so much for the $42 for We Miss You. Hope you had a blast. I did have a very good time, but I'm super glad to be back. Y'all have no clue. I love going live so much. What's up, Social Approach? Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Missed all of y'all. Missed all of y'all. We're going to get some people up here right now. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Yeah,
You're driving. You're driving. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, thank you for the Here we go. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Icy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, okay. All right. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yeah, appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Are you voting Trump?
Of course.
Why so?
Inflation.
Okay. What about inflation? Like, do you think that the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation?
Of course.
Okay. How so?
Just think back when Trump was president and compare the comedy then to now.
Okay, that's called the correlation causation fallacy. Just because two things are
No, it's called
associated.
fighting other people's wars that we shouldn't have done.
Before we go into that, can I explain to you this real quick?
First problem.
Can I explain to you this real quick?
Wars.
So do you know what a correlation?
Our tax dollars to fight other people's wars.
Per standard. Okay. So again, as it relates to this, Donald Trump did the same thing. All right. If you're going to reference that, all right, I'm not like a pro-war individual, but if you want to talk about what you just referenced in terms of inflation, you just said because two things are associated, that means one caused the other. Push that mustache. If that is true, then Trump caused the 14.8% unemployment under his administration as well, right?
This is all you need to know. The cost of groceries, the cost of gas, everything was cheaper when Trump was in office. That's my point.
And all of it will be more expensive if Trump gets in office and gets his 10 to 20% universal tariffs passed. Do you know what tariffs are? Can you define to me what a tariff is?
Let me just finish what I was going to say.
First, tell me what a tariff is.
I'm going to finish what I'm saying.
No, you're going to tell me what a tariff is.
Everybody said Trump will do this, Trump will do that, Trump will be the...
Jake, hello. You're going to answer the question. All right, that's not how this works. Try again. Unmute your mic. Click the profile picture in the bottom right, and then click the microphone. Push the sunglasses. Thank you so much.
Trump will win. Everybody go out and vote Trump. Save America. Trump Vance. Let's do it together.
Together we are TikTok universe.
Let's do it together.
Fuck. I'm gonna hit a restart on the live, everyone. Dude, fuck. Chat, apparently I got a fucking universe. Holy shit. What the fuck? But my iPad died. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm gonna hit a restart on the live. Give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. I will be right back. Or actually, wait, no. Should we just stay live? Should we stay live? There's honestly, like, we can push it out, right? We can push it out. We can do it. We got this. Everyone, comment in the comment section. If it doesn't push out within a second, we'll there, because we actually have like a pretty good total views. Okay, everyone, help push out. Let's get some people up here. Only send a guest request if you're voting for Trump. I apologize, everyone. I apologize. That is not what's supposed to happen. You have the how old are you?
I'm from the UK, but vote Kamala. Vote Kamala. Vote Kamala Harris. Vote Kamala Harris.
Dude, I fucking forgot where I put my chapstick. Jeez, chat. I'm cooked. Did I put it in the backpack? Fuck. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 33.
Are you voting Trump?
Oh, yeah, I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
Why? Because I love watching Democrats cry over this man's name. You have literally been crying since 2015, since it became down the golden escalator, and I've been drinking the tears ever since.
Okay, that's just like a really cringe reason to say that.
No,
Thank
what's
you
really
so much. But
cringe?
can I respond to this real quick? Actually, in 2016,
Sure.
I was a Trump supporter, right? So
No, you wasn't.
yeah,
No,
I
you
was. I was.
No, you wasn't.
Okay.
No, you was not.
Okay. What? How do you know?
It's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, from what I've seen on your Dean's and Chris and Harry's lives, Benedict Arnold's. So if you want to put it that way.
Do you not
Jump
know you
ship.
can like change views over time?
No,
Did you know it's possible?
you're clearly right. You can change. However, you by definition have to demonstrate what outside of, for example, the position between Trump and current day Trump in 2015.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he was
which one
held
are you
civilly
referring to?
liable of he's held civilly liable of sexually abusing
Sure.
women. He tried to coup the country. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims into the country. Didn't know that at the time.
Yeah,
right?
let's break each one down. Let's break each
Okay,
one
go
down.
ahead.
In regards to E. Jean Carroll, So where is your evidence to suggest that he vaginally penetrated E. Jean Carroll?
Held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's
Yeah,
vagina
yeah,
against her
you
will.
do-
I have a question.
do
Push the
understand-
future encounters. Thank you so much. Do you believe in the death penalty?
Depends on the case.
So in some circumstances, you're okay with it?
Depends on the case. I just told you that.
So are you saying it should be legal? Like there should be the death penalty in some scenarios?
In position, okay, child rape, to the extent, yes.
Okay, so to explain, like you think that the criminal justice system, right, is good enough to establish guilt amongst a jury. Anonymous, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. So accurately that you're willing to kill people, right, but not willing to say that Donald Trump is guilty. Appreciate the Maple Leafs.
Well,
Thank
the
you so much. Why is
position-
it
I'm
good in
answering your
this scenario
question.
with the death
I'm
penalty, but
answering your
not good
question.
with Trump?
Well, the reason why that is because, for one, it's in a democratically held state. Number one. Two, 7 of those jurors, well, the majority was Democrat, which I would give you position. I would give you.
No, you can't establish that. That's not true. Right. So if you actually look at
how do you
voter,
figure?
if you look at
How do
voter
you
report-
figure? How do you
if
figure?
You're
How
not,
do you figure?
you're not factoring in independence at all. You're
No,
factoring in only
by
Democrats and
definition-
Republicans.
Yeah,
That was a
who says
terrible
that-
analysis.
Prove your claim that they were independents on that jury.
Oh wait, no. You're saying that there's 7 Democrats. Prove that there's 7 Democrats. 'Cause I'm just looking at the proportions of voters.
Oh yeah, sure.
Right?
Yeah.
If you look, be
Okay,
quiet.
sure.
Listen. If you look at the proportion of voters, right, I think it's around 20 to 30% are independent, right, and then the 20-30%
There's no claim. That's a claim.
is a Democrat, right? I
That's
can
a
show
claim.
you. You want me to show you polls on New York? Right, give me one poll that
no.
says
Hold
that
on,
there's
hold on,
zero
hold on,
independents.
No. Hold on. Stay on topic. I know you like to, get it out there, steamroll per se, but we're talking about the jurors. We're not talking about the majority of Democrats, Independents, and Republicans who vote in that area. We're only talking about the jurors.
Yeah, and we're saying what is likely to be the case, right? And you would say that what's proportionally based upon the population. If you look at
Well,
party affiliation amongst adults
Sure.
in New York, you can literally see this from Pew Research. It shows
That still does not
53%.
answer the question. That
It
still
shows
doesn't answer the
50.
question.
Listen, can I please finish? Okay. It's 53% Democrat lean. Dark, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. 28% Republican lean. And
The
then no
majority.
lean. Can you be quiet, please? No lean is 19%. So if you do 28 plus 19%,
You've
what
already
does that
proved
get
me.
you to?
You've already proved me right. Thank you for responding to that. That the majority, which is Democrat, usually have the
Wait,
say.
no, but then
No,
are
no,
you
there's
saying
no
that
way to
unanimous? So listen, there's a unanimous decision from the jury when the decision did not have to be unanimous. That means at least half of the jury was Republican or independent. So if almost half of the jury was Republican or independent,
You're terrible
why did
at this,
all of
Parker.
those
You're
why did
terrible at
all
this,
of those
Parker.
jurors? Can you please let me finish? Why did all of those jurors say that he did it?
Have you ever watched the movie
Can you
12
answer the
Angry
question?
Men? I'm answering the question.
Yes, I have.
You ever-
Yeah, there was in 12 Angry Men, there was
Uh-huh.
like a pressure for there to be a unanimous decision. There's no
Correct.
pressure. There doesn't have to be a
Yes, it
unanimous
is.
decision.
Because
Listen,
the
can I
majority
please finish?
holds
Can
the
I
truth.
please finish?
You've
There
already
does not have
finished.
to be. Listen. No, I have not. There
Yes, you
does
have.
not. There does not have to be a unanimous decision in the context of the civil court. It could have been a split jury, right? So there's no pressure in 12
No,
Angry
no,
Men.
no, no,
there
no,
was
no,
pressure
no.
for a unanimous decision.
Correct. And what happened with that? And what happened? What happened, Parker, out of 12 Angry Men?
You don't. Can you wait? Do you even know what 12 Angry Men is? Appreciate love on air. Because when I watched
Why would I bring up a
because you didn't make any sense there. They were pressured. They
Why
were
would I
pressured.
bring up a
Listen,
1958 movie without knowing the context
listen.
of what that movie entails?
I just explained, but you didn't listen, and I'll explain again. Right? It is the case that they were pressured to decide unanimously. There was no pressure in the context of the civil court. It could have been a split verdict, and it still would have shown that he was a sexual abuser. The point
No, it wouldn't
is that it
It
was
would not have.
yes, it would have.
The
Yes, it would
pressure,
have.
the
You are
majority
lying.
of
You
the-
are
oh,
literally
Jesus
lying
Christ.
right now. Appreciate
No,
me, please.
you are
literally
literally
lying.
coping. You're coping, Parker. You're coping.
You're totally lying.
You're coping.
I'm not coping with anything. You're the
coping,
one. You're the one
Parker. You're
coping with the
coping.
fact that you're letting a violent offender get access to nuclear weapons, but you wouldn't let them get access to a gun. Do you think violent offenders should be able to get access to guns?
To answer that question, since you obviously were a Trump supporter in 2016, or we'll say 2017 to 21, where's this quote unquote nuclear war that supposedly took place in your world?
I never said nuclear war. When did I say that? I
Codes-
said, do you
codes
think violent
implement
offenders?
war,
I push
sir.
the cap. Do you think,
Codes implement
listen.
war.
Can you answer a question? Do you think violent offenders should be able to get access to guns?
Again, depending on the crime.
Okay, what violent offender should be able to get access to guns? Do you think someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman should be able to get access to a gun unanimously by a jury of 9 people? Would you trust them with a gun?
Again, the majority, we've already discussed, the majority was primarily Democrat, dude.
Can
We've
you
already
answer the
explained
question?
that.
I'm pretty sure live on air. So
Well,
barely over 50%.
It's kind of baiting. It's kind of baiting because it leads you only to one conclusion.
Oh, wait. So you are you saying that the argument entails that you should vote for Harris?
Well, I mean, okay.
Are you telling me that, like, logically speaking, if you think about the argument, it entails that you're wrong, and that's why you don't want to accept it?
You've already accepted you've already accepted that I was right, though. So therefore, am I wrong or am I right?
What were you
So
right
gotta make
about?
a decision.
Appreciate you're amazing. Thank you so much. What were you right about, bud? Cassidy, thank you so much for
do
the
I have
$3.
to
Thank you so much,
repeat what you
Morgan.
just
Thank you for the
literally
$2,
said?
and Logan, thank you for the $15 for Voted Blue.
You gotta love
Katie, thank you for the
capitalism.
Maple Leaf. Thank you so much.
Gotta love capitalism.
I'm a social democrat.
Please explain, what is a social democrat?
Chat, why does it say I have 50? What the hell? Well, how social? Yeah, so I'm on the progressive left, so like Scandinavian type democracies, right? Is kind of what I'm looking for in terms of like how their economies function.
Exactly, how does the Scandinavian economy affect?
Yeah, so broader
our
social
country?
social safety nets, and they actually have less restrictions on their market there. They have freer markets according to the Economic Freedom Index, right? I appreciate the little TikTok. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's not. That's
Again,
not
wait,
accurate,
can
my guy.
anyone let me know who sent me the universe? Because I think it counts it from earlier. Now, appreciate the cheer. Go ahead. Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah. You're basing it off of.
They just
Okay,
fucking
so according to AOC, Bernie Sanders, they base theirs off of Venezuela. So therefore, you had to
Wait, that's not what they've never said.
Actually,
that.
yes, they
Appreciate the
have.
invite. No, give me one
Yes.
quote from AOC or Bernie Sanders where they're saying their example economy is Venezuela.
Sure.
Please,
Did you ever
please.
watch? Did you
Please,
watch?
that
the
is
doc-
such a Republican
I'm-
meme. What are you talking about?
Is it really? Because that was the talking point.
What are you
amongst the-
talking about?
I'm literally trying
Jordan,
to
I
explain
appreciate
it
the
to you.
subscription. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Don't they
in
always say
2016
Scandinavian?
Jesus Christ. In 2016, I'm sorry, in the 2015 cycle, all right, that was amongst the Democrats.
Wait, can you
That's
define
what-
socialism?
This is not about definitionary terms, my guy.
Can you define socialism for me, please, real quick?
Again, this is not a definitionary term.
I'm just
Now,
getting
if you
like
want-
I'm just
this is
getting
not-
like the hint.
This is not
Chris,
AB.
the sunglasses,
This is not AB
that you don't know how to
literature.
define the term.
This is not
Appreciate-
AB
thank you so much.
literature.
Like,
This is not AB.
I'm getting
See,
like that.
this is
You
what
think
you
that
did.
they're
This is-
socialists, so you're gonna call like say,
This
oh,
is
what about
you've done,
Venezuela?
Parker.
Because that's
This is
what they
you
always
did,
say to
Parker. This is
socialists,
what-
which doesn't make
This is your
sense.
talking point. This is your talking point. See,
What? What are you talking
try
about?
To
I
hinge,
just-
you try to hinge up on people on definitionary terms.
You can't tell me
When
what
by
socialism
definition,
is?
I'm explaining to you what that is.
Okay.
Okay,
Go
so
for it.
so in the 2015
let him cook, chat. Let him cook.
You're very poor at this, Parker. You failed. You failed with Charlie
Yeah,
Park.
that's
my
yeah.
guy.
I'm
You failed with
terrible.
Charlie
I'm
Park.
terribly bad at this. Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
I'm horrible.
You very are, dude. Okay, so the problem here lies is okay,
I'm terrible. I'm
the
the worst, honestly. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
in the 2013, 2014, 2015 cycle, when Bernie Sanders came out as trying to want to run, okay, put his name in the hat, wanting to run. This was the big talking point back then in regards to democratic socialism. Then in 2016, 2017, 2018, then that's when The View picked it up. And you got Joy Behar, oh, I'm a democratic socialist. Then AOC all of a sudden was mentored by Bernie Sanders. Obviously so. And they all based that off of the Venezuela ordeal.
No,
that took
what?
place.
Give me one
Yes, it
quote.
did.
Give me one quote where they did, please.
Sure, I'll Google your work for
Yes,
you, my guy.
I love it. It's not my work. It's your claim. Personally, confetti.
It's not my claim.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, it is. You're saying that they said that. Appreciate the turkey face. Thank you so much. And I don't believe that they did say that. Plus, that's not what my view of social democracy is. Appreciate the confetti. So I don't see how that's a response to me. Even if they did say that. Appreciate the maple leaves, which they didn't.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, CBS. Pressed on socialism, Sanders distanced himself from the repulsive left's government of Venezuela presidential Nicolas. Okay, so the point is, he is I'm sorry that you...
He just said he distanced himself. Did you read it?
But you see, okay, this is 2019, so if someone is distancing themselves from that,
That means you
that
guys
they-
were saying
Oh,
that they're
Jesus
like
Christ.
you're like socialist Venezuela.
You know what
Venezuela. You
distance
like
means?
have
Do
you
you know
seen
what
the
distance
inflation rate
means?
there?
Do you know what
Have you seen
distance
the
means?
inflation rate in Venezuela?
Do you know what
Socialism
distance
bad,
means?
okay?
Parker, pay
Socialism,
attention.
government do stuff. That's
Your
what it
ADD's
is,
kicking
and
in,
it
my
bad.
guy.
Socialism
You know
bad.
what?
Marxism terrible. Right? That's what your view
Name
is.
one
Okay.
country. Name one country that has ever survived socialism.
I'm not a socialist.
One.
I don't think any of these countries actually had
You
socialist
literally
economies.
just said you're a democratic
Thank you so much.
socialist.
Thank you. No, I didn't. I said I'm a social democrat. Do you know what the difference between a social democrat, a
Jesus
democratic
Christ.
socialist, and what a socialist
Ooh,
like
you
a
make my
typical
head
is?
hurt, dude.
There are different aspects of socialism. One
If
and
someone is
two,
trying
social
to
democracy is a
distance themselves
capitalist
from it.
ideology, right?
If someone is trying to distance themselves from it, that means
That
they
means
were
you guys are
accused
making
of
it. Wait. Trump tries to distance himself from Hitler or from the KKK. Does that mean he's a part of these organizations?
That's a poor example.
Dude,
That's a poor
wait, no.
example.
Does that mean he's a part of these
That's
part
a
of them?
poor example, Parker.
But you
That's a
guys
poor
always
example.
say he always say he condemns the neo-Nazis. Okay, so does
Yeah,
that mean
yeah,
he's a
let's
part
talk
of
about
them?
the- yeah,
Does
let's
that mean
talk
he's a
about that.
part of them because he's trying to condemn them? What?
Well, I mean, you see, the thing about it is, see, this is what creates the division of this country by calling him,
No, what creates the division in this country is you voting for a guy that was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. You know what creates the issues in the division in this country? It's you voting for a guy who tried to coup the country.
65 years, that's the same Democratic talking point.
These are
You
the
do
same
realize that,
Democratic
right?
talking points. You didn't have a candidate last time around with Mitt Romney
You
and John
do
McCain that was held
understand- you
civilly.
do
Wait, listen.
understand.
You didn't have a candidate last time around with Mitt Romney and John McCain. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. That was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. You didn't have a guy that tried to coup the country. Appreciate the super power. Thank you so much. You didn't have a guy that restricted
65
women's access
years,
to
same
abortion.
talking point.
You didn't have that type of guy. Appreciate it. These aren't things we've been talking about for a really long time. These are things that are specifically applicable to
65
Donald
years,
Trump,
same
and even people on your
Democratic
own
talking
side were
point.
saying this before he became the main party candidate and was so powerful within the Republican Party and had so much sway that everyone in the Republican Party had to bend the knee or they got ousted. That's what happened in your party. You say that's
65 years,
you say that's unity?
Parker.
You think that's unity?
65 years, Parker.
Here's the box
65
gloves.
years, Parker.
65 years for what? Appreciate the hand
That's
art.
how long. Okay, that's when it began. See,
Katie, thank you for the
Eisenhower-
$5. Thank you so much. Cassidy, thank you for the $3. Jacqueline, thank you for the $5.
Yeah, Eisenhower, okay, was accused. Even Hoover was accused of being a Nazi. or a schmatzi, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so 65
I'm not
years.
calling him a
65 years,
Nazi. I'm not calling him a
You
Nazi, but
literally
he
just
is a
did.
fascist.
You literally
Angela
just
Penning.
did. You literally just did.
No, I said he.
So for
I know.
65
I didn't
years,
say he
the
is. Well,
Democratic
your
talking
comprehension
points-
skills are very minimal. Appreciate the sunglasses.
Your
I did not
listening
say that.
comprehension. I don't see how you're saying my comprehension level is not there. But
I didn't. I
we'll say,
promise you, I
yeah,
didn't say that.
that's
Santana, thank you so much for the
cool,
$5.
but
I
that's-
am back and fired up.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Oh,
the
Katie,
point-
thank you for the uni. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Katie in the comment section? Apparently, Katie
Gotta love
said the uni.
capitalism.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate
Gotta
it. Thank you.
love capitalism. Gotta love
Yeah, so then you should
capitalism.
accept the Scandinavian model specifically that has freer
I don't have
economies.
to accept
According to the
anything.
Economic Freedom Index, not only do they have freer economies, but they also have higher quality of life. They have higher happiness on the index scales. So specifically, if you want a better economy for the average person, how about we pick a system that has universal access to healthcare? How about we pick that?
Yeah, sure.
Let's
Yeah,
pick
in
their type of system, not the
2015
model here that
2016,
detrimentally,
yeah, in
negatively impacts
2016
tens of thousands of Americans in this country every
Jesus
single year because
Christ.
their lack of health insurance. Right, where Donald Trump wants to go back to an idea where we didn't have protections for pre-existing health conditions. Oh wait, no, now he's adopting it. Is he for the pre-existing health conditions being protected or not for it? Which
Sure.
one is
Yeah.
it?
Let's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what's
I
his
mean,
plan for healthcare? What's it? Is it just concepts of an idea of a plan? 9 years into running for president of the United States?
Well, not exactly.
Just
Okay. Yeah, you do understand what took place in 2019, right? You do. Are you aware of what took place in
Chris McCann,
2019?
thank you so much. Nothing that got passed, right?
Yeah.
You
You know
agree?
why? You know why?
What was his plan? Wait, what was his plan? Can you tell
Why
me?
was it nothing passed?
Wait, what were
Parker? Why
what were
was
some of
nothing
the
passed,
conditions of his
Parker?
plan?
Answer the question, Parker. Why was
No, I want you to
nothing
answer my
passed?
question. What were the conditions
No,
of the plan?
You can't
Appreciate
answer
Elephant,
a
thank
question
you
with
so
a
much.
question. Answer the question, Parker.
I'm not
Why was
answering.
it
What
nothing-
question did you ask?
I said what took place in 2019 is where he couldn't get anything passed.
Yeah, he didn't have any plan. Donald J. Trump, thank you for the
You don't
$2
know
for I have
that.
no plan.
You don't know that. You don't know that. Okay, in 2019,
So what, can you tell me two
Democrats-
provisions within the
Oh,
plan?
Jesus Christ.
Two provisions
The
within the plan.
Democrats.
Hey,
had
Durden,
took
answer the
House.
question or I'm going to kick you from the stream. Name two provisions.
Well, let's see. He was going to repeal. He was going to repeal Obamacare. All right, and he was actually
Yeah, that
going
gets
to
rid of gets rid of protections for pre-existing conditions. Do you really want to do that?
This is the same talking point every election cycle since Clinton.
So that's just repeal. What's the replace? What plan is he replacing it with?
Well, again, that had gotten halted because of the 2019 election cycle. The House. Took the,
Oh, it got
the House
halted.
took
No,
it.
what was the plan he was going to replace it with?
Well, I mean, that's you have to ask Trump.
I've got
that.
concepts of a plan. That's what he said. That's what he said. He doesn't even have a plan. He doesn't even have an idea of a plan. He has concepts of an idea of a plan. Where's the TikTok
Okay,
here?
you do-
Are you,
you do
trolling?
understand-
That's
you
your
do
candidate for
understand-
president of the
you do
United States?
understand.
That's your leader of the free world? Are you trolling? Are you
So
crazy?
Clinton-
Is that the guy that you want in the Oval Office? Are you
so what
insane? 9
plan
years
did
into running for
Carter put
president of the
in?
United States, he has a concept of an idea of a plan
did
for
Carter put
healthcare
in?
when tens of thousands of
What
people die in this
plan
country
did
every year
Carter
because of
put
lack
in?
of health insurance?
What plan did Carter put in?
I don't fucking care. I don't know. I don't know what
Exactly,
plan
my
Carter
point.
did.
What
Why is that
plan
fucking
did- what
relevant?
plan did-
Wait,
what
why is
plan
that
in
relevant?
his first administration did Clinton put
Wait,
in?
can you tell me why that's relevant? Stacey, think of the dollar. Please tell me that's why that's
Because there's a pattern. I'm showing you what in the first 4 years
a pattern.
Clinton put in
A
office.
pattern? Wait, what are we talking about? That's the 1980s or 40 years later, dude. Hello?
in the 80s. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that was. You know what? Do you know when Jimmy Carter was in office? For a second.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter was there only 1 year.
It was the end of the 70s. Literally, I don't even think it was
You
like.
said the
I don't even think it
80s,
was the 80s.
dumbass.
So I apologize.
What is it?
I
Yeah,
apologize.
okay.
I apologize.
So okay, yeah, sure. Okay, so in the 90s, Clinton in his first 4
I meant to
years
say up to the
had
80s.
not put anything in until his second term. All right. So therefore, it's every few couple years that we get this. And as a matter of fact, if you really want to talk about, want to talk about it.
Hey,
You
I
know,
just want to let you know,
fascism?
Durden. Listen. You know that 1976 through 1980 still means it's within the 80s, right? I just want to let you know that. But like, that's
What is the-
very,
what is the
very,
plural?
very
What is
semantical.
plural? What is
Very
plural? What is
semantical.
plural?
Very semantical. But
What
can you
is
please,
plural?
fucking hell, dude? Can you please let me
Plural.
actually get a?
80s. 80s.
Hey, listen, dude.
That
listen.
means it's plural.
Okay. I get it. That's fine. I understand. But it's still within the 80s.
No,
You
it's
agree?
not.
Oh, 77 to 81. I'm wrong. I was so is 80 and 81 within the 80s?
80s means more than what? Plural. So
Get fucked, buddy. Get destroyed.
I'll grant you two. I'll grant you 2
You're
years.
cooked. You're cooked, buddy. You're cooked.
I doubt that. Yeah.
You're cooked.
You didn't-
You're
you
cooked,
didn't cook
buddy.
shit.
You're
You didn't
cooked.
cook shit.
You're
You
cooked.
didn't cook
Okay,
shit, dude.
can you let me get back on topic, please, bro?
I'm waiting.
Okay. Let me please. So again,
So real quick, hold on just one second. So why don't you go back
What's
to
his
your
plan?
prompt?
What's
Why
his
don't you go
plan?
back to your prompt? Why don't you go back to your prompt?
okay. Let me ask you a question. I'm pretty sure this can be. Can you name his any of his economic policies that he influenced to get passed that you like?
Well, sure. Again, I did like the repeal and replace the Obamacare. I did like that. The reason why that is because, you know, when I talk about fascism, Obamacare was a fascist move because at the end of the day, it really
Protecting
you can laugh
pre-existing
on
health conditions. Yeah, that's such fascism.
Oh, really? How about the
Where's the
penalties
hand?
that
Not the dehumanizing undocumented immigrants to scapegoat them as a unifying cause for the country, right? Not the ultranationalism, the dictator on day one, not the termination of the Constitution, right?
You're asking me a
Not
question.
the fraudulent elections,
Answer.
the saying that the media is the enemy of the people, saying that he would indict journalists that he didn't like specifically. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for the hearts. Okay, well, you got harassment and bullying, buddy. Later, bud. It's fascism, right? Dude, these people, dude. Ashton, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sid, thank you for the $10. Yo, thank you for the turkey face. I appreciate it. Hazel. Sid, thank you so much for the $10. Ashley, thank you for the $2. Michaela, thank you so much for the $2. I am back. Kenan, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. Daniela, I appreciate the $1. Thank you for the hat and mustache. Thank you, Vanessa. And Jacqueline, again, thank you for the $5. All right, let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Tap that screen, share the live. It will help get out to more people. Everyone, let's get on to the next person real quick. You can also check out the video that I just posted, everyone. It will help send it out to more people. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Sir, are you there? Ma'am, are you there? All right, Tree, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Galaxy, I appreciate. Oh, Galaxy. Morgan, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what up?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I
how
bet
old
I'm
are you?
cooking. I bet I'm cooking. I try to come up here all the time, bro, and fucking.
I think he said he was trolling, right? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone who came up. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Y'all, when I went to Vegas, everyone, he said cooking. Oh, oops. Push the IC. Oh, I fucked up. My bad. I don't know why he would tell me that. Appreciate the hint art. Yeah, but y'all, I got fucking recognized so much. It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting Trump?
Of course, brother.
Why so?
Just the economic standpoint of the country when he was in office and everything. I just agree with a lot of more terms, abortion and everything like that.
Okay. All right. So do you think it's wrong to abort like a first trimester fetus or not embryo, sorry, because it's like a life at conception? Push the boxing glove.
It's more just like the heartbeat and the Christian beliefs on everything.
The
and
heartbeat?
just,
Why is the heartbeat valuable? Okay. He left? Okay. All right. I was about to run an argument on him that I love running. Noel, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Vegas was great. I had a good time, but I love coming back to live. What's up? How old are you? Will you be live tomorrow? Yes, I'm going to be live every single day. I'm going to be all live all day today and all day tomorrow. Don't worry, everyone. I went live early just so that I could be on all day because I miss it so much. What's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 26.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, after a bit of time, I changed my mind. I think I am.
Okay. Why so? Esteban, thank you so much for the $5.
I have problems with I have problems and like good things about like both candidates.
Okay, but like what's the relevant difference between the two that means that Trump's a better candidate to you?
It's more philosophically like the role of government in our daily lives, and I guess in creating policies or creating like things, I guess, just the things around us.
Okay, so like you want things like the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, things like that. Where's that mustache?
I'm talking more about the government trying to do things, like the government trying to build healthcare, the government trying to like. I personally used to work for the federal government.
So do you think the government should have through the ACA protection for people to get access to care, right, and or health insurance, if it is the case that they have pre-existing health conditions?
Yes, I do, and I did support the Affordable Care Act when I
Okay.
was a voter at that time.
All right. So all she's going to do is build on the Affordable Care Act. Trump wants to repeal and replace, but provided no concept of a plan to be able to do so.
Yes, and that's where I think it's going to get stuck because I don't think they have enough gumption to be able to actually retract the Affordable Care Act. I think it serves too many people. And that's not really the focus of his campaign because he's already like kind of wishy-washy about it.
Okay, so like what about limited government, right? Is limited government related to like terminating the Constitution?
Things
or like
like,
putting people in prison for a year for burning the American flag?
Okay, so things like the Inflation Reduction Act and things like the infrastructure bill, like these are expanding government budgets. These are just generally like increasing the role of the government. And I honestly think it's doing more harm than good. Like it's messing up, and these are taking more taxes away from.
What's bad in the Inflation Reduction Act? Because it's deficit reducing. I hope you know that.
Yeah, it is deficit reducing.
Okay, so if it's deficit reducing, are you saying that it's actually better for that in terms of fiscal responsibility? Because you're bringing up fiscal responsibility as like an issue, but it was deficit reducing, so it doesn't make any sense to call it fiscal irresponsibility. It makes sense to call it actually fiscally responsible to reduce the deficit.
Oh, sorry.
So isn't it fiscally responsible to reduce the deficit?
It is. I do believe that creativity stems from business, and that incentivizing business owners, even if it's very unfair. Like I know that like it's not equitable for every American, but that's kind of like the strength of America in my mind, is the fact that we like currently I actually work for a startup in the aerospace industry. And I think like this is actually filling a niche, and like I think a lot of niches have been filled by like between SpaceX's like booster catch, between like some of the stuff we're doing. I can't talk too much about it, but I think that
is it just because like you like Elon Musk or something?
I'm sorry.
You just like Elon Musk, and that's why you're voting Trump?
It's not. I like Elon Musk. That's why I'm voting Trump. I think that the place of business, being able to create and fill the innovation that actually creates value in the American economy.
Innovation. So how are you getting innovation under Trump's plan when there's 10 to 20% universal tariffs? Doesn't that stifle innovation?
It doesn't stifle American innovation.
Oh, but yes, it does, right? Because it decreases export jobs, and it also devalues the U.S. dollar. Because other countries around the world have less of an incentive to engage in trade with the United States. If they demand the dollar less, that means the dollar is devalued on a global stage.
Okay, so you believe that, or you're saying that you've decreased export jobs, and what happens? That would decrease innovation.
Yeah. Increasing tariffs will lead to them increasing tariffs on us, which will decrease export jobs.
Okay, so it's a trade war. It's like kind of escalating tensions in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why economists think it's bad.
Okay, but I guess this is what economists are saying. Do you believe that yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a degree in economics.
No, I believe you.
You want to talk about it? Like, tell me what good economic plan Trump has. Give me one.
Honestly, reducing taxes, and especially reducing taxes in such a way that incentivizes Americans to work and go through.
Okay, most of his tax cuts specifically are for people who are rich. Right, 83% of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act going to the top 1%. Not only that, but it is the case that we can look at the Kamala Harris plan. She wants to cut taxes for 100 million Americans. And Donald Trump's actually going to raise taxes for those people. Only people who are going to have an increase in taxes under the Kamala Harris plan is people that make over $400,000 a year. If you make less than that, no increase in taxes.
So I understand.
But for Donald Trump's plan, every single person in this country will pay more in taxes because of a universal 10 to 20% tariff. Because that's a tax on the consumer, on lower income individuals disproportionately.
I mean, can you draw a tangible example of, maybe this is actually the most important point of me coming up. Can you draw a tangible example of how it affects the consumer?
Yes. So like when you place a tariff on goods that are coming to the country, President Thompson, thank you so much. In order for Trump says this, right? He thinks that there's going to be an increase in domestic supply, right? Given that there is tariffs. Do you agree?
There's an increase in domestic supply when yes.
Yeah. Okay. So the only way that there could be an increase in domestic supply if there's a tariff is if it causes other goods to be less competitive in the market by making them more expensive. So when you're conceding to the idea, I appreciate the handout, thank you so much, that's going to cause domestic production to increase, right? You're also acknowledging that it's going to cause the average prices to go up, because if prices go up for other goods, right, then they're also going to increase demand for American-made goods. So not only would the American-made goods be more expensive because the demand increase, right, but they already are more expensive, so make American consumers pay even more.
Unless there's innovation,
more money for less quality goods.
because there's a pressure to be able to fill that gap, there suddenly becomes an innovation in that sense. Like that's
Wait, so there's pressure. The only reason there's pressure is because the price increases, right?
yes. So then somebody will.
Oh,
find a
okay.
way
So
to
you
do it
agree that it
more
does cause the
efficient
price.
and cheaper.
You agree that it does cause the price to go up, right?
Yes, like initially, it puts some stress.
So you're saying the entirety of the price increase goes away?
The entirety of the price increase goes away. No, if somebody figures out how
No.
to do
Okay, so
something
prices
better,
prices
faster,
will be
cheaper.
permanently higher, right?
Yes, until
So,
there's
so
some,
when
like,
people are buying imported goods, who proportionally spends a greater percentage of their income on imported goods? Lower income individuals or higher income individuals?
can we like draw an example of a good? I think this would be helpful. Like what's an example of a good?
Yeah.
That-
So yeah, if you're referencing like say bananas, right, coming in from other countries around the world, right, you put a tax right on bananas coming in from those countries, so it makes those goods more expensive.
Okay, so like maybe bananas is a bad example because those are like more grown, like those are crops. Let's say something
That's
like
an incredible example.
yeah, but let's say something like a
Coffee
particular
beans,
kind of screw.
lumber. You want lumber to be more expensive? You want housing
something
development
a
to be
little
more
more man-made.
expensive? You
Something
want
a
to
little more
stifle
man-made.
innovation within the context of housing development? You want to stifle development in terms of pharmaceutical drugs because you want to make pharmaceutical imports more expensive?
Sure, that might actually be a good example. Something man-made, right?
Yeah, so pharmaceutical imports will be more expensive given the fact that you engage in this specifically. Electronics will be more expensive that are coming to the country from other places around the world. You want all of that to go up in price?
So say if there's a true cost to the good, right? If it takes a certain amount to put like a Huawei computer together, and you put in fact we banned them, but like let's say they were allowed in this country, and you were able to pay like, then say that somebody was able to put together a cheaper and better computer that serves a consumer in the United States that's literally just cheaper to make, and therefore cheaper to sell, and undercuts, and now they now have an incentive to grab that business, right? Like. That's what I'm saying. It puts a little bit of pressure that initially, yes, everything goes higher. And then this is what kind of stokes creativity to like restore a little bit of sanity to that, at least in my mind.
Okay, do you think business owners should across the board increase prices? Like 20%?
Like across the board, maybe not, but like it's a strong position.
Why
that
not?
No politician like actually.
Why not? Wouldn't that incentivize more people to get in the market?
So there's some things that are just natural resources and they literally cannot.
So you
be-
don't want to artificially cause that without reason? Is that your point here? What do we get from tariffs that's so good that you're willing to make people's goods more expensive?
So when they're like man-made goods or when they require like some sorts of like assembly, this kind of thing, there's room for innovation. That's where the tariffs, I believe, would be a great thing to sort of stoke that and also stoke it back to America. I think America's gift is the fact that it's creative. When it's something like bananas or something like lumber.
So why
there's
don't you
not
just
that
invest
much
in
of-
them? Why don't you give tax credits for businesses
Why don't I? Mm-hmm. I
for
don't know.
engaging in
What
specific
entail?
actions?
What would that entail?
That would entail that they have decrease in taxes, given that they engage in a particular behavior. If you want to incentivize them to innovate, why don't you use tax credits rather than tariffs that are inflationary
Well, what would you give them credits to do?
to engage in particular behaviors that you think
What are the-
are beneficial, right?
Yeah,
like
what would be an
innovation.
example of a-
You can give tax credits for innovation, right? For testing specific things, like if it's a pharmaceutical drug, testing specific types of pharmaceutical drugs, doing developmental sort of aspects
But
in
then
terms
who-
of the
who
innovative
assesses
process.
that? That's going to come back to the government assessing that.
Okay.
And that's what I feel like but I do not feel the government does a good job.
Okay, so you think so? Okay, but that's what tariffs are.
I
So
think
you rely on the
that's-
government for tariffs, but you won't rely on them for tax credits?
I think the free market fills a niche when you apply
Free market, but tariffs? Do you know what a free market is?
Yes, a free market is like an unencumbered, like untouched.
Yeah,
like
and
invisible
are
hand
tariffs a tax that does not allow there to be a free
Yes,
market?
it's a government pressure, but it's different from a government assessment. You know
It
what I
is.
mean?
You're assessing that we need more domestic production. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not,
Cammy, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Iris, thank you for the $2. Megan, thank you so much for the $5.
Like we're an innovative.
Of course,
economy.
Katie, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Aaron, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Megan with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Megan in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Kimberly, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for welcome back. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's good to see everyone. Sorry, you can continue. I apologize.
No. That's. I'm glad your supporters like you. Where were we? About tariffs. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, applying a tariff across the board is a pressure, right? And a market is now scrambling to fill the niche. I guess they working like the workforce. Versus something like a tax credit incentivizing a particular set of behaviors means the government needs to now assess that particular set of behavior was met.
Either of those are pressures, and you do the same thing with tariffs.
Sure, I happen to think that one is a little better than the other. Because
So
I
now
think
you're arguing for some regulation, but not others.
yes, I'm not arguing for a pure invisible hand market. I don't think anybody can.
So it's a better tax, even though it predominantly negatively impacts lower income individuals.
You know, like this kind of comes down to like the whole American dream thing. I understand it's a little broken and not everyone starts at the same place with it. So it's not the most equitable thing.
Yep, increase taxes on poor people, right, and decrease taxes on rich people, right? Here's the paper. Sounds like a great idea.
But I also had I had parents that came to this country very poor, and like now we're not, right? And I'm not, right? So like I do believe that there's a fair amount of opportunity for social mobility. And actually, when life becomes
Scandinavian
hard,
countries have higher social mobility and broader social safety nets. Appreciate the gold medal.
I don't think any other country innovates the way the United States does. And I think that's fair to say. While
I'm sorry, you're just wrong in terms of social mobility. Social mobility indexes indicate Scandinavian countries have better social mobility.
Sure. I'm saying that we're kind of a place like where you come in and you have to build it for yourself. And that might be hard, but like we have the most creative and we have the most I guess kind of booming and innovative economy. We serve the rest of the world in this sense.
Then why do you need to rely on the government to fix your problems with tariffs? I thought we were so innovative that we would just be able to do it ourselves. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
So Donald Trump has been very consistent on this policy. That's actually what changed my mind. It's like, even if you look at him back from the 80s or so, it's basically that they are able to sell goods. Like, for instance, the Middle East is able to sell oil. China is able to manufacture because they have a manufacturing economy, but they're able to sell because the United States gives them that business. And the United States is not getting any credit for that, right? Like we're just kind of letting the Middle East, quite literally is just money is not even a thing for them because they can just sell their oil. And we don't get any sort of benefit for that. We just kind of hold them hostage and make them give it to us. More or less.
What hasn't the U.S. been involved in destabilizing regions in the Middle East specifically for access to certain things like oil, in many aspects? I appreciate the description. And Sherman, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And Eden, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you.
It's something like the U.S. has just kind of had a military presence in the Middle East for a long time, quite literally to secure oil.
Okay, so we've massively benefited off of the cheap oil, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Wait. So, what are you talking about?
Meaning that
I thought you were for free markets.
Yes. Well, no. Am I for free? Again, it's always a balance between the two. I'm a very moderate candidate too. I'll flip flop all the time.
Push the confetti. Push the cap. Okay. Wait. So you flip flop. So then why don't you vote for Harris? Her economic plan is more fiscally conservative or fiscally responsible. I mean, not conservative. It's more fiscally conservative in the sense that it's more fiscally responsible. If you see fiscal conservative in that type of way,
that's not the way I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it in the way of tariffs, in the sense that they wouldn't have an economy, or they would not be able to sell their oil unless we gave them that market, and we could probably demand a little bit more for that.
Yeah, you understand that. So you want gas prices to go up?
I'm in California. I already paid top dollar for it.
So you want everyone's gases to go up? You want to even more? Oh no, but that's what tariffs do. Kia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Voted blue up and down the ballot. Based.
I won't pretend to understand the gas supply chain to a great degree. I will say that there's not a lot of more U.S. refineries could make a difference, but honestly, it's not my swim lane. I'm just saying, this has been the position.
So you want gases to go up even more? Gas prices. Here's a little crown. You want groceries to go up even more? You want houses to cost more?
But
you want to reduce the likelihood for them to build houses because they cost more in terms of them to be built?
But I don't see why that would happen, because Like,
Really, you don't think lumber would be more expensive with a universal tariff?
there's always ways to optimize. And I mean that in terms of like the supply chain. I mean that in terms of like how you transport it, how you ship it, how you find
Does
people.
it cause the price to go up?
Like it would until like
You agree? So it does cause the price. So you do want it to be less incentivized to specifically engage in that because the price is higher. That's just basic econ.
no, because then
Mr. Gab, no. So wait, you think that if there's a higher price, there's more demand?
a higher price for the consumer, right? You're saying a higher price for the consumer.
Yeah. So higher price equals less demand, correct?
Yes, but then it also means that more suppliers are now looking to get lumber cheaper to them, right? Like if like quite literally.
Okay, you could say that more are incentivized because the price is higher, right? But that
Yes.
still doesn't dispute the fact that you caused the price to go higher. That's like saying right now under the Biden-Harris administration, right? Prices went up, right? Which incentivized suppliers to produce in the United States. Are you saying that's a good thing that gas prices went up because it incentivized more suppliers in the United States? Wow, watch them flop.
No, you're trying to have gotchas. I'm trying to have like a reasonable discussion because like I think you bring up a lot of fair points. And I'm telling you where my head's at right now, right? We're T-1 before election, right? Can you now please repeat that question? Sorry, I was just a little thrown off.
Okay. Yeah. So again, in terms of prices, you agree prices will go up.
Yes, I agree. Prices
And when
will go up
prices go up, there's less of an incentive to get it. Uh-huh.
for the
Okay.
consumer.
So if you look at specifically under the Biden-Harris administration, prices went up, right, for gas. Are you saying that's good because it incentivized suppliers in the United States to produce more?
No.
Okay. So then why are you arguing here with tariffs that it is? Because that same thing is true.
Because it might be a bad example for natural
Thank you so
resource.
much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And like, yeah, it might be a bad example with a natural resource like gas.
Okay. What do you mean?
Meaning that I do not understand like the production life cycle of gas well enough to be able to dissect it further. And you might be right. I think you make a good point that yes, it did not do anything for the suppliers of gas, and it's not exactly like people are innovating to like make gas cheaper again.
Yeah, so here's to clarify. Kamala Harris has better policy. Kamala Harris wants to cut taxes for 100 million Americans. Kamala Harris isn't a sexual abuser, didn't try to coup the country, right? I don't trust violent offenders with guns, okay? That means I shouldn't trust them with nuclear weapons too, okay? If you don't trust them with guns, don't trust them with nuclear fucking weapons. Here's the hand art. Thank you so much for the hand art. I thought we were pro law and order on the right, right? Criminals shouldn't be able to have guns. Until they're Donald Trump.
Again, these aren't like these ideals are like ideals, and they have to be applied pragmatically.
Oh yeah, so just like not when it affects your political candidate.
No, like Trump is not necessarily my political candidate. What I said,
That's who you're voting for, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, it is your
Philosophically
political
with the
candidate
party.
that you're voting for.
Well, philosophically with the party, I think the party is coming at it from a better angle, and that's not just like Trump himself. That's also just a lot of the new cycle of Republicans. I'm just finding that
I wonder who that's affiliated with. Marjorie Taylor Greene, J.D. Vance. Might be the MAGA movement. Okay.
yeah, parties have to align. We only have two options for like a whole diaspora.
Yeah,
of
bend the
social-
knee to Trump. The supposed wannabe dictator on day one.
It's not bend the knee to Trump. It's weighing both options.
It is absolutely bend the knee to Donald Trump. That's what the modern Republican Party is bend the knee to Donald Trump, right? Or you're ousted from the party, right? Or you're not taken seriously. What happened to Mike Pence?
On both sides, there's party alignment, right? Both parties. Like, do you remember?
Do you like Mike Pence?
No, actually, I wasn't that.
That's what I thought. You see what I mean? Like, if I ask the average Republican now, do you like Mike Pence? Most of them are gonna say no.
I'm still a registered Democrat.
Why is Mike
I'm still a
Pence
registered
not in the?
Democrat.
Why is it not Trump Pence? Can you please tell me?
Because he didn't stand for some of his behaviors. It was beyond his line.
What behaviors?
Like the January 6th coup and like kind of Trump's crybaby.
The coup? Wait, so you agree that it was a coup on our government, and you're voting for the guy that tried to coup our government?
I think it was like an attempted sort of. I think he went too far. I think he went too far, and like that's not
Just a tad, you know.
Yes, just a tad.
Okay, no. If you say he coup, okay, British standard. Come on, okay. If someone's trying to coup the country, they called for the termination of the Constitution, right? They wanted to nuke hurricanes, right? That's a person you want to trust with the Oval Office?
I would
Where's the money
believe-
gone?
I would trust a system of checks and balances. I really would. Like that. Like I don't think that would. I don't
So
think-
would you? So you would vote for someone that literally wants to get rid of democracy? Would you seriously vote for someone who said, "I want to get rid of our democracy and I want to establish a dictatorship"? Would you vote for someone who said that?
If that was the only substantive thing they were saying, absolutely not. If they happen to have like some stance on economics that you might like sort of align with, and then
Trump's
this
economic stance is dog shit.
Okay.
Okay, you literally name one good point that Trump has. Like, can you name me the 2 Trump economic policies? You still haven't actually named that.
It just kind of blends into my philosophy a little bit more.
You said what?
I said tax cuts and tariffs.
Okay, so tariffs are tax increases. So tax cuts and tax increases.
Tax cuts for the Americans. Tariffs are economic pressure that might
No,
also
that's a tax on Americans. So you literally, while giving me 2 economic policies, push the Maple Leafs, said tax increase
It's only a
and
tax-
tax decrease.
It's
Do you
a-
realize
it's
how?
only a tax
Do you realize that might be a little bit contradictory there? That like you're proponing his tax cuts and his tax decreases
if you're drawing a 1-to-1 equivalency, sure.
or tax increases. Where's that mustache?
If you were to buy something, a tariff.
Oh yeah, let's clarify.
It is
This is
to buy
what
that
happens.
product.
Predominantly his tax cuts are for the rich, and predominantly his tax increases are for lower income individuals. So what he's doing is he's doing Robin Hood for the rich, taking from the poor and giving to the rich. Where's the Little Crown? He's gonna make your gas, your groceries, your house is more expensive to give more money to rich people. That's what Donald Trump's doing.
I mean, I guess. And then how do you see? how,
Yeah.
No. I'm asking, how do you see how Kamala Harris is doing it?
Tax cuts mostly for people who are lower income individuals. Increase to the earned income tax credit. Child tax credit, $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses just starting out. Appreciate the You're amazing. Thank you so much. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. That's amazing policy. $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket. $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just people who are seniors. Allowing for Medicare to negotiate drug pricing. These are no-brainer policies. We should have these already. We should have already had these for decades. Right? Kamala Harris is doing this. She's benefiting the American people, whereas Donald Trump cares about more about himself and his rich buddies than he cares about the American people. He wants to increase taxes on everyone, predominantly impacting lower-income individuals to a greater degree, right? While increasing increasing tax cuts for rich people, right? More tax cuts for rich people, predominantly rich people. Sherman, thank you so much for the $5. Is that good and effective policy? Vivian, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Kia. I appreciate the $5 as well.
I think with the left side, I'm hearing a lot of policy. That's kind of my problem already. Like that's why I'm a little antithetically already. Like my alarms go up a little bit.
You said you're hearing a lot of policy?
I'm hearing a lot of government doing stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like a lot of like now this is extra overhead. Like
Okay, mass deportation of 20 million people. Is that not the government doing stuff? Tariffs, that's not the government doing stuff? Push the manifesting. Putting people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, that's not the government doing stuff?
Adding what? Like okay,
Taking people's guns and then doing due process later, that's not the government doing stuff? Increasing the budget for the military is not the government doing stuff?
That's increasing numbers on paper. Versus
Is it the government doing stuff? Yes or no?
Sure.
Donald Trump signing more debt-related spending into law than the Biden-Harris administration. Is that the government doing more stuff?
That's changing numbers and tweaking the numbers.
Yeah, he added more to the debt. Isn't that spending more and making the government do more stuff?
Right. This is all tweaking.
Yes, yeah, right.
Like if you have like an equation and you were to like start messing with each parameter, you're gonna get a different outcome, but you were just tweaking the literal numbers.
What is Kamala Harris doing more with the government? Good afternoon.
No, so say that you like. Let's bring
Helping
up the
people in need?
$6,000 child credit, right?
What's bad about what I said she wants to do?
Person who is trying to claim that is now going to have to be validated. There's going to have to be an extra department, an extra couple of employees. Like this is like
Wow,
now.
wow, this guy's very
What's the
intelligent.
cost?
Right now, we already have a child tax credit. Okay, so the people who are currently getting the child tax credit, they just get more money.
Okay, if it's really just a change in numbers, like it's already happening right now.
Yeah, we already give $2,000 right now under Donald Trump's tax plan. So it would be $6,000 for the first year of their life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, which predominantly is going to help families feed children, decrease child poverty. Right? I want children to be fed in this country. I want child poverty to be decreased. That's why Kamala Harris's tax plan is better than Donald Trump's, because while she's trying to decrease childhood poverty in this country, Donald Trump is trying to help rich people and his rich buddies, and he's trying to make himself better off. He's trying to be able to pardon himself. He cares about himself. He does not care about the American people.
Or does he
Name
care
me
about
one policy that he passed that was meaningful legislation that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people.
Well, what's wrong with benefiting rich people?
No, answer the question, and then I'll tell you.
Okay. I'm sorry. Do you mind repeating the question?
Yeah, name one piece of legislation Trump influenced to get passed that meaningfully benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people.
It just depends how you define the thresholds of rich. Like under his tax cuts, I will say I would be paying like a little less taxes than I would under
83% of taxes went to the top 1%. Try again.
What I'm saying is that in some case, like in my personal case, and a lot of people's personal cases, they will just actually see more money in their pocket with Trump than with Harris. Right?
How? Tariffs are going to cause them to pay more in taxes than what they would get an increase in taxes on.
Like leave tariffs alone for a second. I'm saying under like quite literally the progressive tax plan.
The progressive tax plan benefits lower income individuals.
Right. I'm saying in just in their tax plans, forget the tariffs, and then we can bring that back in. I'm saying with that, you would see more you would see a bit more money in your pocket. Some people will see a bit more money in their pocket with one candidate versus another.
Which they would lose immediately.
With tariffs putting pressure.
Yeah, tariffs would cause more increase in taxes for them than what they would have a decrease in Donald Trump's tax plan. Do you think taxes are too high right now?
Kind of. I mean,
We're still under Donald Trump's tax plan.
No, I get that. I get that it lasts till 2025. Literally, like I know what we're.
Okay. Sophia, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much, Devin. Thank you so much for the $5. And Carly, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
Like I also happen to know it was an immediate tax break for the middle class that then bumped right back up and only kind of left the corporate tax cut down. Right?
Yeah, corporate tax cut is permanent.
Yes.
And actually increased taxes for corporate income under $50,000. Appreciate the love penning. It went from 15% under Obama to 21% under Trump.
You're saying under
So he decreased taxes for the richest corporations, but for the small businesses, he increased taxes on them, unironically.
Right. So some of these big corporations, I'll say specifically, and now I can talk about the aerospace industry, right? Quite literally, they have like budgets set aside to like fund smaller companies, right? Like they have their own like ventures kind of thing. They're investing so that like the small businesses that are
yeah, because large businesses are really trying to create other companies that outcompete them. Here's a little crown.
No, they might like
that's the most that's the profit maximization condition. Their profit maximizing condition means helping their competitors. Totally agree.
Because it's not quite literally a direct competitor. Sometimes,
definitely true.
No, sometimes in their workflow and trying to make something happen, there's a lot of inefficiencies in the middle. There are a lot of other smaller companies that are trying to assume the risk.
Thank you so much. That they're trying to buy.
They will invest in the development of that, and yes, they will,
so that they can buy them. So that they're in their control.
They might buy their technology, yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. They're doing that to be able to have control over their technology to reduce the likelihood of small businesses being able to compete with them in the future.
But sometimes they want that small business. Sometimes they want that business still around to be able, because they now have the structure and they have the maintenance of creating that.
Okay, I'm sorry. Does this mean that the Trump tax cuts are good? They added $10 billion to the annual GDP and they cost $190 billion every year. Okay. Is that good policy? Is that a good investment? Putting in $190 billion a year and taking out 10 billion, right, in GDP increase less than 2 billion in revenue increase. Wow, that must very much have positively impacted the country, right? Way more than anything else that could benefit the country.
Fair enough. I do actually have to get back to work. I'm so sorry, but I do appreciate your time.
Did you already vote?
No, I haven't voted yet.
You should go vote for Kamala Harris.
I'll think about it.
All right, for sure.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen to get to 100 to a million likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Are you voting Trump?
Probably.
Why so?
I know, but I just hopped in your live, and if you could just, because this is probably one of the most important issues to me, you just said something. It always goes back and forth about the corporates they got benefited. The tax plan. Trump's tax plan benefited corporations, but it affected
rich people.
Yeah. So how did it affect small businesses?
Yeah, so actually, there's a progressive tax system under the Obama administration, right, where there was 15% for income under 50,000 for corporations, right? Trump made it a flat tax, which increased it to 21%. So all income under 50,000 after Trump was put in office and they passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act increased to 21% when it was prior 15%.
That's what I pay now is 15%.
Okay, that's effective tax rate. That's different than marginal, for your low penning. And are you talking about corporation?
No, I'm not a corporation. I have an accountant, but I'm just trying to understand it a little better.
Yeah. Do you have a family?
I do. And so
children?
I do. I have a daughter. We're in LLC.
Your taxes will be decreased because they want to increase the child tax credit.
My taxes would decrease.
Yep.
And you're saying under Harris?
Yep.
And so how would it increase my taxes under Trump?
He wants 10 to 20% universal tariffs that will cause gas, groceries, housing development, everything you buy to go up in price. Literally,
no,
name
but I'm
something,
saying specific to my business paying tax, specific to my business paying tax and more taxes.
Yeah. So you buy products within the United States, correct? Or from around the world?
Well, you were just saying, were you not just saying that the corporate tax rate and what they pay, and then small businesses lose out? So
I'm
you were
saying
just
he did under his administration. I'm saying under his administration, he increased the corporate tax rate for income under $50,000 a year.
Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you.
For sure. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. Share the live as well. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link trees in the bio, everyone. Thank you for all the gifts, everyone, today. I really appreciate you all. Have been so incredibly nice. Sven, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you so much. I do remember you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Follow me here if you have not already, y'all. Follow me here if you have not already. When Donald Trump loses the election here in 2 days, everyone, come back through, everyone. We're going to be talking to Trump supporters that think that the Democrats stole it. Appreciate the live on air. Thank you so much. It's probably going to happen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
He's a nigger.
Such a crazy person.
Nigger.
What the fuck is wrong with that person? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so? Oh, how old are you?
23.
What's your birth year?
January 16, 2001.
Okay, why are you voting Trump?
Number one reason is because my brother and I have many family members in the military.
Okay, well, did you know that a four-star general who was his chief of staff not only called him a fascist, but also said that he called veterans suckers and losers?
Yeah, and I know that some people don't agree with Trump, but my brother and a lot of my family members have said that if Harris wins presidency, they're going to be in a war.
There's no evidence to indicate that. Wait, why isn't there war? Wait, why aren't they in a war right now? Isn't she vice president?
There is a war right now.
Which one?
Going on, but
Which one is the U.S. involved in?
We are going to be involved in it.
Going to be? There's less service members that have died in conflict under the Biden-Harris administration than under the Trump administration.
Oh my goodness.
Alex, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. What's that?
Do your research, dude.
I have. If you look at the military data, it is the case that there were less conflict deaths under the Biden-Harris administration.
Do you have family members in active war duty right now?
No.
In Israel?
No.
Or Ukraine? Come on.
What's the relevancy of that question?
Because
There are no
like,
aren't there no U.S. service members like out there?
yes,
in
there
Israel?
is.
There's none in Ukraine either.
There is U.S.
They're not in
military
Israel or Ukraine.
there aiding in what's going on. You can look it up.
Where?
You can look it up.
And you're saying in conflict, right?
Yes.
Okay, where?
One of them being Israel. That's the biggest.
Where? Where in Israel?
You can look it up.
I have.
It's okay. Go ahead and
Where
look it
in
up. and then
conflict in
show it,
Israel?
like-
Where in conflict in Israel?
oh my goodness! You can look it up. You tell a lot of
Look it up
guests
is
to
not a
look it up.
source.
Okay, here I'll go get this.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next individual. Let's get them up here and to help her out, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Follow me here if you have not already, y'all. Also check out the videos that I just posted.
Not leaving. I'm just getting the source.
I know. Barry, are you voting Trump? Oh, Barry, you cut out. Can't hear you, Barry. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Are you voting Trump?
I'm thinking about it seriously because I want Bobby Kennedy to clean up the food and big pharma.
So I'm thinking of the $10. Really? So so you think that he's more likely to regulate the pharmaceutical industry?
He's already said he would allow Bobby Kennedy to go in and do what.
No, I'm just clarifying. Are you saying that Donald Trump is more likely to regulate the pharmaceutical industry?
Yes.
Really? Isn't that like what you would refer to as socialized medicine? Aaron, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. You want more regulations within the healthcare industry? That's what Democrats have been advocating for decades.
That's what they say they've been advocating for.
No, that's what they've actually passed in Congress, right? You know what the ACA is? That's more regulation.
The ACA was theft from the American people by Obama.
Oh God! Wait. So do you think that there should be protections for pre-existing health conditions?
The ACA, I was enrolled in the ACA with myself and 2 kids, okay? $700 a month within and that was with the $6,000 deductible. Within 3 years, the cost had tripled. My daughter broke her arm playing soccer. I had to pay $6,000 on deductible to get everything fixed. Insurance paid $0.
So what you're now advocating for is that we should have more covered, because this covers a bit. Right? Listen to this, Barry. Listen.
I want Bernie.
The ACA covers.
Bernie
Listen,
Sanders to
I
be
understand,
president.
Barry. Let me explain. So the ACA covers some, right? And it helps people with medical debt. It helps people who have pre-existing health conditions. It helps people in need. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. In no way is it perfect. Let me please finish, Barry. Barry, let me finish. Let me please finish. So again, the ACA is better than no ACA, but I'm not saying the ACA is perfect, right? We obviously should have a universal healthcare system. I totally agree with that. There should be a public option that covers everyone, everything that they need in terms of healthcare, right? I totally agree with that position. But if you agree with that, well, then you want more people to be covered rather than less people to be covered, which means you don't want Donald Trump that wants to repeal and replace the ACA, which is only advocated to repeal and has no concept of an idea of a plan.
I want Bobby Kennedy. That's what I want. And
So
if I
again,
need
you
to
can't
vote
say
for
that.
Trump to get Bobby Kennedy,
Yeah,
that's
Barry, do you
probably
think
what I'm
that
gonna
Trump
do.
is going to be an environmentalist?
With Bobby Kennedy in place, he is. Unless he's lied completely.
So Donald Trump is going to be an
100% Bobby
environmentalist.
Kennedy.
So let's clarify. Donald Trump's going to be an environmentalist when he believes that climate change is a hoax and that the climate is going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. Really?
That's why I'm still considering voting for him.
Because he thinks climate change is a hoax?
You're starting an argument. I said I wanted Bobby Kennedy.
Yeah, and you think that Bobby Kennedy is an environmentalist, right? He's been fighting for environmental rights throughout his entire career, correct?
That's right.
Does that mean that Donald Trump, magically is going to become an environmentalist?
It means that Donald Trump...
No, it doesn't. So if it doesn't mean that Donald Trump's going to be an environmentalist, why does Bobby Kennedy wanting to regulate the pharmaceutical industry mean that there's going to be regulations on the pharmaceutical industry when Donald Trump hasn't been advocating for it at all?
You don't even know what I was going to say. I ask you a question.
Okay, Brand, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And Sandra, thank you so much for the $10. And Anjan, thank you so much for the $12 for 37
Because I
cents.
want Bobby
Kimberly, thank you for the
Kennedy.
$20. Thank you so much. And Sven, thank you so much for the $3.48. Thank you so much.
So yeah,
I do
U.S.
remember you.
military is in the Middle East right now as we speak.
Yeah, I never disputed that. Appreciate the hand art. When did I dispute that? That's not necessarily like fighting in conflict in Israel.
Yes, they are helping aid and with people who are hurt, and they are
Wait, helping aid with people who are not is not in conflict. Okay, you were saying
No,
that there
they
were
are
people
at a
in
target,
active
which
war
makes
and
it
conflict.
Very hardware
The U.S.
used by
military is a
Israel is made by
target.
America.
Moving the goalpost is.
Enlighten me.
Yeah, so you made a claim saying that there were active troops fighting in Israel in conflict, right, from the United States. Push the paper crane. I asked you, what are those? And then you brought up to me that there were people engaging in medical care?
Yeah.
What
the
type of
US
fucking
military.
insane move of the goalpost is that
You
shit?
can look it up. U.S.
That
military.
is not them
right
fighting
now.
in conflict. What the fuck
They
are you
are a
talking
target,
about?
which
What
makes
are you
it a
talking about, dude?
conflict.
That is not fighting in conflict. What are you saying?
What's the definition of conflict?
Oh my god. Do you think that doctors are fighting in conflict? Do you think nurses are fighting in conflict?
Oh my goodness. U.S. military right now.
Do you think
Are
it's
they aiding-
justified for military opposing forces to kill doctors and nurses?
Can you ask that question again?
Do you think it's fine for military targets to directly and intentionally target doctors and nurses? Do you think that's okay?
Depends.
Depends?
Yes, exactly. Depends
What do you mean
on
it depends? What are you talking about?
Well, if someone is like, okay, so they say I don't know who it is. They say that Israel has killed many children.
They
Well,
have. They
there
have.
is military on the other side. I don't know what the name is.
Are you going to make the human shields argument right now?
Yes.
Okay,
It's
if
true.
if all of those innocent people that died were US citizens, would you be okay with it?
If it was U.S. citizen and they were being used as a human target, obviously that's sad.
Would you send in special
it's not
forces
the
or would you bomb
Israel's
them?
fault.
Would you answer the question? Would you send in special forces or would you bomb them? Like, would you send in the SWAT team? Right, if there's like a hostage situation, or would you bomb the place where they have hostages?
They have done both.
Right, are you saying that predominantly? Right, it is special forces going in.
They have done both. Israel has.
Really?
Yes, you can look this up.
Push the hand hard. Thank you so much. Do you think I have a question. Do you think starving people, right, is doing that?
I'm not going to be trapped in a corner with your questions.
You know that
'Cause that's what you like to do.
international courts and human rights organizations have identified that Israel has been utilizing starvation as a weapon of war.
To the little children?
Can you explain to me how that, right, is okay? And that's not a war crime?
Is it where the children are in the war zone
left.
and they are starving
zone.
them by not sending food to them?
So not allowing for food to go in, yeah. So you think it's okay to starve
Yeah, it's
children?
because there's a war going on.
You think it's okay to starve children?
There's a war
that's a
going
war
on.
crime internationally speaking, right? You know, it's a war crime to utilize starvation as a weapon of war.
It's wrong for the other side to utilize children as a
What do you mean? How are they utilizing children if the children are starving because they don't have access
because
to
they're
resources?
using that against Israel.
What do you mean?
Like, what are you gonna do if you're
Yeah,
at
I'm
war?
gonna call out. Yeah, I'm gonna call out Israel
So you're
for
gonna
starving
no,
children.
if you were an Israeli and you were in Israel right now fighting in the war, what are you gonna do if they're using a child as a shield? Are you gonna go defend that child and do your best? Like, obviously, not everyone can do that.
Amanda, think about it this way, right? And treat it as any other hostage situation.
And
there
I
would
have
be.
a brother
listen,
that is
Amanda,
deployed.
Amanda, treat it as any other hostage situation of people in the United States. Do not treat it as if people who are living in Palestine are subhuman, because what people are doing is they're treating Palestinians as if they are subhuman, because they would not be okay with this type of actions in terms of starvation, in terms of bombing people, if it is the case that they were U.S. citizens that were dying. All right, if over 20,000 innocent civilians died, mainly women and children, right? Right. And they were U.S. citizens, right? People would be freaking out and going insane, rightfully so. The same way as they should as it relates to the context of with Palestinians.
And I'm concerned if Harris becomes president because I have a brother who's deployed out there. And I don't want nothing happening to him.
Wait, so again, I have a question. Do you trust 4-star generals more than you do Donald Trump?
I trust my brother and what he says.
Lily, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Ken, I thank you for the $2. Alex, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. So again, I'm going to ask you the question. Do you trust Trump or a 4-star general more?
I don't even trust Trump. I don't trust neither candidate.
Okay. So do you trust
Trump
a four? Would you trust
U.S. military?
Would you trust a 4-star general?
No, I trust my brother.
You don't trust a 4-star general?
My brother gets his information from his Air Force base.
I'm not asking about your fucking brother. Okay, I'm asking you specifically, who do you trust more, Donald Trump or a 4-star general?
Neither.
Okay, I have a question. If you don't trust Donald Trump, then why do you think that he didn't sexually abuse Eugene Carroll?
Well, there's no proof. There's allegations, which if that is true, that is awful of him to do.
No, he's been held
But
civilly liable
I'm not
unanimously by a
voting for
jury of
him
9
based
people.
on that.
He's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people.
I'm not voting for him based on that, though.
Oh, so
You can't trap
you don't
me
factor
into
that
a
in?
corner. Like,
You don't factor that in?
I do factor that in. but I
Okay, so then
also
why are you
factor in
voting? So what's so bad that Kamala Harris did that meets or exceeds, appreciate the super high, thank you so much, sexual abuse?
Nothing about sexual abuse, but there's
Nancy, thank you
many
for the
things that
$10,
she
thank
has
you.
done wrong too.
No, what has she done that's so bad, appreciate that mustache, thank you, that meets or exceeds how bad it is to sexually assault someone? Jocelyn, think of the $1.
Just because she didn't sexually assault someone does not mean she's done some things that were
No, what has she
questionable too.
done? What has she done that is just as bad, if not worse, than Trump sexually abusing a woman?
She put a black woman in jail for having a
Which-
daughter with health condition.
That's not true.
Sent
Appreciate the
to-
paper green.
That's actually it is.
You
The
just
mother
made,
is
you
speaking
just made
about
that
it.
up, Amanda. That
No,
person,
the mother is
person you're
speaking
referencing never went to jail.
Yes,
right?
she
They
did.
they never were put in prison, right? Or convicted of anything.
She
right?
did go
What
to
you're
jail.
talking,
She's
what you're
thinking
talking
about it.
What you're
Many
talking
other
about.
parents are speaking about
what
it
you're
too.
talking about is that they detained her specifically so that they could get broader information about what occurred, so they could ensure that there wasn't neglect going on, because the person, right, didn't specifically specify the information of why the kid was not going to school. Here's the coral.
So why didn't
So they
the
were
mother
just
say
making
that
sure
in
that they
her
had the
interview?
information.
So why didn't the mother say that in the interview?
It is said in the interview if you actually watch it.
I
You
did
watch
watch
clips
it.
on TikTok?
No, I watched the interview.
Oh, really?
The full interview, yes.
I bet. I really bet. And you would have seen that.
Yeah.
Here's the live
and,
on air.
And you would know that Harris is bad for the economy and for the military.
Okay. How is she bad for the economy? Nice pivot, but how is she bad for the economy? Amanda left. Incredible. Incredible. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Follow me here if you have not already. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well. Everyone, it will help get it out to more people. Push the live on air. Thank you so much. All right. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, all right, all right. It's not accepting this person. Let me try the next. Follow me here if you have not already, y'all. Thank you so much for the Tom's hug. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Tell us about the trip. Trip was very nice. I made some good content. You can check it out on my page. Everyone, go check out the content on my page. Push the hand art. I got to meet Harry and Chris, and it was really fun. It was really fun. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Elisa, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Let's get this next individual up here real quick. All right, all right, all right. It's not accepting this person. Let me try the next. Give me a second, everyone. Let's get this next individual up here. I'm going to tweet on Twitter. Appreciate the turkey face. Thank you so much that I'm live, everyone. So we can get some more MAGAs in here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Wait, what month?
September.
Okay. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Okay, so why are you voting Trump?
Personally, I work 3 jobs right now because my full-time job was as a server, and I got probably a fourth of my paycheck taken away because they started taxing on tips under Biden.
They started taxing on tips?
Yeah, like that policy wasn't implemented by Trump. It was put in place by
Wait,
Biden.
you think that there was no tax on tips prior to the Biden-Harris administration being in office? When did the Biden-Harris administration get in office? Maureen, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. And
Started-
Shrek, thank you for the $1.
January 2021.
Drew, thank you for the 99 cents. 2021?
Yeah,
Okay, so when did they do taxation of tips? Like, when was that policy passed?
it started happening at my paychecks in 2022.
Really? So you didn't get taxed on tips prior?
No, I didn't.
Really? So you just committed tax fraud and you just admitted to it on live?
No, that's not tax fraud.
Unironically committed tax fraud and admitted to it on live.
There was no tax on tips. before.
You could, yes, there was. You committed tax fraud and just admitted to it on a live stream. I just want to let you know that you did that.
Okay, there was no tax on tips before that.
Yes, there was. You committed tax fraud and you literally just admitted it on a live with 14,000 people. I just want to clarify. You're just like Trump. You're a fraudster too. No wonder you wanted to vote for another fraudster.
Okay, how am I being insulted right now when I literally came
I'm not insulting you for saying that you literally. What? How am I insulting for you for telling you that you committed tax fraud? It's just a fact of reality. She left. Appreciate the turkey, thank you. Jesus! Now someone admitted to tax fraud. Morgan, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. What's how old are you?
18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Well, because I believe that it would improve the economy and that it'd be better for us.
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, what month?
October.
Okay, so why are you voting Trump again?
Because I believe it would better the economy.
Okay, so how is he better for the economy? Name 2 economic policies Trump influenced to get passed under his administration.
I couldn't name you 2.
You can't name me 2? Can you name me 1?
No, not by name.
Or stand heart. No, you can't? Okay, so if you can't name any by name, right, then what economic stuff are you referencing?
Well, also, he's going to cut tax on overtime.
He's going to cut tax on overtime? Okay. I appreciate Love Penning. Thank you so much. Do you agree that most of his tax cuts are going to go to rich people? Ashley, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Ashley. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you.
No, sir. Rich people don't work for overtime. What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and the predominant level of his tax policy. Because I could agree that if there's no tax on overtime specifically for lower income individuals and there's some sort of threshold, right, I would be completely okay with that, right? But that's not what the policy is, right? And most of the time, his tax policy benefits rich people, predominantly speaking, push the hand hard. So yeah, like I agree with middle class tax cuts, but who's cutting taxes more for the middle class and not for rich people? That's Kamala Harris. Cutting taxes for 100 million Americans.
Name a policy that cuts tax for the middle class people that Kamala Harris implemented.
Yeah, the child tax credit under the American Rescue Plan specifically that increased the child tax credit during COVID in 2021 from $2,000 to $3,600 through them being 5 years old and $3,000 through them being 18. That reduced child poverty by 40%. Push the hearts.
I'm sorry, I cannot.
And Saul, thank you so much for the $5.
Elena,
Elena, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Elena. Can we get some W's for Elena in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Elena. Yeah, so again, the child tax credit implemented through the American Rescue Plan, which increased the child tax credit from $2,000 to $3,600 through them being 5 years old and $3,000 through them being 18. So it was $2,000, and then it went to $3,600 through them being 5 years old and $3,000 through them being 18 for 1 year. Push the little crown. And it decreased childhood poverty by 40% within that year.
I just want to touch on, so you understand, gas prices have gone up and everything. I'm sure you have some sort of rebuttal to that. You know how we've cut off the Keystone Pipeline. You know
Wait. So the Keystone XL pipeline was 8% produced. It didn't even impact the supply chains. 1, 2, as it relates to this, it was also done by the Supreme Court. It was Biden following through the Supreme Court order. And then 3, appreciate the gem gun. Thank you so much. We have the largest level of production of oil right now in the United States at any point in American history. And through the Inflation Reduction Act, we invested the most in renewable energies of any country ever. Okay, so the most pro-energy policy was passed by the Biden-Harris administration, and Donald Trump didn't do that. They signed off on more drilling permits under the Biden-Harris administration than Donald Trump did. He's lying to your face.
Well, then why have our gas prices gone up?
Yeah, because we get less imports from countries around the world.
You said because we get less.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the $30. Thank you so much. Camus, thank you. And then Lauren, thank you for the $3. Thank you, or the $5. Thank you so much. And Mary, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Say that again.
So you said because we get less import from other countries around the world?
Yes, in terms of oil. Yeah, because of Trump signing a deal with OPEC to cut their oil production and the Russia-Ukraine situation leading to us getting less Russian oil. For Standard.
Well, why? Okay, so why would that be a good thing then? Why is it a good thing that?
Yeah, okay. Well, can you stop eating in the mic, by the way? People are getting really annoyed about that. And then Amy, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Amy on Venmo. And wasn't me. Thank you so much for the $5. It's good to hear that. Thank you.
Well, so why would that be a good
thing? Hear from you,
because
where's the confetti? Why would what be a good thing?
Because the actions taken under the Biden administration, like, have caused our gas prices to go up. Our
name one policy they passed that caused it to go up.
You don't have to name one policy.
Yes, you
can look at it. You can look at it by going to any gas station or going to the store.
That doesn't mean it's caused by the Biden-Harris administration. For example, there was 14.8% unemployment under the Trump administration. Right? Does that mean it was caused by Trump?
Unemployment was at an all-time low under Trump.
Not true at all. Okay,
yes, it was.
It was 3.5%, which is a 50-year low for the time. Push the turkey face thingy switch, but it was 3.4% two separate months under the Biden-Harris administration, so even lower. So it was a new 50-year low under the Biden-Harris administration, and again, it was 50-year low, so meaning that it was already lower in the past. Push the hint heart. 1953 and 1960, I think 9. Right, there were lower levels of unemployment.
Yeah, exactly. That's in the 60s.
Yeah, 50-year low. I didn't dispute that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
Low under Trump.
That's not an all-time low. I just said it was a 50-year low.
Okay, 50-year. Regardless, it's not a
50-year low. And Justice, it's not a 50-year low anymore because Donald Trump got superseded specifically by the Biden-Harris administration. They got to 3.4% 2 separate months.
So you're saying that under Trump it wasn't. We weren't at a 50-year all-time low. I mean, I'm saying that we had a.
Sloan, thank you for the $55. Thank you so much. And Jill, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Did you know that we're at record levels of real GDP?
Yeah, well, that kind of happens with inflation. Our GDP goes up every year.
GDP accounting for inflation. That's what real GDP is.
So
that means GDP growth minus inflation
every year, though.
Listen, Justice. Real GDP means GDP increase minus inflation.
Yeah. So you're saying that
Jonathan, give you the $1. Thank you, Jonathan.
You're saying our GDP is higher.
Yes, highest it's ever been.
Our debt's going up as well.
Okay, it went up more because of Trump. Right, he signed more debt-related spending into law than the Biden-Harris administration. 8.4 trillion overall from Trump's administration, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. For the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
All right. I'm sorry, I had to walk upstairs.
Okay, so 8.4 trillion signed into law, specifically debt-related spending by Trump's administration, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. For the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. Okay. And MG, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. And Ashley, thank you for the hand art and that mustache. Can we get some W's for MG in the comment section right now? But thank you for the $100. Thank you. Yolanda, thank you for the boxing gloves. And Amber, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
And so I just want to touch on something. So, like, we're getting Harris now instead of Biden, and all these things you're talking about are under Biden, which I don't believe that he did them anyways. I believe it's ran by his administration. I mean, if you look at his just mental deterioration.
Oh, you just cut out. Can't hear you. You're muted, man.
Yeah, I'll give it a call.
Now let's see how many Democrats do we have on the live right now. Tap this.
Okay, he got the non-fixable glitch. By the way, I just want to clarify that I can't fix that glitch. So we got to go in the next person. Yotsub, how old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
May.
Okay, why are you voting for Trump?
Okay, so what? Give me a second. So Biden got elected, right? Let's just start there. He got elected 4 years ago as president. 2 a.m. Have you ever seen graphs go up like that in history? No. 2 a.m., you know, he's getting all of these votes that he needed in all of these states, whatever. And his whole presidency, his mental
So
deterioration.
I have a question. I have a question. If it was May 2005, how are you 19 or 18? First Little Crown. Wouldn't you be 19? Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, let's go to the next person. Sorry, it's been a minute. I've been on live, everyone. I literally didn't even think about it. I honestly, like, intuitively just thought they would have got it right, but that's MAGA math, everyone. I can't be trusting of people, you know? I just didn't even listen to it. I asked, but didn't even listen. I would be totally honest. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
July.
Okay, why are you voting Trump? Push the dinosaur. Thank you so much.
Actually, I didn't vote at all. I'm just gonna say how fucking stupid you are.
Oh, fuck, wait. You can come back on the live. Oh, whatever. I don't care. Damn it. Push the hand. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello.
Oh, well, cooked.
Just want to say y'all vote.
Vote for Harris. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, thank you for the sports car. Thank you so much, King. I really appreciate it. Thank you, King. I'm glad to be back, everyone. Glad to be back. It's good to see everyone. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. We're going to be on all day, everyone. We're going to be on literally all day. And Dean will probably join us at some point, everyone. Dean will probably join us because we just have insane algorithm push today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
So sorry, you're just awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's get this next person up here real quick. All right. Let's get this next individual. Thank you so much for the hand heart. Thank you. Oh gosh, I have like this glitch where it's sending. Pete did a Jubilee. I did see that. Did y'all see the Pete Buttigieg Jubilee? That was pretty cool. Burst of confetti. Thank you so much. Apparently, he saw Dean's appearance on Ben Shapiro against Ben Shapiro. Amber, thank you for the $5. He referenced it. Appreciate the manifesting. He didn't reference Dean in specific, but he referenced that he disagreed with Ben Shapiro's assessment, which means that he saw Dean, which is cool as fuck. Are you voting Trump?
All right, I'm back on from before.
Oh, were you the person that was mad at me?
I'm not mad at you. I'm just mad that like people send you money and you just like really don't do anything to earn it.
Okay, stay mad. Take the L.
What?
Take the L, buddy. Stay mad.
Take the L.
Take the L.
It's just people that
John,
follow
take the dollar. What's wrong with that?
$1. Who the fuck sends you $1? What are you doing?
The head mustache. Thank you. Well, I'm doing entertainment. You know what that is?
So you're doing entertainment
and education. Yeah, that's what this is. Why do you think there's 15,000 people in the live?
Because they're actually all dumb. Actually, the people.
Everyone, yeah. So everyone does that. You know, you're one of the viewers, right, Joseph? If they're all dumb, that includes you. Marine, think of the $5. Drew, think of the $3. Thank you so much.
Everybody's done that. Listens to you.
Where's that mustache? You're listening to me right now, dude. Tree, think of the $5. Thank you so much. Jesus fuck.
Oh, so you talk
Christina,
very
thank you so much for the
fast.
$5. Thank you so much. Morgan, think of the dollar for the entertainment. Thank you.
Do you think that's like? Do you think you're
thank you so much
smart
for
by
the
doing
dollar.
that?
Anna, think of the superpower. Cassidy, think of the $2. No, I actually talk slower on the live so that you can understand me. Sydney, think of the dollar. Thank you so much. I purposefully talk slower.
I can understand you just fine.
Benjamin,
but you,
thank you
like,
for the
try to
dollar. Thank
talk
you so
fast.
much. I don't try to talk fast. I promise you. Haley, thank you so much for the dollar. Thank you so much for the money
You
gun. Thank you
do.
so much. Lily, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $3. Melanie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you
a
so much,
normal
Melanie.
person,
I appreciate
yo.
it. Leah, thank you so much for the $5 for your entertainment. Haley, thank you so much for the dollar. Thank you. Appreciate the Maple Leafs. Sydney, thank you for the dollar for doing nothing. Blake, thank you for the dollar for who the fuck sends $1. Appreciate the hand heart. Kelly, thank you so much for the $10 for doing nothing, lol. Blake, thank you for the dollar.
Well, yeah, actually,
First time
you're wasting your money, people.
Brenton, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Well, they're annoying you, so that's not a waste of money. Caitlin, thank you for the $5 from a dumb viewer. Patty, thank you for the you're amazing. Sven, thank you so much for the $4. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Lacey, I appreciate the hand art. Appreciate the hand art as well, Kim.
Yeah, everybody follow
you
me,
want to give me
please.
an argument? Are you voting Trump? Appreciate live on air.
Dude, I told you I was
Chelsea,
not
thank you
voting
for
for
the dollar.
anybody. I am a blue
Wait,
collar.
why not? Why not? Appreciate the day of the dead.
Because I live
Nita, thank you for
in
the $5. Angela, thank you so much for the
Passaic
$15.
County,
Thank you so
New
much. I
Jersey,
appreciate it.
which is not going to matter for me.
Appreciate the cap. Thank you for the gem gun. Thank you so much. You should still vote. Gabby, I appreciate the dollar. Thank you so much. Anita, thank you for the $5.
Basically what I like, I'm kind of like an environment kind of guy. I would love for
Yeah, so the Inflation
everything
Reduction
to be
Act was the largest investment in renewable energy ever. Jalen, thank you for the $3. Dory, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. HT, thank you so much for the $1.
Dude,
Thank you so
not
much,
like
Carlos,
that.
for the
Like, I'm talking
$5.
about
Susan, thank you for the $5. Morgan, thank you for the $1.
$8.
Sydney, thank you for the
What are
$1.
you
Thank you so
doing?
much. Andrea, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my God, people are just. Oh my God.
Ruby.
Oh
Ruby,
my God, I can't keep up. I'm sorry.
Maybe I'll vote Trump.
Akrama, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Emily, thank you for the $1. Lex, thank you so much for the $3. Sonia, thank you so much for the $5. Mango, thank you for the $5. Celeste, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Nicole, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Shayna, thank you so much for the $1. Devin, thank you so much for the $5. Chase with the $2. Beth with the $1.
You're welcome,
Jonathan
guys.
with
I
the
got him to read your
Janet,
shout
thank you so much for the $1.
Read them.
Kelly, thank you so much for the
You're
$5.
welcome,
Thank you
guys.
so much for doing nothing. Claire, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Unproxy, thank you for the
Parker is
$5.
not
Janae, thank you for the
lovely,
$5. Would you vote for someone who sexualized a 10-year-old girl? Appreciate the hearts.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Michelle, thank you for the $5.
Like, seriously.
Would you vote for someone who sexualized a 10-year-old girl? Don't Trump.
Who?
Appreciate the turkey face. Donald
What
Trump.
about when Biden just literally bit a little baby's
Biden
foot?
isn't running. Brent, thank you for the $5. Anthony, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Christian, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. That was Pete. Morgan, thank you for the $1. Terry,
Okay,
thank you for the $1.
so wait, who sexualized a
Thank
10
you.
little
Donald Trump, he said he would
girl?
date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Push the gem gun. Christina, thank you for the $1.
Play the clip.
You want to hear it? Okay, I got you. So, and if that's true, will you vote for Kamala Harris? Because it's the only other person that can beat him. Dory, thank you for the $5. Nicole,
Play
thank you so much for the
the whole
$20.
clip.
Jalen, thank you so much for the $3. Yeah, I can play the whole clip. Vanessa, thank you so much for the $1. Ely, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you. Abigail, thank you for the $10. Pat, thank you for the $2. Okay, sorry, it's playing. Give it 1 second. Everyone, appreciate the gold medal. Thank you so much. Give it 1 second. I have an ad. Sarah, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. April, thank you for the $10. Faith with the $1. Trevor with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thomas, thank you for the $2. Brian, thank you for the $2. Morgan, thank you for the $1. Laura, thank you for the $5. PJ, thank you so much for the $1. Wow, dude, you really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the Courtney. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $1. Ellie, I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. Okay, Paulie, thank you for the $5 to annoy him. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm playing it right now. Abigail, thank you for the $10.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Karen, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Ellie, thank you
Can
so
I
much for the
see?
$1. Courtney, thank you for the $1. I just played it. Janine, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. Tiffany, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Skylar, thank you for the $1.
Is that the whole clip?
Yeah. That's the clip that's relevant. Devin, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Devin. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you. Cammy, thank you for the $1.
So
Adam,
I
thank you
thought
for
you were supposed to be
$25.
debating
Thank you
people
so
on
much. I
there,
really
first of all.
appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Shouting
Yvonne with
out
$100 on Venmo. Glad to see you back. Good to be back. I'm so glad to be back. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yvonne, thank you so much. So you want me to play it one more time?
Oh, someone said, can someone send $10 for food? I'm starving. Can
Janine, thank you
send
so much for the
$10?
$15. Thank you so much, Janine. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Willow, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it.
Am I getting followers from this?
Thursday
Yeah, everybody
night.
follow me.
You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Should you vote against that? Yes or no?
Okay, but
push the superpower.
I'm not gonna lie. No, but listen. What even? I don't. Are you sure that was about that? Because who says that though?
Wait, what context justifies sexualizing a 10-year-old girl like that?
No. I don't
If
even think
someone
that was
said that
about
to your
it.
10-year-old daughter, would you vote for him?
Okay, I don't even think that was about
for the
that.
$10. What do you mean you don't
I'm
think it was
gonna be
about
honest.
that?
I
What are
don't
you
even
talking
think
about?
weird people like are. Wait, what did he say? Can you repeat it?
Sarah, thank you so much for the
Can you think again?
$25. Thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate it on Cash App. Thank you so much. So what, Andrea, thank you so much for the $5 as well. So what he said specifically, are you going up the escalator? She said, yeah. He said, can you believe it? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. So what is he evaluating about the 10-year-old that says he's going to be dating her in 10 years? Where's your love
But what is that even?
I mean,
that
he's
doesn't even make
sexualizing a
sense.
10-year-old.
Not even a weird. Not even
Alicia,
a weirdo
thank you so
would
much
say
for the
that.
$5. He is a weirdo. First, Jessica, thank you for the $1.
But
yeah,
not even a
only just a weirdo, but a predator would say that.
But like that doesn't even make sense though. Like
He bragged
there's
about
no way that was
walking
what
in,
he
he
was.
bragged about walking into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place, and victims came out and said that there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old.
What? You're actually finding this?
Do you want to hear him brag about it? Push the elephant.
Yeah, like the whole clip though, like 2 minutes, like a minute after what he said that.
I mean, I would have to go to the specific Howard Stern thing. I don't think any context justifies it, but it's the whole statement. Do you want to hear the whole statement?
I guess, yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. So would you vote against the person that can beat him, or vote for the person that can beat him, right? If it is the case that he said this.
Actually, no, I probably still won't vote.
Okay, so
I'm in New Jersey anyways. Like I'm in the same
but
county.
it's
not
still
gonna-
important to vote. Because
It's- dude,
do
it's
you
not
want
gonna
do you want to
matter.
have
Like,
do you
there's-
want to have a greater proportional representation over like
Actually,
wait, listen.
Actually,
do you want a greater
what I'm
proportional?
focused on is do you know what Patterson, New Jersey is?
Do you want a greater proportionate determination of who specifically, right, is the head of the Democratic Party? Because if you want so, then you would vote within your state because it gives you more power to do that. Caroline, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Do you know what Patterson, Passaic, New Jersey
listen
is?
to this.
Backstage before a show.
Oh my
Owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Lee, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
I don't think he said 15. Did he say 15 years old?
No, victims came out and specifically indicated that there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old.
Okay, but I mean, I guess you could put that in the wrong context, but I don't think he tried to put it in the wrong context.
What? What do you mean in the
but
wrong
listen.
context? He's walking about him barging into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls.
Actually, he just said he was inspecting them.
That is the wrong context.
But okay, but do you know what Patterson, Passaic, New Jersey is?
Patterson, New Jersey?
Yes.
What is the relevance to what I just said?
Okay,
What
so
just
I live
brought
a town over from that, and you know how Kamala is like all for black men and all that, like,
Whoa,
we're gonna
what
give
is
them
this
all
pivot?
small businesses.
What is this pivot?
No, I'm just saying, like, this is you're trying to get me to vote for
because
it.
are you saying that Donald Trump isn't for black men?
I'm saying she is. That's her part of her agenda, I guess. That's her main reason.
Yeah, is it part of Donald Trump's agenda?
Actually, he has been helping out black people.
Okay, can you name how he helped black men?
Actually, in Patterson, there was a lot more money flow. Streets were cleaner.
What policy did he pass that benefit black men?
Dude, I don't fucking know. I told you I don't get too involved with that bullshit.
Okay.
Like I'm not.
Okay, so
I'm
that's
not voting.
that's what I thought. All right, now listen to this.
But
This
no, but
specifically, listen to this.
Oh
This
my
specifically
gosh.
is one of the victims of the pageant.
At the dress rehearsal and half naked, changing into our bikinis, to have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him.
Jennifer, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And Lee, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
So can we talk about Patterson now?
You're just gonna ignore that.
So that was her main agenda, right? Like on her main thing. So she has been vice president for 4 years. Patterson has gone greatly
You
down.
understand
There's
that's
actually
one of her. That's one of her
crime
agendas.
every day.
That's one of her
There's nothing
agendas.
to help them.
And crime. What about crime? Right? Do you think that they caused crime
Went
to go up?
way up.
Wait. Do you think Donald Trump is a law and order president?
What?
Is Donald Trump the law and order president?
He supports the law.
Okay. Would you let violent offenders get access to guns?
Violent offend, like people have been arrested before?
People who are violent offenders, like held civilly liable of, like, say, sexually abusing a woman. Like, would you let them get access to guns?
Actually, no, probably
You
not.
wouldn't?
Maybe.
Okay, so but you'd let them run for president and vote for them, right? And let them get access to the nuclear codes?
Does Trump own a gun? Did he ever say that?
Wait, no, but you're voting for him, right? And or not voting against him, right? Which means you're increasing the likelihood that he's going to get access to nuclear weapons when you don't trust violent offenders with guns. So if you don't trust them with guns, why would you trust them with nuclear fucking weapons?
Are we really talking about nuclear weapons right now, or are we trying to talk about Patterson?
Is it possible for you to understand what I'm telling you, or should I kick you and go on to the next person because you're not smart enough?
You're just like going on random things, like
Respectfully,
nuclear.
I'm
How
not
does
saying
this
random
escalate to
things. I'm not
nuclear?
saying crazy things. I'm not saying things that aren't easily understandable. You can easily
But how does this
understand what I'm telling
escalate
you
to
right now.
nuclear weapons?
Listen,
I don't get
if
that.
if you don't trust a violent offender with a gun, you would not trust them with nuclear weapons. Lewis, thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription.
Okay, but my point is Kamala and Biden. Kamala was vice president for 4 years. She has done nothing for Patterson, the town over for me, actually.
I'm going to go
or
insane.
Passaic.
I'm going to go insane.
The next town over for me.
If you don't answer my question, I'm going to kick you.
What's the question?
Okay, if you wouldn't let a violent offender get access to a gun, why would you trust them with a nuclear weapon?
Repeat?
If you don't trust violent offenders with access to guns, why would you trust them with nuclear weapons?
I also said it depends on the person, I guess.
Okay, so what violent offenders should be able to get access to guns? You think
Someone
people
that
held civilly
wasn't
liable of
involved-
sexually abusing women should be able to get access to guns?
Dude, like he wasn't a sexual abuser.
Do you think people held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman should be able to get access to guns?
Did they use a gun on her?
I think
Like, did they use guns on her?
Okay, so you think people held civilly liable of sexually abusing women should be able to get guns?
It depends for what.
For anything.
Don't they
You think-
ask
you think-
questions? Like, don't they,
Well,
before
Joseph,
you buy a gun, don't they ask questions of what
Joseph.
you're using it for?
Yeah, I understand. Is there any context in which you think someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman should be able to get access to a gun?
I said it depends.
Yeah, just give me this.
Because
give me
they
the
ask
scenario.
the state.
What
The
depends
state
on what?
actually gives you a test. They ask you
Wait,
questions.
Joseph,
they make
I'm
you
not
wait
asking what the
5 to
state.
6 months.
Joseph, I'm not asking what the state currently does. I'm asking you: do you think, right, that violent offenders, such as individuals that are held civilly liable of sexually abusing women, should be able to get access to guns? And you're saying it depends. So you're saying in some scenarios,
If
yes.
they didn't use a gun to sexually abuse a woman, I guess it depends. Like if they
think
could be
so?
hunting, they could be using it in a safe just in case someone breaks in their house.
Someone held civilly liable of beating their wife. If they didn't use a gun to beat their wife, should
Dude.
they be able to get access to a gun? Push the hand art.
So he did use a gun.
I said
No,
someone-
then no.
Listen to what's coming out of my mouth. I said,
Okay, I'm listening.
Someone who did not use a gun, who was held civilly liable of beating their wife, should they be able to get access to a gun?
No.
Okay, but they didn't use a gun. I thought that was your reasoning.
I just said no. They're not liable to get a gun. No.
Okay, so the point is no matter whether or not they used a gun in their violent crime, if they've committed a violent crime, they shouldn't be able to get access to a gun. So you agree, violent offenders, those held civilly liable of sexually abusing women, should not be able to get guns, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
So
would
then
say so.
why would you say that if you don't trust them with guns, that they should be able to get nuclear weapons?
Trump doesn't. He
Michelle,
never
thank
said
you
he
so much
owns
for the galaxy.
guns.
Thank you so much. Hey, I'm not saying he owns
He never-
guns.
he never said he
I'm
owned
saying, I'm
guns.
saying if you don't trust him with guns, why would you
But
trust him with
he
nuclear?
doesn't own guns. Like he doesn't. That's
Hey, Joseph,
really not.
I understand. I understand. Listen, I'm
like
saying
there's also we have like commanders. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
Joseph. I'm gonna say this one more time. If you don't get it, I'm gonna kick you. Okay, listen, Cammy, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. If you don't trust them with guns, why would you trust them with nuclear weapons?
That doesn't even make sense. This
That
has
doesn't
nothing to
make
do with
sense,
nuclear
Joseph.
weapons.
Yeah,
there's like commanders that control that stuff, right? There's like chiefs, commanders, lieutenants, all that stuff. Like,
Does the president
he
have
decides
access to the nuclear
some of the
codes?
stuff.
Does the president have access to the nuclear codes? Did Truman have to do that?
I guess, but doesn't he have to go through like a lot of people to do something like that?
Advisors.
Yeah, he can't do that by himself.
So yes, he actually how did Truman do it?
Harry Truman, is that what his name is?
Yes.
Yeah, I actually wasn't alive in the whatever 40s
Wow,
it was.
really? I had no clue. I thought you were. Holy fuck, dude.
I don't know actually.
I'm just gonna kick you, Joseph. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't do it, man. I can't do it, Chad. That was unbelievable. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Michelle, thank you so much for the $150 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Michelle in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. That is incredibly nice of you. Thank you so much. Thank you for what you're doing for our country. Team Parker, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Michelle. Thank you. Thank you. W's for Michelle in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Michelle. Jess, are you voting Trump?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. How old are you?
No, I'm 21. I'm trying to get my dad to debate you.
Is your dad there to debate me right now? I can't hear you currently, Jess. All right, is your dad right there to debate me? Okay, all right, Jess. I can't hear you right now, by the way.
His name's Ron. He's trying to request you to join.
Okay, I'll make sure to look. I'll make sure to look, Jess. Thank you. Carolyn, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 24, bro.
Are you voting Trump? Why are you voting Trump? Sorry.
Because I like money, bro.
Okay, you like money. Okay, well, we'll talk about that in a second. Ron, are you voting Trump?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
There we go, Ron.
Okay. All right. Okay. So Carolyn, let me ask you a question. Right. Do you make under $400,000 a year?
How much?
Under 400K?
Yeah.
A year? Okay. So your taxes will go up under Trump, but they won't go up under Kamala Harris. So if you like money, then you should vote for Kamala Harris. Because Trump wants universal tariffs that will cause your prices to go up. Gas, groceries, right? Housing development, everything that you buy.
But isn't he gonna lower it on commission?
Is he gonna lower what?
Lower tax on commission and cash.
You mean tips, right? So is Kamala Harris. Where's the turkey face?
Well,
They
she
both
didn't
support
start saying that
Besides
until.
Regardless,
Trump said that,
they
right?
support the same policy. And Donald Trump didn't say it until after Ron Paul and Bernie Sanders.
I don't know who those guys are, but what's it called? What you were saying earlier, like, you know, how you wouldn't trust the offender with nuclear weapons. Well, I mean, didn't we already give it to him for 4 years and he like proved that?
Yeah, that's like saying someone held civilly liable of domestic violence has never used a gun in a violent crime, yet I still don't trust them with a gun because they're a violent offender. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't, because if
it doesn't make sense. So you think people who have beat women without guns should be able to get guns?
Well, I mean, if they beat women without guns, what does it matter if they have a gun?
Do you see what I fucking mean? You are insane if you think people who beat women should be able to get guns. That's fucking ridiculous.
Well, I don't control that, and I don't think that they should, but that's the world we live in. They can.
No, actually, the Supreme Court indicates violent offenders. The Supreme Court indicates violent offenders shouldn't be able to get guns.
Okay, so then why can they?
They can't. You can't. If you're a violent offender, right? You cannot get access to a gun, right?
So then, what's your point then?
My point is an ethical point, right? The ethical point specifically, right, is so that, like, if you don't trust them with guns, you wouldn't trust them with nuclear weapons. It's a clear analogy for you to be able to.
Why wouldn't you trust Trump with a gun?
He's a violent offender, and he wanted a nuke hurricane.
What did he do? Like,
held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
Okay, and so because of that, you don't.
Yeah. Do you think sexual abuse? So do you think sexual abusers should be able to get guns?
I mean, that's like a tricky question because obviously, like, I mean, if he touched a girl and she said he sexually abused her.
No, he forcibly penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. What are you laughing at? Do you think grape is funny?
No, I think.
Why are you laughing at that?
I think you're pretty funny.
What's funny? What's funny? Why are you laughing? You sound crazy as fuck.
I mean, because like whatever happened, but I mean, not saying that it's okay. It's just that obviously
whatever happened. Not saying it's okay.
Most of the world already moved past that. I mean,
most of the world moved past that. It's not your right to move past that. It's sexual abuse. Do you think rapists should be in prison for the rest of their life?
If they got to serve whatever time they got to serve, yeah.
How long do you think their sentence should be?
I don't know. I'm not a judge. I'm not.
Do you think that rapists should be able to get out of prison?
I know where you're going with this. He probably paid something, but you know, she probably also could have denied that and sent him to prison.
No, there was no settlement. There's no settlement. We're talking about civil court because there was statute of limitations on a criminal court. So I'm asking you, do you think sexual abusers, rapists, should be able to get out of prison?
Well, I mean, I don't think it matters what I think. It matters what is actually happening.
See how we can't answer the question?
What's your point of like
that? That's a damning non-answer.
That's a what?
That's a damning non-answer.
What does that mean?
Are you?
Am
I on mute on hold?
No,
or
you're
what?
still here.
Because,
yeah, go ahead, Ron.
Well, he wasn't criminally he wasn't criminally charged with it. So what you need for a civil charge is totally different for criminal. So you can't say somebody's criminal. You should have jailed them they need to charge him on a criminal level to jail him on a criminal level.
Sure.
The civil thing is irrelevant. It's completely
It's not irrelevant.
Ron.
Like, let me ask you a question. When your daughter was younger, would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, like, babysit her?
I wouldn't let anybody I didn't know and trust completely. It wouldn't, based on their record.
Have you hired a babysitter?
The relationship. I don't know. Not when I didn't know. I've always had people I know and trusted watch my kids. I wouldn't just. But the point is the right thing. Unless it's criminal,
How about this? No, I'll ask you this question. Would you let them? Would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman be a gym teacher?
Anything civil is bullshit, right? I mean, civil is bullshit.
So you would?
Civil cannot be used as a criteria for a job because the statutes are not even the same. What do you got? How much guilt do you got?
Wait, so Ron,
51% guilt. 51% guilt on a civil case.
To clarify, Ron, if you were a business owner, you would hire someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. You'd hire them.
Again, I don't believe civil should even be part of the equation. I don't know.
So you would hire them.
Obviously, I don't believe civil should be on any record that anybody could find.
Okay, so you would hire them, yes or no?
I believe I should not know about a civil case.
No, if you wouldn't hire them, why not?
What are you talking about?
Why wouldn't you hire them if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Civil, because civil is not proof without doubt.
Okay, sure.
Proof. It's not proof without doubt. So the whole civil thing is.
That's not because it doesn't meet that standard. That's only because of statute of limitations,
No, it does.
which means
It does.
Listen. It's only
What's the
because
standard? What's the standard for civil? What's the standard for criminal?
Yes, I'll explain it to you. I promise. Right?
Okay.
The statute for criminal, specifically in terms of standard of evidence, is beyond a reasonable doubt. The statute, specifically in terms of standard of evidence for civil courts, is preponderance of evidence. But because it met the standard of preponderance of evidence, that doesn't mean that it doesn't meet the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. Because the only reason it couldn't be tried in a criminal court is because of the statute of limitations of 5 years for sexual abuse, which is ridiculous. If someone has committed sexual abuse 6 years ago, they should still be tried in a criminal court.
I agree.
Okay, but that's what happened with Trump, and I think that there is a very good argument.
But it wasn't tried in a criminal court, so it's
Ron,
irrelevant.
I don't think that's necessary. For example, the reason why I don't think that's necessary is because you wouldn't trust them being gym teachers. You wouldn't trust them hiring them for your business. You wouldn't trust them being your kid's babysitter. If you wouldn't trust them in any of those settings, why would you trust them as president of the United States?
Well, for one, again, I don't believe a civil guilty or whatever it's not even guilty, right? It's just a civil liability proves guilt. Now, as far as would I hire them or would I not hire them? First of all, the
Hold
role
up, Carolyn, listen.
The role of a gym teacher is a lot different than the role of a president. The role of a gym teacher, you're giving your kids to them. A role of a president, you are not giving your kids to them. They're making rules for the country. It has nothing to do
which influences your children, right? Because they're the president of the United States. When I was a child, right, I looked up to the president of the United States. So do you want your kids looking up to someone who's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
I would not want my kids looking up to someone civilly. However, again, you can't trust our judicial system at this point, especially in New York State. Everything's political. Everything's political. Yeah, I do believe in the death penalty.
Okay, so the criminal justice system, right, and the jury system is so likely to be right that you're willing to kill the people that they hold guilty, but not if it's Donald Trump?
No, if he was convicted guilty and went through his appeal processes, and was guilty of criminal sexual abuse, then he should be put to death. Trump or anybody else.
Okay, but like in terms of civil liability, again, as it relates to civil liability, you wouldn't trust people held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman with a gun. You wouldn't, right?
What's that? Say again?
Would you trust someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman with a gun?
Why? Hold somebody.
I think we would not, Parker, but But
Wait,
like
wait,
I
what
said,
I don't understand
he
the
has
question.
kind of
Like
proven
for here, let me
the
clarify,
fact
Carolyn.
that
Let
he's
me
already had them and didn't do nothing.
Carolyn,
with it.
we can talk about that in a second, right? But let me clarify the question to Ron. Ron,
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that someone who has been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for forcibly penetrating a woman's vagina against their will, they shouldn't legally be able to get access to a gun because they're a violent offender, right? Do you think that they should be able?
I don't believe in civil suits for rape. I think that's silly. You're the criminal. It's a money grab. It's a money grab. So why would you try someone civil? If someone raped my daughter, I don't care about getting $1 million for them. My whole effort is going to be criminal with them.
Yeah, but the thing is, they couldn't hold him criminally responsible
If you
because
can't
of this.
hold them criminal
Ron,
responsible,
listen.
then they cannot be held
Ron.
accountable. You can't.
Yes,
you
they
cannot
can. Yes,
hold
they can.
anybody accountable.
Listen, Ron. Let me give you an example. Right in
Look,
New
change
York.
the laws. No, until you change the laws. If you say there's a
Ron, I
statute of
have to be able to explain
limitation.
this to you.
Okay, go ahead.
So in New York, right, there are certain laws that have statute of limitations on rape, right, for children, right? Children were assaulted, right, and because they didn't come out right away, they weren't able to hold their abusers accountable. The change in terms of the law allowed for them to hold their abusers accountable in the context of civil courts. Thousands of different people held their abusers accountable because of the Child Survivors Act. Would you overturn that because it's in a civil court? Every single one of those cases?
First of all, that act was. When was that act created? That act was created just for this whole trial because he's the only one.
No,
that was ever...
the Child Survivors Act had nothing to do with Trump.
Either way, if you want someone to be liable, not liable from a financial standpoint, you either got to try it from a criminal. If they're not convicted as a criminal, they're not a criminal. You can sue them for whatever the hell you want for calling you a name. It doesn't matter.
Respectfully, Ron, you're not listening. Right?
No,
I'm telling you,
criminal.
Ron, listen. Right? I just told you there are cases in New York where they weren't able to try them criminally because of statute of limitations, which means it's been too many.
They need to fix the laws. They need to fix the laws.
Ron, I need you to listen to me, or I'm going to kick you from the stream because you're not listening to me, and I'm trying to make a very simple point here. It's really not a difficult point. So I need you to listen to the point so that I can make it real quick so that you can understand what I'm saying. Okay, the law has been fixed since then, but what I'm telling you is at that time, right, prior to this, right, there were statute of limitations in place. That means that they could not apply that in terms of criminal, right? So in terms of criminal, right, they can't apply it, but they were in terms of civil. Because it was only in a civil court, would you overturn the thousands of different cases where the people, right, who were assaulted by individuals in the Catholic Church when they were minors to hold their abusers accountable decades later?
Financially accountable?
What do you mean?
You only hold them financially accountable by going to a civil case.
Yeah, that's as much as we possibly can do.
That's not accountable. That's not accountable. I mean, so no. I would not allow civil rape cases because
so you would overturn all those cases.
What's the point?
So your point is you would overturn all of those rape cases, all of those children that then held their abuser accountable later in life. All of their cases should be overturned, and they should be pay their abusers back the money.
Because $100 is already going to fix it.
Ron, so should the people who are abused have to pay back the money to their abusers?
I don't know. No, I could say no. Okay, so
why not? So you're saying the civil court determination is justified?
So okay, no. So I'm backtracking a little bit. Okay, so civil is right? If you infringe on my benefits and it's not criminal and it cost me some undue harm, I'm due for some money, right? I mean, that's fine. And you can sue people for civil all you want, but you can't punish them from a government standpoint because of something civil. If you're not prosecuting them on a criminal level, they are not a criminal.
I get
you
Ron.
cannot be
He
criminal.
actually is a criminal. Trump is a criminal because of the 34 felonies he's been convicted of.
Well, those are going to be all overturned, and those are...
Parker, I want to hear why we should vote for Kamala, bro.
Kamala?
Nah, we don't. We know.
Kamala.
There's no reason
Yeah, I
for
got
that.
you. No, I can explain, Ron. Listen. So so you guys didn't respond to those points, but we can talk about that in here in a second. I'll explain the policies and the things that she's good at. So she influenced to get passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act.
But what are those?
I'm explaining. The bipartisan infrastructure bill invested in roads and bridges. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Getting lead out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water. Expanding EV infrastructure. Right. Expanding high-speed broadband access. So universal high-speed broadband access across the entire nation. The PACT Act expanded access. The PACT
She's got
Act
a lot of people on the internet now.
Yeah, so the PACT Act expanded veterans' access to healthcare to 1 million veterans, right? Specifically for those who were exposed to burn pits abroad and toxic substances, right? And then also the CHIPS and Science Act invested in American manufacturing in the United States, specialized manufacturing for chips production, which will bring us up to 20% global production of chips, right? And then the Inflation Reduction Act had the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for seniors or people on Medicare. Right. It is also the case that she's advocating for a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18, $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting up, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, allowing Medicare to negotiate drug pricing, right? Expanding access to the ACA. Appreciate the hand heart. Thank you so much. Right. Those are all policies she's advocating for.
Okay.
And then also, right,
and what has she like helped done in the past 4 years that she's been vice president?
Yeah, Carolyn, I literally just told you. I actually literally just explained that to you.
So
How many people has she gotten
I
that
thought those were
internet
things
to?
she was gonna do. I thought those were
And
things.
that
I know. I
$35
explained
cap
the
was-
things she did
was
do,
Trump.
and then I explained what she wanted to do.
The $35 cap on insulin was Trump.
No,
And
that
how
was
many
only
people
that
did
was
she
only for
get out-
certain people. Listen, Ron, that was only for certain people on Medicare, right? The Inflation Reduction Act expanded it to all people on Medicare, and it was permanent.
How many people did she get out of the internet, and how much money did she spend?
What? The Inflation Reduction Act was deficit reducing.
No, you were saying that how many people she was in charge of getting on the internet.
Oh
Putting
yeah, the
internet to all.
universal broadband access.
Yeah,
So you're
how's
talking about
that
how much
going?
did the infrastructure bill cost, or how much did the high speed broadband access cost? Because I can find that if you'd like.
High speed,
okay.
and how many people has using that?
I can find that if you'd like. I just told you what the bill was. I can find the numbers if you'd like. Valerie, thank you for the dollar. Thank you so much, Sydney. Thank you for the dollar. Tree, thank you for $5.
He was found not guilty of sexual offense.
Oh, that person's lying in the back, by the way. So that's not true. The jury verdict said that they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. What you're thinking about is in terms of the statute above that says grape, right? But under New York law at that time, that doesn't make sense because it was still forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will. That's how we typically use the term. And the only way that it was defined under law at that time is if you used a male member to forcefully penetrate a female member against their will. So do you think that someone using their fingers to forcefully penetrate a woman's vagina
an
against her will
accusation.
is grape?
Accusation.
Ma'am, do you think that's grape? Yes or no?
Accusation. I think it's an accusation, and he was found innocent,
Yeah, you sound like you're not answering the
not
question.
guilty. It had nothing to do with a statute of limitation.
Obviously, forceful is
Is
forceful.
she not
either
smart
way.
enough to answer the question? I'm confused. Push the
I looked it
potato.
up.
She believes that he was found innocent
Is
of that.
forceful
He
penetration
was.
of
It
a
wasn't statute of limitation.
Ron?
Forceful is forceful.
I don't know what her name is, but can I ask her the question?
That was the accusation against him.
Listen. Is
was
that? But
dropped.
I understand you think it's an accusation. No, it was not dropped. You are making this up. I don't know where you learned this from. Fucking like Twitter or Facebook. Like, listen. Right? Forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will, utilizing someone's fingers, is still grape. Do you agree with me? That's grape.
I agree with you. However, again, until it's criminal,
Yes, it's horrible. It's
I believe it has merit until it's
Yep.
criminal.
Yeah, Ron, and I understand that you think that it doesn't have merit until it's
Guilty
criminal,
of that
but you
accusation.
dispute that yourself because you think that all of the money shouldn't be given back from the people that held their abusers accountable, who were children who were assaulted.
You should be able to sue somebody.
Wait. So if you think that civil courts don't have legitimate foundation, well, then you think all of them should be overturned. Here's the babe crying. You don't think all of them should be overturned, which means you think that they have some legitimate ground.
I think there's a different standard. I get it.
I never disputed that.
So if as long as there's a different standard, then you can hold him civilly responsible without holding him criminally responsible and punishing him from.
Yeah, I believe he would be held criminally responsible if the statute of limitations
You
wasn't
believe
passed.
it, but I believe OJ would be held criminally responsible. But he was,
He
you can
wasn't,
believe whatever
actually.
you want. He wasn't.
He actually
Right,
wasn't.
and
But
neither was
but
Trump,
like, I
and
mean,
neither
do you
was
think
Trump.
OJ was guilty?
Either was Trump. It doesn't matter what I
Is
say.
OJ guilty?
What matters what you can prove.
Is OJ guilty? Yes or no?
I don't know. I have no
You don't
clue.
know?
No.
Is
I
Epstein
don't.
guilty?
I don't know. From what I hear,
You don't
from what
know?
I hear, yes.
Precisely. You don't know if Epstein is guilty.
No, I do not because I haven't followed the case.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ, dude. Was Hitler
Well, if I-
guilty?
Who?
Was Hitler guilty?
Hitler guilty of what?
Genocide?
Hello?
I mean, you talking about criminally guilty or just guilty on a moral level?
Either, because both of them are true. Appreciate the dad. Because it's not only against international law, but it's also like immoral.
I don't know. I'm not getting as far as Hitler goes. I mean, whatever. I'm sure Hitler was a bad guy, right? I mean, I don't study World War II, but yeah, genocide's bad, right? Genocide's bad. But we're talking about a judicial system, and if someone's convicted guilty on a criminal level, they're guilty on a criminal level, and therefore should be punished accordingly.
Yeah,
if they're guilty on a civil level, they should be held
listen.
accountable on a civil level, a monetary level, and he's held guilty on a monetary level. So there you go, monetary. But now you want to convey that into other things. It goes beyond monetary. You have to prove criminal to start punishing him on a criminal level. Go ahead.
Yeah, so let me ask you this question. So you think someone held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating a woman's vagina against her will should be able to get access to a gun?
Civilly, yes.
Okay, so someone held civilly liable of beating their wife should be able to get a gun?
Civilly, yes. Anything civil. For one, I don't believe in guns. I believe in felons. As far as a felon goes, once you paid your debt to society, you should go back and get all the same rights you always had.
Wait, but no,
So
but
if you-
listen,
if you charge it- so if you're a felon and you get charged to 7 years-
last question, Ron, last question. Do you think someone held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating a child against their will should be able to get a gun?
That's silly. It should be criminal. It should be criminal.
No,
if you have
I'm
enough
asking,
evidence.
Listen, Ron, listen. But people held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating a child against their will, should they be able to get a gun?
People should only be, the whole civil versus criminal. Why not criminal? I don't know why people charge people civilly
Dude, this guy
and
can't answer
not
questions.
criminal.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you again. Someone held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating a child against their will, should they be able to get a gun legally?
You're not a lawyer.
I believe
I don't need to be a lawyer,
it should
man.
be civil. It should be. It should be criminal. Anybody who did misconduct to a kid should be charged on a criminal level. Bottom line, civil is civil. I mean,
Ron, I'm going to ask you one more question before I
why
kick you if
would
you don't
not
answer
you
the
get-
question.
if
Okay?
you can't prove the burden of guilt for criminal, then you.
Ron, I have already explained to you statute of limitations multiple times. It wasn't even tried. Okay? Now, Ron, I'm going to ask you one more question. Okay? Very basic question. Do you think someone held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating a child against their will should be able to get a gun? Michael, think of this description. Do you think they should be able to get a gun legally? Here's the Andar. Ron, unmute your mic. Click the profile picture in the bottom right and then click the microphone. And then, yeah, there you go. Ron, so should they be able to get a gun? Here's the Panther Clause.
So you're saying civilly?
Civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, forcefully penetrating a child against their will, should they be able to
I
get a gun?
believe
legally?
unless you can convict somebody criminally, you can't use that against them. There's a different standard.
So yes, they should be able to get a gun?
Unless you can prove them guilty, yes, they should not be punished for some civil.
So let's clarify what you just said, Ron. You just said, right, all the thousands of people in New York that were held civilly liable of graping children should be able to get guns. You think people held civilly liable of forcefully
Again, I
penetrating
believe
children against
civil
their will
standards-
should be able to get
I
guns?
think the civil standard of guilt
The law.
is not good enough.
This is the party of law and order, by the way.
The civil, you got to hold them to the same standard. You can't put a different
What happened to law and
standard on
order? Right? I thought we were
Charge
tough on
them
crime.
criminally.
I thought you were
Charge them
tough on crime.
criminally.
So
Charge them
Parker,
criminally.
Parker, I was looking, so I've seen that. Obviously, do you think sex trafficking is okay?
No. Katie, thank you so much for the $5.
It
Devin, thank you for
has-
the $1. Miranda, thank you for the
it has
$2.
seemed to
Susan, thank you for the $1.
increase
Ashley,
in
thank you
the
so much for the
past
$5.
year.
Faith, thank you for the $2. And Tabby, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. Has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration. Appreciate that message.
How if it happened like specifically when the border was opened and allowed a bunch of migrants to come in, like that
How'd they
was
open the
that
border?
administration.
What policy opened the border?
I believe it was one of Trump's policies ending, but
which one?
Why couldn't they just close it again.
Which policy ended?
To be honest, I'm not. You're a smart guy, bro. I know you can tell me.
No, okay. So Title 42 was a COVID era policy. It has nothing to do with specifically Trump.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
and that was COVID. Laney, I appreciate the $1.
Yeah, but why didn't they help to stop it or help to close up the border, man? Like I live on a border.
They did
town,
try to
so
do that. You want me to tell you what they did?
I was actually
they
able to
called
see
people.
all of that.
So there was Congress. Congress was meeting up to engage in a bipartisan immigration bill. Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine that bipartisan immigration bill.
And there's proof of that.
Yes, he said blame it on me if the border bill fails. Specifically, Mitch McConnell said it. Lindsey Graham said it. Right? Langford said it, who was a Trump endorsed Republican who helped write the bill. Amber, I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much.
Man, you're
and
good.
Samantha, yes, I have. Thank you.
You're making me take the L here, bro. Now, let me ask you this one. All right. I'm 24. Me voting for Kamala, what would that do for me?
Yeah,
Kamala.
so she wants to. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. She wants to give a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. So help you buy a home. She wants to specifically, increase tax cuts, increase tax credits for people starting families. Do you want to start a family?
I already did. I have a son.
Yeah, so you'll get more money, right, back in taxes because of her plan. Whereas Donald Trump will cause your prices to go up, your gas, your groceries, everything to go up in price.
But I've honestly seen that kind of more after
happened under the Biden-Harris administration. Yeah. That happened globally, everywhere around the world: Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. That happened because of COVID. Has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration, but the Biden-Harris administration is blamed for it. So why do we blame the Biden-Harris administration for the economic effects caused by the pandemic, but not the Trump administration for the economic effects caused by the pandemic?
But I get what you mean for sure. But something that I do see them say is they actually don't acknowledge it. The fact that inflation has increased and it has gone up. Even if
I have plenty of clips. People meme her saying prices have gone up. People meme that. I've seen it on plenty of occasions. Everyone saw her say that. They acknowledge that prices have gone up.
Okay, and what is she doing to help us lower those prices? Because to be honest, I've seen
the president doesn't lower prices. The president can try to make certain things more affordable by passing policy, but she cannot do anything meaningful to cause the price to go down. That's just not how it works, right? What deals with price stability is the Federal Reserve. And also, you don't want prices necessarily to come down within that fashion. Push the turkey face. You want wages to go up, accounting for the inflation, which has happened, actually. We have higher real median wages right now than we did Q4 2019.
Yeah, but the wages haven't been keeping up with the inflation for sure.
Yeah, real median wages means median wage increase accounting for inflation.
I mean, dude, I think you closed me at this point.
You gonna vote for Harris? Well, who's talking to you?
Oh, this is Carolyn, actually.
Oh, okay.
She says she needs those borders closed,
She is? Okay, so then why is Donald Trump calling people in Congress to undermine the largest bipartisan border bill in the past 20 to 30 years? Is it because he cares more about running on the border as an issue or actually fixing the issue? Push that mustache.
I mean, it's probably more so he can run on the issue, right? I feel like, man, I just feel like they're all, obviously they all kind of do stuff to.
Do you want them to run on the issue or to fix the issue? Because if they're just running on the issue and they're not fixing it, that means they don't actually care about the issue. So what does it mean for them to run on the issue if they're not going to actually try to fix it?
Yeah, I mean, and I agree. And the only reason I had brought it up was because, like I said, since they've been in office, I kind of haven't seen them fix too much. I do know that it was the Texas National Guard that came and closed up the border to stop.
They didn't close the border. They were impeding upon federal jurisdiction and enforcing the border. The issue with the border right now is not undocumented immigrants. The issue with the border right now is asylum. Okay, because people who are coming to the country can just claim asylum, push the naughty chicken in, because the asylum process is so backed up. It takes years for us to go through those asylum claims. if it is the case they don't have a valid asylum claim, which is about 60% of the time. So about 40% of people coming here have valid asylum claims.
Okay, so you're saying kind of like Trump kind of put a stop to that so that he can say he was going to fix it?
Yeah. He doesn't want to like actually do anything. He just literally put a stop to the bill because he wants the recognition for it. And that's like his main thing to running on, right?
Oh, to be honest, I don't like pay too much attention. I just like kind of go based off ear, but I also don't have like too much social media, so I don't also see like everyone's sides points of view, or I just kind of see like little things here and there. That's why I don't know too much.
Yeah, and that's totally fine. The thing is, right, we're like right out near the election, Bruce the Handart. Like, you got to make your decision like now, right? And one thing I can tell you is that I used to be a Trump supporter. I grew up in a conservative Christian household, and I've gone through a bunch of different ideologies. I'm super open-minded. I've been involved in politics a lot this administration, and talking to Trump supporters literally every single day for hours every single day, right? I can undoubtedly tell you that Kamala Harris is better for the economy, better for character, better for policy, better for basically every aspect, right? There's almost no aspects in which you can say that Trump is better at Harris in.
No, that's wild. I mean, based off all the points you've given me, right, I can't obviously contend that. So pretty sure you got my vote as of now. But one thing that just popped up into my head is I had seen a video of like Kamala Harris saying that there was no like active troops, and then some is like a funny.
By the way, I would just recommend just saying Harris. You're fine. But
okay, yeah, because I keep saying
her name is Kamala. Think about it this way: like Camala,
Kamala, but Harris. So I saw her say like that there was no active troops, but then it was literally like some troops in like a tent or something. And then they're like, well, what the heck are we? Have you seen, has she said anything about that, or, you know, kind of like mentioned it at least?
Say that one more time, sorry.
So basically in the debate, I believe she said that there was no active troops out in a war zone.
Oh yeah, that was wrong. Totally agree. That's wrong. There were people in conflict areas.
Yeah, because I saw like the guys in a tent, and they're like,
yeah, I think what she was trying to say was that there wasn't deaths in any conflict regions, right? During like a specific year, because in 2022 there were no deaths in conflict regions. Oh, does she want to talk to me? Does Carolyn want to talk?
Yeah, she does. She has a question.
That's totally fine. Go for it.
Okay. I wanted to ask, under Kamala's presidency, do you think the current war would end?
Her name is Harris, by the way. Which war specifically?
The war against Palestine.
Okay, so I don't think that there's going to be something that's completely or totally resolved with either administration. I don't think that we can say that's true, but I do think that there's going to be more likely to be peace and an effective solution in terms of a ceasefire, in terms of like holding different entities accountable if there is like a Kamala Harris presidency comparative to a Trump administration, because Trump supports Israeli expansionism to a greater degree than Kamala Harris does, right? And he says he wants peace, but the active policy that he supported in the region has increased the likelihood of conflict. We're still live on air.
Okay. Well, that was basically just my question, because right now, as vice president, I mean, the whole war is going on, and it's like a war on children. And if I don't like, I don't know, if I feel that it's happening under her vice presidency with Biden, then why not vote for Trump?
Yeah, so there's two things. One, Donald Trump wants to support them more, wants them to finish the job. Two, Kamala Harris not only has been advocating for a ceasefire and the hostages back, but has also specifically put a condition where that if they don't meet particular criteria for pulling out of Gaza, I appreciate the hint, that it is the case that there would be a weapons embargo, right? But it is set to happen after the election. Like a little bit after the election. That is not something that Trump has committed himself to. By the way, you are, she left. Okay. right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person, y'all.
Hey, I listened to you go through the whole thing with that other gentleman.
Dude, you're absolutely in the car, man. He's absolutely in the car. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Why do you have the Confederate flag in your bio? Or your profile picture?
Southern Heritage. Can you hear me?
You mean fighting for slavery?
No, Southern Heritage. It doesn't mean that for everybody.
Yeah, why do you wanna promote heritage of people who were traitors and wanted slavery?
We didn't want slavery.
That's what the Confederates wanted. They wanted the states' rights to do what? Own slaves.
Not technically, but
states' rights to own slaves. Okay, do you think that...
Did you get that from Fox News, buddy?
Do you think that slavery should be left up to the states?
No.
Okay, well, that's what the Confederates wanted. So why are you raising a Confederate flag, which actually the one you're raising in specific was created by the KKK?
How would you know that? It sounds like you're a little experienced on it.
Well, because I debate people on these topics, and I've learned about this from people who are very educated on the matter.
Okay, so that's besides the point. I don't want slaves. I'm actually a black man myself, you know.
Okay, so then why would you want to raise a Confederate flag knowing they fought specifically to enslave, right, people, right, just because of the color of their skin?
You're kind of backtracking a little bit. Are you avoiding having a conversation about Trump and Harris? I mean, we could talk about the flag, though, but it seems like...
Well, I mean, you decided to come up on my live with a Confederate flag in your profile picture, and I think that's important for us to address if you're going to come up here and try to argue that specifically Donald Trump is better than Kamala Harris, because it shows that likely you're supporting prejudice and oppression targeted towards marginalized communities because you're supporting Confederates, which promoted and effectively almost won for that type of policy. thank you so much for the $1.38. Dana, thank you so much for the $1. Sam, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, and Christy, thank you for the $1.
Yeah, so have you ever heard of reclaiming things? Like slurs have been reclaimed, cities, whatever.
Do you think Jewish people should raise the Nazi flag?
Well, hold on. Let me finish what I was saying. So slurs have been.
No, I'm just asking. Do you think Jewish people should raise the Nazi flag?
No.
Okay, so then what are you arguing?
Yeah, so you cut me off. So like I said, flags have been reclaimed as well. So it just means something different for us. It doesn't mean that we're fighting for slavery exactly. Obviously,
Okay. For example, right? This is going to be like a process, like from like an entire group of people, not just a claim from one individual in terms of this. Because if you want to look at this, it is the case that you would essentially be arguing that one person who's Jewish can argue for Nazism and raise the Nazi flag.
What? That makes no sense.
If someone is Jewish, they can raise the Nazi flag. You think that's okay and justified?
I just told you no.
Okay, so then why is it justified for you to raise the Confederate flag?
Yeah, so I just explained to you the difference. The Nazi flag was specifically, for the Nazis. This flag right here, it even meant something to, people that happen to be, black back in the day. So.
Oh, really? What did it mean?
It's just Southern heritage,
Yeah, so the Dixie flag that you're referencing that you actually have in your profile picture, that was created by the KKK. Do you know when it was created by the KKK?
Please educate me. You love the flag, so please educate me about it.
What do you mean I love the flag?
You obviously know a lot about it. I mean,
what do you mean I love the flag?
I'm saying you obviously know a lot about it. Is this because of your past?
What do you mean because of my past?
You as soon as I joined, the first thing I heard was you talking about how you were a big Trump supporter and everything like that. So I don't know if this is
I used to be. Wait, so are you saying Trump supporters are Confederates?
They can be many.
Oh, okay. So okay, is that the side you want to be on?
Well, hold on.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I came to talk to you again.
So you just decided.
What the fuck is this argument? It's absolutely crazy.
You started this argument. I wanted to come here and talk about Harris.
Yeah, because you have. I'm sorry. I don't want to talk about Trump and Harris with someone who has a Confederate flag in their profile picture and thinks it's okay and justified to argue that.
So we can't have the conversation.
No, Deja,
Okay.
thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, hold on.
Not without you explaining this, and actually taking it out of your profile picture.
Can I change my profile picture while we're on live?
Yeah.
All right, and then after that you'll get cooked on a
turkey face.
After that you'll be willing to get cooked on several times.
You can't cook me, but you still haven't explained why you think it's justified to do this.
Undoubtedly, I've came on here before and cooked you. Matter of fact,
Okay, thank you for $10. Oh, at least you admitted that you've been on the live before. Later, what, bro? I don't add people up who've already been on the live. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Plus, crazy, by the way, actually insane. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. All right, yo, thank you for the cap. Thank you so much, Stephen. Thank you for the turkey face. Thank you so much, Michelle. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Everyone follow me if you have not already. I go live literally every single day. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Thank you so much. I appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Hey, Park, I just got a question. Do you believe if Harris gets in that she's going to be running anything? She's pretty much a puppet.
Push the cap. Yeah, I think she'll be president if she wins.
She'll be president, but she ain't going to be running anything.
Why? And can you turn off your TV, please? I don't want to hear the TV in the background.
Copy that, brother.
Antonio, thank you so much for the $10. Roxanne, thank you so much for the $10. And Mike, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Just for Jay, thank you so much for the Maple Leaves. But can we get some W's from Mike in the comment section right now for the $50 on PayPal? Thank you so much. Okay.
If something would have happened to Trump, okay, if something didn't happen to Trump, she wouldn't be on the ticket, first of all.
Turkey face, thank you so much. Thank you for the scarecrow. Thank you so much, Michelle. I really appreciate the scarecrow. Thank you so much. Appreciate the IC as well. So actually, I think that Trump is a puppet. He's a puppet from people like Laura Loomer and Nick Fuentes.
Hold on. He's not a puppet.
Yep. He's a puppet.
President, okay? First of all, Harris should not even be on the tickets. No one ever even voted for her.
Wait, no. Why is Kamala Harris a puppet, but not her? Or not him?
Because if something would have happened to Trump, she would have never been on the ticket, first of all.
Where's that mustache? What do you mean to Trump? You mean to Biden?
No, I'm talking if they didn't take out, if they would have took out Trump, Biden would still be on the ticket. Since nothing happened to Trump, that's why Harris is on the ticket. And you don't believe that?
No. So Biden dropped out because he had no chance of winning.
No, he dropped out because
he had no chance of winning.
He couldn't even talk and he couldn't even express himself. So that's why.
Which people saw as like a disqualifying reason to not vote for Biden on the left, but for some reason you guys are still voting for a sexual abuser with cognitive decline that advocated for nuking hurricanes, that wants to be dictator on day one, that tried to coup the country, that tried to restrict women's access to abortion, that denies science as it relates to climate change, thinks the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. The guy you're voting for is delusional, cognitively declined, a threat to democracy and unfit to be president of the United States.
Why don't you just answer the question?
I've addressed every question. What question have I not answered?
If they would have took out Trump, do you think Harris would be on the ticket?
Tom, thank you so much for the $1. Yes.
You really believe
Tom,
that?
Thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Tom. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, I do.
Well, that's what you think. It's not the truth, though. And what are you going to do after the election? How are you going to make money now?
I had a platform prior to the election, right?
Oh, yeah, but this is what you're making most of your money doing this.
Okay.
Another thing.
I have a question. Can I per? How is Trump going to make his money while in prison?
He ain't going to prison.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll still be fine then. Kathy, thank you so much for the $5. I'm more likely to be fine after the election than Donald Trump is likely to not go to prison.
I want you to come back on here tomorrow after the election.
So tomorrow is the election.
Yeah, after the election, I want you to come
After the
back
election would be the next day, and you guys are going to be on here literally arguing that the election was stolen because you guys are such fucking babies that can't accept the election results.
Listen, I didn't tell you if I was. I did say I was for Trump, but I'm really not for Trump. I'm just
later.
telling you, Harris is a part.
First the chicken. Thank you so much. Then why the hell are you on my stream? And why the hell are you asking me how I'm gonna make my money after the election? Like what? You know what's up? How old are you? Push the Day of the Dead. Thank you so much. Isaac, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Holly, thank you so much for the superpower. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jonathan, for the $1. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, all right. Let's get this next person up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Follow me if you've not already. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting Trump?
Wait. I can't turn on my camera?
Christine, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, Christine. Thank you so much. No, you can't. Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I was trying to get the ladies to check me out. They're like, please, like, yo, every lady in here, follow me, please.
Shut the fuck up. Victoria, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. No, if you're voting for Trump, not a single woman in the live would want to talk to you. Okay? That's just how it is, right? Bro, you're gonna be single. You think women are voting for Trump? Women overwhelmingly vote for Harris. It's not even close. Push the Day of the Dead. Thank you so much. McDonald, are you voting Trump? Caroline, thank you so much for the $5. Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Mostly for, all right, this is like kind of taboo because people think this is more of like a 2016 standpoint of his, but with RFK and other people joining, I kind of think he's going to bring back more of the drain the swamp rhetoric, and I'm very against corruption and corporate lobbyism and
okay, so if he didn't drain the swamp the first time, why is he going to be able to do it the second time?
Well, he actually did pass an order, executive order, his first time in office, and it was I think it was a lifetime ban on administration officials lobbying, and he did eventually.
One, I'd like to see that policy. Push the cap. One, I'd like to see that policy. Two, as it relates to this, we can point to very clear things in terms of corruption. That if you think Donald Trump won the election, that he appointed corrupt judges that stole the election from him. Okay. He also asked for top fossil fuel execs to give him $1 billion from his first campaign, and if they did so, that he would give him $110 billion in tax cuts. That's corruption.
That is true, but a lot of people also do. I'm just mainly against lobbyism, and I know that Trump has done lobbyism in the past, but I think personally, with Ron Paul on his team now,
Leah,
or coming out to support him, I think that's also
Ron
a big.
Paul?
Yeah, Ron Paul.
Leah, think of the $5. Okay, well, I didn't hear Ron Paul was joining that, but I don't see how that's gonna.
He announced that like 2 days ago.
So to clarify, I don't think that Trump. I don't think that Trump is gonna. Wait. What you mean, Rand Paul, right?
No, not Rand Paul. His father, Ron Paul.
What? You think Ron Paul is? Push the corky. Is Ron Paul going to be on the Trump administration?
Yeah, he recently came out and said he wants to work with Elon Musk in the his weird department of.
Appreciate the farm the thing. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. So what policies do you think are good that he supports?
Well, cutting federal agencies that we don't exactly need, and I know FBI, CIA. I think we do need those, but there are hundreds of other agencies that are practically pointless.
Do you think that Joe Biden was too old?
Joe Biden was too old? Well, I don't think he's too old because my grandfather's like 85 and he has a lot of wit, but I do think that something was definitely wrong with Biden and the department. You know what I mean? Like he wasn't thinking right.
And there's nothing wrong with Trump?
Trump, I think there are some problems. He seems to be going from 2016 to now. I would say from the past, what has it been, 8 years? He's clearly had a bit of a decline, and that can't be denied.
Just some?
Well, yeah. What would you like to say? You got an opinion here?
Oh, yeah, I have a huge opinion.
All right, go ahead. I would like to hear what you say.
I got you. 1 second. Just give it like 2 seconds.
All right. You found a clip?
Yeah.
All right.
Also, mods, can you make sure the person in the chat gets banned who's doing that? Oh, here we go. Is it not going to play? Why is my TikTok not working? Work! What the fuck is it? It's not working.
Well, if you like, you can just explain the clip. It's fine. I believe you.
Hold up. No. I want. What is going on with my phone? Okay, so do you think windmills are dying in numbers never seen before? From
Windmills
sorry,
dying?
what do you think? Do you think whales are dying from
Whales.
windmills? All right, like never seen before.
Actually, that's kind of a good. It's funny you say that because I live right on the coast of New Jersey, and they're trying to build these windmills up and down the coast, right? You heard about this? And there has been.
So you think windmills are
I thought
causing
you said
whales to
whales.
die?
Never mind. I thought you said whales. What are you talking about?
Do you think Listen.
All right. Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear you correctly.
But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up and show. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy. They're driving the whales, I think, a little batty.
All right, can I elaborate?
What about this? Okay, go ahead.
All right, well, that's obviously a huge hyperbole. They're not coming up weekly. I live here. I'm not you know what I mean? I can see it. But there's only been probably, I think, 3 to 5 in the past year. But weekly is a huge overstatement. But yeah, he is slightly correct. People theorize that it's from the offshore windmills being constructed, but there's no evidence to say so.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of like exactly the point. Is that
I'm saying it's a theory. It's a
Kathy,
theory.
thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Kathy. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Kathy.
What would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there? By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards. Or here, do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. I'm not getting near the shark.
Push the cap. Is that coherent?
Kind of. It sounded like if he was in a boat and there's a shark coming, he'd prefer to get electrocuted than get in the water with a shark.
Yeah, can you tell me how that's going to electrocute you? Push the money gun.
I don't know. Trump's not exactly a smart guy. We kind of know this. I'm not like talking to you, but this hasn't been the conversation here. I tried talking about corporate lobbyism. Somehow it shifted to age when I brought up Ron Paul. And I understand Ron Paul's old, but I don't know. He's like
he's like his late 80s, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. This is some like whataboutism. I wasn't exactly talking
about whataboutism. You don't know what a whataboutism is.
Yeah, what about Trump's age?
No, that's not what I want. Derek, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. No, it's specifically yours. I didn't bring up Trump's age. I'm referencing Ron Paul.
Well, yeah, I know.
If you think that Biden is too
old,
Jennifer, I appreciate $3. I said if you think that Biden is too old, well, then you're also going to think that Ron Paul is too old.
And also, didn't I say that I didn't think Biden was too old? I said something was up with him.
Jennifer, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much.
Doesn't directly correlate to
Derek,
age.
thank you so much. Yeah, and then it pushed you into saying specifically that it's not age, push the hand art, that it's specifically cognitive decline. And I said, does Trump also have cognitive decline?
And yes, he clearly does.
And then what I just brought up is that, you said he's not a smart guy.
No, he's not. And also, he does have
so that he's cognitively declined. Why do you want to vote for him over Kamala Harris, who isn't?
Personally, because the people he's going to put in the administration. I don't, because we both know. I know you know too.
Wait, didn't you come up on my live saying that Kamala Harris is going to be a puppet? Or was that
no? That was the person before you. That was the person before.
Okay. So do you think Trump is a puppet then?
I think every president is technically a puppet, right? It's not like
every president is a puppet.
Well, you know, in like a sense, I'm not saying like, there's people behind with strings pulling them, but what I'm saying is the president they're not the be all end all of everything. You know what I mean? There's other people running every.
I'm not disputing that there are other parts of the government, push the naughty chicken. But the point I'm making is that Donald Trump, in terms of his policy, is not going to just randomly shift up his policy because of people like RFK or people like Ron Paul. Right? He's not going to shift up. He's not going to shift up his policy on tariffs. He's not going to shift up his policy on environmentalism. He's not going to shift up his policy on pharmaceutical drugs unless you have good evidence indicating that he has changed his policy according to the American people on that. And he has not done that. Push that mustache.
I think that his policy is vastly different from 2016.
Okay. Name the policy difference.
Well, let's think. 2016, he was mainly running on the border. And I know he is also...
He's still running on the border mainly now.
I know that too. But in 2016 too, it was pretty much, I'm going to bring jobs and close the border. That was his two big things. And I know, obviously, those are two big
That's
things.
exactly what he's doing now.
That's still two
I'm
big things.
asking for the
in this
policy
campaign.
difference, dude.
Well, I'm also going to say foreign policy has become a big issue too for him. He's talking a lot about overseas issues. He's also talking about. I was going to say, never mind. that doesn't correlate, but you are correct. He hasn't had that big of a shift, but it is different. He also has much different people involved. In 2016, when he got in, he appointed a lot of people that he basically promised he wouldn't appoint, in a sense of lifelong politicians, this, that, and the other thing. He was promising he was going to do things.
Isaac, push the $5.
He was going to go against corruption. He didn't. He went into it because I don't think he knew what the hell he was doing when his first time around. But I think this time he's going to make changes.
Okay, so you didn't know what he was doing first time around. This time you just feel like he's going to make changes. What evidence do you have to support this?
Well, his team is vastly different. He has a lot of people around him that weren't there the first time ago.
Oh, okay, you mean people who are just going to accept whatever he wants to do?
I don't think everybody around him is a yes man.
Really? So who around him is going to tell him no?
Well, there's got to be some people who know that some of his ideas are a little ridiculous.
Yeah, and that was the people who were there last administration who he fired.
What about him? And names? Would you like to name any of them?
Yeah, so
like John Bolton or something?
Yeah, that's actually one person I was going to name. We can reference General Kelly, right? We can reference McMaster, right? I can bring up many individuals.
A lot of these people, too, are people I don't like at all, so I'm kind of glad they're gone. John Bolton,
Mike
for example.
Pence. Would you like Mike Pence?
No, he's an evangelical. I'm not a fan of those people.
Oh, okay. But you're a fan of Trump. What's the difference between Mike Pence and Trump? That means you like Trump, but not Mike Pence.
Well, Mike Pence is, what do you call it? His policy and pretty much his whole shtick is circulated around religion, and Trump isn't.
Isn't that what Trump does with abortion?
No, Trump actually has a very populist view on abortion.
He specifically wants to restrict women's access to abortion. Remember, he overturned Roe
Federally,
versus
no.
Wade. He got rid of federal protections for rape victims to get access to abortion.
Well, there's no federal abortion ban, is there?
There are not federal protections for rape victims to get access to abortion, which means it restricted women's access to abortion in instances in which they've been raped in certain states based on their state's abortion laws because Donald Trump undermined the federal protections.
But Trump also, I would say, I think, do you know his exact view? I'm pretty sure it's like 14 weeks or something like that. I know he has a view that is relatively moderate. His personal
so
view.
then do you think that it's okay to engage in killing of a fetus prior to 15 weeks?
I'm not against abortion.
Oh, okay. So then you want protected access to abortion. If you want protected access to abortion, then you wouldn't vote for the guy that overturned Roe versus Wade, right?
Well, I understand the state rights argument. And also, I don't really think he's going to do anything else on abortion.
So do you think murder should be left up to the states?
Obviously not.
Jordan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Well, that's their view. Brittany, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Brittany. Thank you.
What are the
Thurman is
numbers
dead
on this,
because of
though?
her state's abortion laws. Madeline, thank you so much for the $5. If she lived in Minnesota, she likely wouldn't be dead. Push the boxing gloves. Because of Donald Trump's abortion bans. You understand that's Donald Trump that caused this, right?
Well, yeah, he is the domino that started the effect, but I don't think his personal
He literally
view
brags about it.
of ending Roe v. Wade, yeah, but
Yeah, if he brags about it, then what are you saying?
well, he sees it as a victory.
Okay,
And I think the main reason-
he sees women dying in this country because of restricted access to abortion as a victory.
Well, that's not exactly what he's looking at. He's looking at.
That's exactly the fact that.
So you think he's looking at a woman dying because they can't get an abortion and go, oh, that's a victory.
Yeah, because he's saying that overturning Roe versus Wade is a good idea. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
Well, I don't even know why I'm arguing with you over abortion because this isn't like one of my issues, and I understand people who do support abortion.
Yeah, but so do you think women should have the right to get access to abortion? Do you think it should be legal?
Yeah, and one thing I will say,
so women's rights isn't a big enough issue for you?
Women's rights is a big issue, but one thing I will say,
is it a bigger issue than anything that Trump gives you?
Personally, not exactly, because I'm not a woman, and also every state around me supports abortion. I'm in an area that's very
Okay, if you're not a woman, then why are you voting to restrict women's rights?
Well, I also don't think this has anything to do with this federal ballot this time around. It's already banned.
It absolutely does. The reason why it does is because she wants to codify Roe versus Wade, whereas he doesn't.
Well, wouldn't that go to the Supreme Court and they would just shoot it down
And
again?
it's easy for you to say, as someone who's not at all, right, going to be affected by those abortion bans.
Well, Wouldn't, if she were to try to bring it back, Roe v. versus Wade, wouldn't it just go straight back to the Supreme Court and get shot down again?
No, because it would be legislation. So it was that was because it was in the Supreme Court as a particular law.
Okay, here's a genuine question: why didn't Biden do anything in the 4 years?
Because we rely on Congress.
And do you think that
he tried to?
So they need a clean sweep this election season in order to do anything.
So yeah, then we need more people in Congress to be able to do that. Yeah. So you understand that if Kamala Harris is in office, push the hand over. If Kamala Harris is in office and Congress does pass this bill, it will get passed. If Donald Trump's in office and Congress does pass this bill, it will not get passed. And that's exactly what I mean, is that Donald Trump, we will block the codification of Roe versus Wade. Kamala Harris will sign the codification of Roe versus Wade. Push the hand over.
Okay. Just another genuine question. Why wouldn't the Supreme Court get involved with this one?
Yeah, in terms of the legislative branch, I appreciate the ICU. Thank you so much. Because it's not the judicial case. So the judicial case was a particular judicial proceeding, whereas this one is legislative.
Well, I'm aware of that.
So the Supreme Court doesn't have the same type of authority over the legislative branch in this context.
So couldn't it, though, plausibly go back to the judicial branch? After
It's not unconstitutional if they do it through the legislative branch.
Okay, that's
the dancing flowers. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Can we get off abortion for a minute? Because this isn't exactly something I.
Yeah, but like you're just.
I
you
understand
don't wanna,
your points.
I mean,
completely.
you're literally, tomorrow is the election, and you don't want to talk about something that's very fundamental to the election.
Well, I don't think that it is fundamental to the election because
You don't think because women's rights don't matter to you?
But nothing will change if Trump gets elected. It's not like he's going to do
there will.
federal
We just
abortion ban.
talked about this, bro.
Well, no.
Actually, what is going to stop him from doing that? If he thinks it's murder, right? What is stopping him from doing that?
I don't think he does think it's murder. I think he did it for votes.
If he doesn't, he did it for votes? So he's
Yeah,
not
obviously.
actually pro-life?
He has an enormous base of Christians.
That's
Why wouldn't he
that's
try to
hilarious. That's hilarious that you say he does that, right? So it's not about religion for him at all. He's actually
I
just a
don't think
grifter.
he's religious.
So you want to vote for a grifter? Ryan, push the dollar.
Can we be realistic and say almost every single politician is a grifter? Who isn't a grifter?
No, I don't think Kamala Harris is a grifter. Cassidy,
not?
thank you so much for the $2.
What
How
about
not?
her,
Because
how
there's no
about this?
evidence indicating that she's a grifter.
Well, how about this point? In I believe it was Michigan, she aired ads that were very pro-Palestine, and then Pennsylvania, to appease to the Jewish population, she made very pro-Israel advertisements. Those are two completely.
Which pro-Palestine ads did she make?
In Dearborn, Michigan, she aired things. You can look this up. There's commercials aired that were pro-Palestine, saying
Like which
we're gonna end
ones?
this war. I'm not.
Yeah,
like a
she's been
teleprompter,
arguing
I'm
that regardless. She never said
Well,
she was going
then-
to continue the war in Pennsylvania.
No, but then she aired ads in Pennsylvania that was pro-Israel.
What'd they say? Push the hand over.
It was essentially the clip from her DNC speech.
Yeah, neither of those things are contradictory.
How so?
Right, her literally saying that she wants the ceasefire to occur and the hostages to be sent to come home, right, is not contradictory with her saying that she wants with her speech at the DNC. What is contradictory about those two?
Okay, well, in the Dearborn, Michigan ad, I don't exactly recall everything. I saw this like 2 days ago. I'm not like a teleprompter, but it was aimed predominantly at the Muslim community in the area, saying we're going to end this war. It's going to be good for, you know what I mean? I don't exactly know how the direct quotes, but I think you understand the point I'm trying to make. I'm just kind of tripping up on words.
I don't understand. That's why I asked you a question.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, which ones are you referencing? I don't know what ads you're referencing. Like, I have to know the ads that you're referencing.
Well, if you haven't seen them, then you haven't seen them. You can.
Okay, how do I know that these were actually Harris ads and not like something made by Republicans? Push the manifesting.
Because it's paid for by Kamala Harris. I don't know.
Kamala Harris, Kamala, and then also again, I don't know what ones you're referencing that are paid by Kamala Harris.
Okay, well then I can't. We can't exactly make a agreement here if you haven't seen the ads, and we can move on from this.
You can tell me what ads there are, so I can like actually reference.
Well, you can look it up. You can look up Dearborn, Michigan, pro-Palestine ad, and then the contradicting one is somewhere aired in Pennsylvania, pro-Israel DNC speech.
Yeah, I already watched the DNC speech. Nothing about what you just said, right, was
Yep.
contradictory to the DNC speech. Julia, thank you so much for the $5. And they said they're in Southeast Michigan, and they have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
Cassidy, thank you for the $2, and Ryan, thank you so much for the $1. Madeline, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Okay. So what's your point here?
Well, you said that what's it called? Trump is a grifter. So I was just trying to say she was a grifter too, making.
She's not a grifter, but Donald Trump is a grifter. He's been a grifter he's like almost his entire life. He literally engaged in business fraud. He literally tried to steal the election by sending falsely to electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. Right? He literally did those things.
And I don't support that either. The whole we won the election thing.
Okay, so then what are you saying? So why are you supporting him still?
That was a false claim.
Why are you supporting him still then?
I'm supporting him for a couple of reasons. Overseas issues, foreign policy, corruption here in America, and a little bit the border.
Okay, so how do you drain the swamp? I'll ask you that question.
Oh, how do you drain the swamp? Personally, I'm very against the military-industrial complex. Boeing, Raytheon, Northrop, General Dynamics, Lockheed.
But he wants to fund them more.
He wants to fund them more.
Jordan, thank you for the dollar.
Because we're spending a lot.
Elon targeted ads is what he's talking about, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. But anyways, back to what I was saying. Do you think that he is trying to give them more money because he wants to end the wars? So how would they make
Rhonda, push the description. What
for
war?
example,
what war? Erica, thank you for the dollar. Thank you so much.
Well,
another person
the war
told
in
me it was
Ukraine has been
Elon.
the main one. He's been speaking a lot about the war in Ukraine and ending that one, which I do believe he will do.
Yeah,
but
so how is he going to do that? Is he going to give Ukrainian land to Russia?
Well, I think that's the only way really to negotiate unless we let the war churn out.
Oh, okay. So you're going to give Ukrainian land to Russia. That's your argument?
That's about 15% of Ukraine, I believe. And I think the best deterrent for not allowing reinvasion is probably either moving back on the Budapest, what is it, the memo? I don't know how to pronounce that. But you know what I mean? Bringing nukes back to Ukraine.
Oh.
Or allowing them into NATO. It's one of the other.
Okay, so you want Ukraine to join NATO, right?
Yeah.
So couldn't that provoke World War III? Doesn't Putin not want that?
Do you really?
Isn't that like the reason why he says that's the reason why he invaded?
Well, screw Putin. Who cares about what he wants? Do you really think he's going to go against NATO? He can't even.
Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. So then why don't you just make Ukraine all like in NATO right now? Deb, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Have them join NATO, and then apparently Russia won't invade or do anything.
Well, that's the thing. It would get a little sketchy because if they join right now, I think Russia.
You're saying you have to do it through some agreement. So you're saying you take into account what their side says. Okay. So the best way to ensure that there's Ukrainian self-determination is to allow them to defend themselves against Russia. That is the way to do it. Right. I'm going to be totally honest with you.
Well, I understand that, but what about the death, dude? There's going to be there's already at least 1 million plus people who have died from this, and this war is going to churn on for a lot longer.
I mean, I would like to see where you got those numbers, but
if you
want to relate this again, it is their choice in terms of self-determination. If they want to continue doing it, I will help them do that. Right. In terms of this, because of the Budapest Memorandum. Right. But if they didn't want that and they wanted to concede, that's what we'd do. Rhonda, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Rhonda. I really appreciate it.
Where I got those numbers, Ukraine, I believe, said 750,000 Russians have died, but I'm not exactly sure.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
I mean, it has been 2 years, and they've been doing accounting for.
Push the hand out. Where did Ukraine say there's 750,000 people that died?
Russians.
Yeah.
They stated it themselves. I can cheat.
No, they haven't.
Like.
Yeah. Okay, so you're talking wounded.
Oh, okay. So
615,000, 500,000 are wounded. So 115,000 Russians killed.
Lot. 615,000 Russians killed, and then
no, you didn't listen. You didn't listen.
Oh, what?
115,000 Russians killed, 500,000 wounded.
I thought I heard 6.
Yeah, 600,000 was the number insofar that are killed and wounded.
Yeah, my bad. I must have read casualties as deaths accidentally.
Yeah. It says casualties in the war, but then it says right after 115,000 Russians killed. So it's confusing. I get you.
Can you?
Parker, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Good for you, Parker and Rachel. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
Just a question: what year or date was that posted?
This was posted 10/10, 2024.
Okay, all right.
Less than a month ago.
Okay. No, but still, that's incredibly deadly, and that's not good at all. And also, that doesn't account for Ukrainians dead either.
Yeah. Sure.
And just death isn't a good thing all around. I don't.
Yeah,
support
I agree. I don't like that. But like again,
No,
I think
it's
that they
just
should have
horrible.
self-determination, and that's also another reason why we shouldn't give more power to Russia, because they can continue to do stuff like this.
Well,
they did it with Georgia, they did it with Crimea, and now they're doing it with the rest of Ukraine.
Let's say hypothetically we ended the war and gave them the territory, the 15% they currently have, and if instead of letting Ukraine back into NATO, what if we just gave them nukes as a deterrent?
Okay, so again, if you're talking about nukes as a deterrent, right? Are you saying that you would want a greater likelihood of there being nuclear war?
Well, do you really think Putin is that? I think Putin is obviously psychotic and has huge dreams for Russia, but I don't think he's like.
Glenn, think of the $5. Thank you so much.
Putin's not stupid enough to like invade Poland or a Baltic state and go to war with NATO.
Okay, do you want Iran to have nukes?
Obviously not. Who would want Iran?
Do you think Iran having nukes would increase peace in the Middle East?
Well, Iran and Ukraine is a huge different.
I'm just asking you.
Obviously not. Iran is led by what do you call it?
Think of the dollar.
Extremists.
Okay, so if you don't want them to have nukes, then why do you support Trump, who pulled out of the nuclear peace agreement?
That was stupid.
Okay. All right. Okay. So in terms of the nuclear peace agreement, you don't want it with Ukraine, but you do want it with Iran.
Well, the nuclear peace agreement in Ukraine has directly led to war. If they had nukes, this war would have never happened.
Okay. So again, did Trump pull us out of the Budapest Memorandum?
No.
Why didn't he do that?
I don't know. Did anybody pull us out of the Budapest Memorandum?
That's my point. Is that like if it is the case that he wanted them to have nukes to prevent that from happening,
Well,
he
I'm
would
not
have
saying
caused
Trump
that to
wants
be.
that. I'm saying that's my hypothetical I came up with for
Okay.
a way to
Sure.
counteract what they're doing.
But like that's not what he's saying.
No, what he's saying, he hasn't revealed anything about his plans other than we're going to bring them to the table.
Exactly.
But don't you think he's going to have people who aren't stupid coming up with like? There's no way he's just.
I don't trust him. I don't trust him picking
You
people.
don't trust
on his
him at
team.
all with peace
Not at all.
agreements?
I don't trust violent offenders picking people on their team.
So, what do you think? What do you think he would do? Would he make no sort of what do you call it? That he would make nothing to counteract Russia reinvading. You think he's just going to let him go wild?
Probably.
Probably.
His vice president says he doesn't care about what happens in Ukraine. He has taken Putin's side on plenty of occasions, right? Like we can reference the fact that really there are leaked Kremlin documents where they think he's easily manipulated.
Well, I don't. What do you call it? I think the difference we have here with this issue is seemingly optimism. I think that I'm more optimistic of a better ending with that. I think Trump will. He has to have some sort of idea.
Okay, so if you're optimistic with Trump, why aren't you optimistic with Harris?
I never said I wasn't optimistic with Harris.
Okay, so then that's not a relevant difference between these two cases. That means you're going to vote for one but not the other.
Well, personally, because Trump wants to end the war for the first of all, Kamala has intention of
Kamala wants to end it, and Donald Trump has been calling
she
Netanyahu
wants to end it in a different
undermine a
manner.
ceasefire.
She wants to end it in a different manner. She wants to end it through combat, through pushing them out.
Yeah. So in terms of Russia, Ukraine.
Yeah.
So as it relates to that, clearly she wants to help Ukraine defend themselves against Russia. I don't see what the issue is with that, because I don't think that allowing for Putin to take parts of Ukraine indicates prolonged peace in the region.
Well, my idea here is how long would that war take to end if we let it churn out? It's going to take a long time. It could be, for all we know, 5-10 more years.
Yeah. So again,
stalemate.
Yeah, so again, as it relates to this, your preferred alternative is to go against Ukraine's own self-determination and to allow Russia to take Ukraine.
Well, what happens if they lose? If we say self-determination is what we want, what if they end up after 5 years or whatever, Russia
They
ends
were
up
able to
losing?
fight. They were able to fight and try to save their country.
So it's better that they tried to make a stand than keeping 75%.
Yeah, if they
of the
want
territory.
to. If they want to.
I mean, I understand
Right.
that, but I think Trump.
Because it's their choice to make that.
So do you think Trump would? I kind of know the answer to this. You think he's going to forcefully bring them to the table, right?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, I agree with that too. It would be better if he gave them an option, but
that's kind of what we're doing
also,
now.
I think he's going to forcefully bring them to the table through freezing. Like, we're not going to send over assets anymore.
Okay, to Russia?
No, to Ukraine. We're not sending assets to Russia.
Okay, so you're saying to Ukraine, you're going to send assets. What assets?
old military equipment that we're not using.
Laura, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Laura. That's exactly what we did, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm saying that's what we are doing. I'm saying Trump would likely stop that in order.
Oh,
to
he would stop all of that. So,
Yes.
Okay. So we already did that. So what would he stop?
He stopped sending over military
Wait,
equipment.
actually, originally he would have never given any help.
That's a rough question because I think what he said about that personally is they would have never invaded if I was in office. Blah blah blah. So I don't think he's ever said anything.
He's
about
like
what,
he's like literally like insane.
I don't think he's ever said anything about what he would have done. But
Afifa, thank you so much. Yes, I am. So again, so then what do you know he's going to do? How do you know what he's going to do?
Well, I just know he wants to bring him to the table and end the war. That's basically all I know.
Yeah, saying that's not good reasoning for why you're going to end something though.
Well, why he's ending it is because there's death. And
Or
also,
how he's going to end it. Sorry.
oh, how?
Yeah.
Well, it's most likely going to be Russia knows that they're losing. They're not losing through economically. They're kind of doing fine. The ruble's pretty stable.
The ruble is not stable. It's literally decreased 3
Hasn't it
times.
gone up?
It's decreased 3 times in value since 2013.
Well, since the wars began is what I'm saying. Hasn't it gone up?
No, it's literally decreased by 3 times.
But you just said 3 times from 2014. I'm talking. Do you count Crimea as the beginning of the war?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, again, and based on how we define war, that's most likely going to be the definition.
Oh, okay. Well.
Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else you want? Actually, last
We
question.
can talk about the. Yeah, go ahead.
So, a violent offender, should they be able to get access to a gun?
No.
Okay, but they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes.
Nuclear codes? Well, do you really think Trump is stupid enough to not believe in mutually assured destruction?
You can think that, right? But the point I'm making is that if we do not trust them with guns, we would not trust them with nuclear weapons.
But the thing that there's a vast difference between nuclear weapons and guns. If I were to shoot a gun at someone and kill them, then that's kind of end of story. I'll just go to prison or whatever. But then if I shoot a nuclear bomb at a different country, they're going to fire back their entire arsenal and everybody's dead.
Okay, but the point I'm making is that we wouldn't trust them with guns or nuclear weapons. They're both
And also violent offender.
Mac, listen.
Yeah.
They're both armaments. They're both arms.
Yeah.
If you don't trust them with arms like guns, obviously it's more important if in the context of a scenario with nuclear weapons. So we wouldn't trust them with that either. Regardless of whether or not you think that they're going to use it, doesn't change anything. For example,
I am curious
right?
too. What example of violent offender are you referring to? Like domestic abuse against a woman?
If someone's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, should they be able to get access to a gun?
Civilly liable? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's not legal, is it? No,
they shouldn't. So if they shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, well, then again, why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes? Like, I think that's a bit ridiculous.
I think. Well, I understand that argument, but obviously, it's being criminally. The difference is criminally liable and civilly. But obviously you're referring to the E. Jean Carroll case.
Mm-hmm.
Or Jean E. Carroll. My bad.
E. Jean Carroll. Yeah.
E. Jean. Yeah. That case, I've read a lot about that case, and I kind of do agree with the verdict because of the what do you call it? There was the 2 witnesses that she told right after, but at the same time,
if you agree with the verdict, my point stands is that you wouldn't want to vote.
Really be sure. I don't know. It's a tough one because it happened in the 1990s. You don't know.
Yeah, no, you do know, right? Just because it happened in the 1990s doesn't mean it didn't happen.
I do kind of believe it though because the witnesses. I'll say that.
Okay, so if you do believe it, well, then the point I'm referencing is specifically that if you believe it, you should seriously not vote for him, right? Because you think he's a violent offender. Like, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
I mean, I don't know. No, yes.
No, yes is a contradiction.
Yeah, I know that. Well, also, I haven't voted yet, so I don't know.
You should. I mean, voting is literally tomorrow.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm going to vote tomorrow.
And who are you going to vote for?
I'm not exactly sure right now. I'm on the fence.
Okay. Would you vote if you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, right? Then if it's going to be either Trump or Harris, you should vote for Harris because you don't want to vote for someone who sexually abused a woman.
Well, I think, honestly, what do you think is more important, character or policy?
Character, probably.
Character.
Obviously, there are extents, because I'm a particular, where you could find, it could be leaning one way or the other one, but typically character matters more.
Okay. Well, And also, I would say some of Trump's
Exactly. Thank you
policy
for the dollar.
too.
Thank you.
I don't support some of Trump's policies. He does some, especially his economic policies this time around. The tariff thing is
also I can
stupid.
reference that his policies are dog shit and his character's dog shit. So like,
I've never really liked his character. I've never thought he was a good character. I think well, actually, I can't, what do you call it? I can't speak for all Trump supporters because a lot of people kind of have this blind worship type of mentality. But where are you? Oh, never mind. Anyways, some people have this blind worship mentality, and I don't exactly have that. Like, I'm able to reason and actually see things through. And I would say Trump's character is not good, so I don't support his character. But policy-wise, I also think he has a lot of bad policy, specifically his economic policy. I don't support it. The tariff thing is ridiculous, the universal tariffs. That doesn't really make any sense. But I also don't think he's going to implement that fully. I feel like that's just kind of him riff-raffing on stage.
Daniel, think of the dollar. Okay, so then like you can't take any of his policy legitimate if you don't take his tariffs legitimately.
Well, seriously, if he has any economic experts sitting next to him,
name me 2 Trump economic policies.
2 Trump economic policies, kind of trickle down economics almost based off Reagan's policy of the past. He kind of instituted something similar to that. Why are you making that face?
Because that's not a policy.
Well, no, it's a what do you call it?
Where's the gold medal?
I'm not thinking of the word, but you know what I mean. He did do tax cuts for.
So Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which only added 0.04% to the annual GDP, which is $10 billion a year. So we spent $190 billion of spending, debt related spending, specifically for $10 billion in GDP growth a year. Okay, that's less than $2 billion in federal revenues. So in terms of an investment, that's a shitty fucking investment. Appreciate the hand out.
Yeah, it wasn't great. I did see what do you call it? His tax cuts this time around, his proposed tax cuts are supposedly going to do better for the economy. However, the tariffs kind of cancel it out because they're dog shit.
And they actually, what it does is it shifts the burden from people who are predominantly rich to people who are predominantly lower income.
But the thing is with the, well, you can explain. Go ahead.
Yeah, TCGA gives most of its tax cuts to the rich, right? Tariffs more predominantly negatively impact low-income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on imported goods.
Yeah, I understand that. Well, actually, here's one thing I would like to question you on. The one thing I do agree with the tariff policy, I don't agree with a universal tariff on every country. That's ridiculous and literally makes no sense. But if you're to do it on American corporations specifically that are outsourcing labor to other countries and importing into the U.S., I feel like it's better, though, if he were to specifically tariff them to incentivize them to come back to the U.S. and manufacture here instead of abroad.
Why don't you give them tax credits to do so?
I mean, that makes sense as well.
Doesn't that make more sense than to increase the price of costs of goods for consumers?
But do you think increasing the, I feel like it would pretty much force their hand, though, if he were to put the tariffs on to come back to the U.S., no?
So it would also do that with tax credits because they would profit maximize. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Why does a corporation do what they do? Because they're profit maximizing.
Yeah, no, everything's about money in America. It doesn't matter.
So tax credits bring jobs back to the United States.
That's true.
And they incentivize us to specialize as well.
So what you're saying is the tax credits would virtually do the exact same thing.
Credits and investments like CHIPS and Science Act.
Yeah.
For specialized manufacturing in the United States.
And that's actually
all manufacturing, but specialized manufacturing.
That's the policy I agree the most on with the Biden admin is the CHIPS and Science Act.
What did Trump do for manufacturing under his administration?
Really not much, because it's kind of sad because he promised a lot for the coal country and all sorts of things, and those jobs actually ended up going down during his presidency. And that's the thing. I was disappointed in the 2016 term. I thought he could have done a lot more, but he failed on a lot of his promises, specifically draining the swamp and bringing jobs back. But I hope
draining the swamp, bringing jobs back, getting the infrastructure bill, making Mexico pay for the wall and build the wall.
Also,
right, repealing and replacing the ACA.
The pay for the wall thing was kind of a stupid promise in the first place.
All of these things are stupid promises. So why do we want him to be stupid in office again? Come on.
Well, how is draining the swamp a stupid promise? That's actually a good promise. It's probably the best promise.
No. From him, it's a stupid promise because he's not going to do it. Now, do I think that you should drain the swamp? Absolutely. There's corruption that exists within our political sphere that I want to make sure we get rid of. Right?
Honestly, Parker. I think me and you have very similar views. It's just I don't know why I'm optimistic about Trump for some reason.
I don't think you should be. I used to be a Trump supporter. I think it's a mistake.
May I ask you why you swayed away and like when?
So like 2019, he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing women. He tried to coup the country. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Right? Those are all things that I learned. Right? That then showed me you shouldn't vote for him.
Well, with
no
the
reasons why today I don't vote for him.
With the shutting down of the Muslim countries, wasn't that specifically because there was a high volume of I do understand what he called.
Think about it this way. He only did it specifically on certain countries because of the Constitution. He said a complete and total shutdown.
So you think that he wanted every single Muslim not to be allowed to come into the U.S.?
Yes, that's what he said explicitly.
Wasn't able to get away with it.
That's what he said explicitly. And the reason why he can't do that is because it's religious persecution and against the Constitution. But he's also against that. Not only try to violate the Constitution there and wants to, but he also wants to terminate the Constitution.
You think he wants to terminate? Oh, here's actually a good.
Look up Trump terminate Constitution. Right, there's a tweet.
I'm wondering. Are you one of the people who believes he's like an authoritarian?
Yeah, absolutely. He's a fascist.
Well, how would you define fascism?
Yeah, so ultra nationalist, extremely authoritarian individual that uses suppression of the media, right, as fake news in order to maintain control over a large group of people.
I am curious. Am I allowed to say the political party that the dude with the mustache from the 30s?
That's not the only idea.
I don't know what I'm not allowed to say.
So if you want to look at fascism, I just use a small definition. The best way we can reference is the 14 points of fascism.
Yeah.
We can go through the 14 points of fascism.
I know.
But the point I'm making is that basically all of them are applicable to him.
Well, I would say with the 14 points, though, can't you kind of categorize almost anything with them? A lot of things do.
Some of them,
the Democrats as well.
Yeah. Some, like, for example, supremacy of the military.
Yeah.
That, of course.
American in general.
But the point I'm making is that it's not all of them. So you can have certain conditions within the 14 points, right? But you don't meet enough to be considered a fascist.
So here's a question. Does Trump, personally to you, because I'm assuming you've read over the 14 points a lot of times, do you think he qualifies for every single one or just a vast majority?
I think that you can try to argue like one or two of them, maybe no, but other than that, they're all lock. You want to go through them?
I already know most of them. I know that what is it? The disdain for human rights. I don't really agree with that one.
I think you can run this one because he specifically wants the death penalty.
Yeah.
So under the explanation, it says like executions is one of the things. He wants to put drug dealers on death row. So he believes the criminal justice system is going to be accurate so much that he's willing to kill people in terms of the death penalty, but not in terms of his own cases.
All right. I mean, I understand that, but can't you argue? Personally, for me, when I was thinking human rights, I was thinking like groups of people being punished. Well, you could also kind of argue illegal immigrants, but as like a scapegoat almost. But
that's exactly what I would argue is this is scapegoat.
But also Democrats, wouldn't you argue
identification of enemies and scapegoats as a unifying cause?
Wouldn't you argue that the Democrat scapegoat is literally Republicans or just MAGA Republicans specifically?
No, that's not.
How so? They kind of blame almost every issue they have on Trump and or MAGA.
So that's not. We don't blame every single issue.
Quite a few.
Now, so if you read number 3, it says the people are rallied into unifying patriotic frenzy over the need to eliminate a perceived common threat or foe, racial, ethnic, or religious minorities. Right, liberals, communists, socialists, terrorists, etc. Right, so we're talking about utilizing power systems to do so. That's not what the Democrats are doing. We're advocating to vote them out.
Okay.
Do you know what mass deportation is?
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I know.
How is he going to identify someone's undocumented?
I don't know, and I don't think that he's going to do it at the scale he's speaking on. Obviously, he makes a lot of
think about it this way. In this country, we've done this in the past. People who
Japanese Americans, is that what you're referring to?
I'm specifically saying with Mexican Americans. We can talk about also. It's also relevant to talk about what happened to Japanese Americans, right, and internment camps as well. But what I'm referencing specifically is the ethnic cleansing of Mexican Americans, specifically in like the early 1900s, where they would specifically just anyone who looked Mexican. Jen, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. They would kick out of the country. Essentially, anyone who's non-white, right? who's Mexican. Okay, and even if they have papers, so people would specifically bring papers, right? All right, because that would be the only way that they wouldn't be kicked out of the country in that type of way, right? They'd have to take their everywhere, and I think that's insane. And I don't want something like that to happen again, because I don't want the tens of millions of Mexican Americans in this country, right, who are non-white, to have to go through a similar circumstance like that. Right?
No,
I think it's incredibly disgusting. Right?
I completely agree with you on this, but do you really think he would go through with a policy like that or something similar?
That's what his main running point is. Do you think if he's not going to
I don't think he's going to go door to door to everybody.
If he's not going to uphold his main talking points, then how can you say that he's going to do any policy?
So do you really think he's going to go like door to door to everybody who has some brown skin and kick him out of the country? Because I just don't agree with that. I don't think
that's what it sounds like he's going to do. He's going to profile people. He'll detain people based upon the color of their skin. Yeah, he will.
Yeah, I don't know if I.
Otherwise, how do you identify? How do you identify to mass deport? Than what we're currently doing right now.
I mean, there could be like some sort of hotline or something, but also you can't really like
hotline?
What do you call it?
What type of hotline?
I don't know, calling suspicious or blah blah blah. But also, I don't agree with that either, because that's what do you can call it? I'm blanking on words, but that's also not right. And there really is not a lot of right ways you can go through with doing that. But there should be deportations, but not on the level that what was he proposing? 20 million, I think.
Merjam, thank you so much for the $52 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Greetings from Germany. Greetings from the US. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Santana, thank you so much. Yes, actually. Oh, I actually added up the wrong person. Maybe I'll do it. Sorry, what was your question? And also, NASA, are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Okay, for sure. All right, we'll keep you up here. I accidentally added you up, but we'll keep you up here. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Mac.
My question was specifically, he said 20 million, correct? That he wants to deport?
Yeah, dude.
If that's obviously
he
ridiculous.
Said 30 million.
No, yeah, that's clearly a ridiculous number. I don't think that's not even like possible. I don't even think we have enough law enforcement.
Again, but that's like his main thing he's running on. So if he's not going to uphold his main thing he's running from
I was up here with Dean, guys, not Parker.
I would understand him trying to get the criminal immigrants, because I think the border patrol.
Wait. Think about this for a second. We don't want a criminal in the country, but we want them in the Oval Office.
President. Yeah.
That just makes so much sense to me.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
This is tough on crime side, right? Like, I will never listen to a Republican tell me they're tough on crime.
No, I understand that point completely, but also at the same time, I don't know. I get your point completely with that.
Do you know how you tough on crime? You say that people like Donald Trump aren't above the law. Right. And then you get rid of economic disparities that inevitably cause crime, because the best way to attack crime is to look at the conditions of people, because if you make those conditions better, it reduces the likelihood of crimes like that happening. Are you voting for Trump?
I'm country, bro. That's why I call it sound.
What's wrong with your impulse control? Hey, NASA, what's going on with your impulse control? You not hear them having a conversation? Chill out for a moment.
No, they in the comments they said that they want to debate.
All right, well,
type.
They're literally type instead of talking. They're having a conversation.
Let Parker say that. You don't have impulse control. Let Parker control his room.
Wait. Santana is completely within his authority to do that.
Yeah, but let Parker. If you're gonna tell me that, then let Parker control his room.
Well, I am controlling the room by literally hosting Santana. You know that, right?
No. McDonald has agreed with you the whole time. You finna make this boy.
I'm not agreeing with him the entire time. We have disagreements.
McDonald, he finna vote Harris. You done convinced this boy. He might as well go. Y'all friends and everything.
And I'm gonna be completely and totally honest. It's because he's more open-minded, right? And that's a genuine thing. Because the same thing happened to me. Same thing happened to Dean. Same thing happens with tens of millions of Americans. Is that they become awake to the misinformation, disinformation, propaganda, lies, and threats that Donald Trump makes on a continuous basis.
I agree with that. You can convince somebody, but for somebody who already done voted, right? You need a real debate, because they letting you slide, Parker.
Hey, NASA, you do understand that. NASA, you do understand that other people are listening right now. And it's not all about you. It's about other people that are actually.
If you want me to talk, why I get added up then?
The debate isn't all about you. It's about the people that are actually listening.
Left me on request. I got added up. Now I want to talk.
I'm not gonna lie. I actually accidentally added you up because I was trying to add up Santana, and it did like the thing where it glitches the box up.
Okay, now that makes sense.
Yeah,
now, see,
but like,
that
I'm
makes
not.
sense, Parker. But Santana, you sitting here and acting like I can't say nothing. I'm sitting here in a box, looking all fat and pretty. I gotta say something.
Okay. So, like, let me ask you a question. Can you name one economic policy from Trump that you like?
I like the opportunity zone. So I'm from West Memphis, Arkansas, right? So we had this on Dean. A lot of people remember me from Dean's. So I told him my rent here, 4-bedroom, $775. He kicked me off because he didn't.
I literally remember this conversation.
Right.
I talked to the same guy with Dean Parker. Literally, we've already done this.
Right.
I think I can get him. Watch this. Listen.
Parker
in
is a different
terms
human being.
in terms of this, okay. So can you tell me what policy opportunity zones
I
were
know
within?
what an opportunity zone. They basically giving money to investors if they so deem to invest. It's a tax cut for rich people, but I'm an investor.
Okay, so let's listen to this. You want to engage in tariffs through Donald Trump's policy that will predominantly negatively impact people who are lower income, and you want to decrease taxes on rich people. So what you're doing is you're taking money from lower income individuals and you're redistributing it to the rich. Now that sounds like Robin Hood for the rich. That doesn't sound like policy that would be beneficial for the American middle class.
Because it would give people impulse control. Now I see people who pour
impulse control. So take money away from lower income individuals for impulse control.
I don't even got the iPhone 16. I seen somebody using food stamps and they had an iPhone 16. You telling me that I'm supposed to care?
Angry man, why are you yelling?
Or more for this item, more for some Jordans. I don't care about that, Dean.
Angry man, why are you yelling?
Don't call me angry. I'm just loud. I'm a battle rapper.
Yeah,
you can't call somebody angry because they loud.
No. You're angry, man. You're yelling, literally. Everyone can hear you.
I am NASA McMahon. That's a real name. No, it's a performing name, an entertainer name. I'm a battle rapper. You can look me up. It's just me. Do not judge me just because my voice is loud, Santana. I'm not angry. I'm happy. I'm happy that Parker got a platform where we can discuss these things and discuss our ideas. I'm happy that McDonald's gonna vote for Harris now because he wasn't really sure about Trump in the first place. But I'm sure about Trump, and I'm up here to give these people a show why I'm voting for Trump. I'm from Arkansas.
Okay, so wait, do you want prices to go up?
Arkansas treat me good.
Wait, actually, can I ask you a question? Would you vote for a candidate that would make your goods more expensive?
It don't matter to me because I could pay for them. So, I don't care what it would do to other people.
Oh, okay. So
I have been taxed a lot before, right? Just because I improved my life. I used to be on food stamps, right? Medicare. Then I improved my life. Now I'm getting taxed.
So wait,
it's like I made less money.
So,
I made more money being poor.
I want you to listen to this. So, do you think that there should be?
You think I care about these folks?
Listen. Do you think?
Angry man, slow down and listen.
Hey, Santana, let me and Parker talk. You just stay in the sideline and stop the people from jumping in like you did me.
Hold up, listen. Do you think that there should be food stamps for children in need?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that there should be health care, right? Paid for health care, but from the government, right? That takes care of everyone.
No. Because I had to go to a kidney exam now, and they had to push it all the way to the 11th, and I needed this 2 months ago. If everybody have health care, I would have been pushed into next year. So no, I do not.
That's actually not true.
It is true. It is true. They got it in Canada. I have a lot of Canadian friends, and they say that's a problem for them.
Yeah,
so don't tell me what it's not. I know people who live in a system like that.
There's a few things that aren't taken into account. Yes, there are problems with every system that exists, but there are less
don't
problems.
Tell me I'm lying. Say that you disagree, but don't tell me you don't go like that.
Listen, there are less problems that exist with the Canadian system than exist with the United States system. You want to know why? Because tens of thousands of people do not die every year because of lack of access to health insurance. 45 to 68,000 American citizens die every single year due to lack of health insurance. What about all those people that had to wait?
I know somebody.
And because they waited, right, they were more likely to die, right? Because engaging in universal health care, it increases access to preventative health care, which reduces the likelihood of these negative impacts happening long run. So not only do countries like Canada have more physicians per capita, right? They spend half as much per individual in terms of healthcare expenditure than we do here in the United States. And they also have better health outcomes. So what I'm saying is that we can create a better society, right, through the context of expanding access to healthcare for everyone, which is included in what Kamala Harris's plan is by expanding access to the ACA. Donald Trump wants to repeal and replace the ACA, right, and then provide just concepts of an idea of a plan, right?
He's
9 years into running for president of the United States.
He's lying. He just say that because he thought half of the base wanted it. Then when he found out the base found out Obamacare and ACA was the same thing because they slow. He was like he went back on it. So no, he don't.
I appreciate the $5.
Yeah,
so
he
he's
don't wanna
lying
do
there.
that, but
He's
what-
lying there, but he's not lying in other scenarios.
They all lie, Parker. They all lie. They all lie. They lie. You think Kamala could really pass the 25,000 for first generation home buyers and the 10,000
first time home buyers.
First home buyers.
First-time
I know.
home
I know. It's 10,000, 25. The difference is if your parents already own the houses, you can get the 10,000 to 25 for first generation.
No, actually, what you're thinking about is the Biden policy that was originally brought up. Right, her policy specifically grants $25,000 to first-time home buyers for first-generation homes. And what first-generation homes means in this context, comparative to what it means in the Biden policy context, is specifically new homes. So what it's doing specifically is it's incentivizing the development of new houses by creating a tax credit for those houses to be developed, which makes it more affordable for first-time home buyers who are getting those homes, and then creates a greater supply of houses that already are built, which will bring down the prices for houses that are already built.
But she knows she can't pass that.
No, they can't. They can't in Congress because, to be honest with you, that is the best thing we could do in this scenario. What other thing can we do to incentivize the building of houses in places where people want to live? Annie, thank you for $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Annie. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Shout out to that $50 for Parker. He deserves every dollar. I'm gonna give you a donation after this too, Parker. I like you. You're a great guy. Santana, you're a great guy.
I was about to ask if you're gonna send me something, angry man.
Hey, I'm not. Hey, look up NASA McMahon battle rap, man. This is what I do. I'm sorry. I got 6 kids in the house. I gotta yell. look, Parker. This one I'm trying. Parker, why you look like that, young man?
I'm sorry. Like, I mean, I come from the type of view that like we shouldn't be yelling at children, like we shouldn't be hitting children. You know, stuff like that. I think we should treat our children with like love and. No.
Because they can't take nothing.
Do you think I'm soft?
Kind of, Parker, but not really. I think you stand your ground, but I think
my parents never hit me.
Yeah, but I think you're emotionally. Let me put it like this.
So, like, the point I'm making is that you don't have to hit your children in order for them to develop these types of things, and actually hitting your children makes it more likely that they don't develop these particular types of emotional intelligence.
I don't hit.
And also, like, in the same way that you're talking about hitting.
I don't hit Parker. Parker, no. I'm
not saying that. I appreciate the hand art. Okay, I'm not saying you are. I'm just describing it in that context.
I'm not emotional.
I also would say is that
I'm just talking. God damn. We having a good conversation. I didn't say Parker was shit for voting for anybody or nothing. I didn't even talk bad about nobody. Well, how emotional.
Hey, Anger Man, you got to slow down for a second and let Parker talk. Let the host get his thought through.
Yeah, bro. Hey, when you in a debate, you both got to talk fast and got a quick draw, bro. That's how we got to do.
I hear you, but the host is trying to get a message across. Let the host finish. Santana,
the fact that you got to help Parker this much lets me know I'm kind of winning. Even if I'm losing, I'm kind of winning because you helping them too much. Parker know how to tell me to shut up.
Thank you so much for all the galaxies. Thank you.
If Parker said, shut up now, so I'm like, oh, my bad, Parker. This your show, this your rodeo. He seemed to be okay with it. We just trying to have a conversation here. I'm a Trump voter. We act like this sometimes.
I feel like my few days off like gave me a little bit more patience. That's probably why. Appreciate the ICU. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like,
what have I said wrong, Parker?
Well, I mean, so a lot, right? But like,
because you disagree with me, or did I disrespect you?
Well, I disagree with you because I don't believe delusional things, right? Like,
but did I disrespect you?
Well,
see, this the problem.
I don't care if you disrespect me.
That's emotional.
Honestly.
No, that's emotional. Now,
wait, are you like not emotional as a person?
We all emotional, but you're emotional about something.
I
have a difference of opinion, and I disagree. I have not saying anything disrespectful to anybody. I've been slick funny, right?
I never brought up you being disrespectful.
Yes, but you said that you having more patience for what? Because I disagree with you.
Oh,
in America,
yeah,
like all Americans supposed to agree.
I have to have patience for like conspiratorial beliefs. Like I deal with a lot of.
What did I say? Conspiratorial? That
angry man. Let him finish his sentence.
No,
you won't even let him finish.
Santana, if you don't shut the fuck up, I'm just gonna leave.
Slow.
God damn, you kind of fucking up the flow, bro. You really are.
That's all you.
Hey, Parker.
Yeah,
have
it's
a
not
good day.
Santana's fault. Are you really gonna do it? Come on. Hold up.
Get me off
Whoa,
here. Bye.
Dude. Oh, dude, that's just so crazy, man. That guy's just like so mad. I don't know why he's so mad.
It's always the crash out.
Before I got interrupted by that guy, we were talking about the border, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I actually completely lost my flow. I forget what we were talking about. I think we were talking about, I said something about non-citizen criminal arrests going on at the border, and then you brought up how Trump's a criminal. So that's where we left off, I think.
Okay. Here's my question. What holds you back from voting for Kamala Harris? Here's the hand.
It's honestly like razor thin. It's very close.
Yeah, so like what specifically? Because if it's razor close, well then that means that like you could literally have one conversation and it can change.
Personally, I think that the Democratic Party is more corrupt than the Republican Party. Well, also not exactly, because I think the traditionalist Republicans, like the institution Republicans, are also very corrupt. I think honestly the entire government is.
Okay, so what do Democrats do that makes them more corrupt than Republicans?
I kind of misspoke, because both Republicans and Democrats are both very corrupt. I think the charming thing about Trump, I don't know if it's charming, but he's an outsider. He's not like them.
No. What do Democrats? No, listen. What do Democrats do that is more corrupt?
Insider trading.
Okay,
That's
so
a big one.
who is Kamala Harris insider trading?
I don't think so. There's
so
no.
How is this an argument against voting for Kamala Harris?
Well, it's not exactly Kamala Harris. It's just the Democratic Party in general.
Thank you so much for the $10.
Senators, congressmen.
Okay, so like, are you saying that in 2016 Trump was anti-gay marriage?
2016? No.
Well, his Republican platform said it.
His Republican platform.
Yeah, they oppose gay marriage in 2016.
These are evangelicals.
The Republican platform opposed it. So I'm just asking you the question, right? Is it the case that he's anti-gay? Where's the hand heart?
No, he's not.
Well, then you don't think because the platform even says it that they believe it.
Well, I understand
let alone some random person in the Democratic Party.
I understand what you're saying here. It's because Kamala's not, just because other Democrats are corrupt doesn't mean Kamala's corrupt, correct?
Yeah. Lauren, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
The one quick question I have for you is understanding that you say Trump is an outsider or anything.
Yeah.
You do realize that Trump has literally been running for what, 8 years now? Like it's not. He is the actual Republican establishment now. So even if he was to be, the outsider in 2016 when he originally started, he's not that anymore. The party kowtows to him now. So he is the establishment.
That is true, but the establishment Republicans for a long time kind of had the roots in the Reagan era, like McCain, Cheney type of figures, and then from the Bush era, which was kind of like this almost reminiscent era of the Reagans, and that collapsed after Mitt Romney's failure in 2012, and Trump took it over, obviously. But he started as a guy who had nothing to do with the past. He wasn't affiliated with any of these guys, and his policy and his rhetoric was completely different. And that's
okay. So like, if we can't identify specifically what Kamala Harris is doing that would be more corrupt than Donald Trump, well, then we can't use it as like a reason as to why we wouldn't want to vote for Kamala Harris. So like, what specifically about Kamala Harris, right, exists that holds you back specifically from voting for her?
I think her affiliation with the Biden administration also isn't really endearing for me, because I think the past 4 years haven't really been successful.
Okay.
So
what did the Biden administration do that you think was bad?
For example, the withdrawal from Afghanistan was terrible.
Do you know who set up that?
Wasn't it? Well, I may be incorrect here, but wasn't that
set up by Trump?
Well, no, but that's what he was trying to set it up. But
he released over 5,000 Taliban fighters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it is the case that they set up the day to leave, and then actually it was extended under Biden.
Would you say it was rushed, though?
If it was rushed, well, then Trump would have rushed it even more. Christy, think of the $5. Thank you so much, because they extended it.
Exactly. He outlined the actual plans for that withdrawal, and the Biden-Harris administration felt like they needed more time to actually completely execute it. But I think the bigger call out that Parker just had is the releasing of the prisoners, the Taliban prisoners. That 5,000 mark is what really was the worst thing, because even with the actual execution of the withdrawal, they didn't attack until the very last day. They waited until the very last day of the withdrawal for them to make their move. So, and also, thank you, Phil, for the $5. He actually brought up a good point. Technically, he's been running since 2000. Yeah, Trump is the establishment.
Well, also the 2000 run. Do we really count that? That was like something no one even remembers that until he ran again.
What is are you saying that the establishment upholds and helps the people that are currently in power?
Yeah, basically they perpetuate. So
that's people who are very wealthy, right?
It's like a cycle.
That's people who are very wealthy, right?
I know what you're going to say.
Whose
Trump
tax
is also
plan?
very
Whose
wealthy.
tax plan helps rich people, and whose tax plan doesn't help rich people?
Trump's helps the rich people.
Okay, and Kamala Harris, does her tax plan help rich people?
No.
It actually increases taxes on them, right?
Yes.
Right. So if we're going to talk about who is upholding, right, the establishment aspects that specifically control our systems, right, under your view, seemingly.
What's that noise?
I don't know. Sorry, it's I was going to add up another person to help you, but
okay.
It seems like you're saying that the Republicans are worse on that, right? The Republicans are upholding more of like what the establishment is, right? Rich people.
Yeah, well, I'm also mainly talking about they kind of have like this bipartisan thing, at least they did have it for a long time, where they perpetuated their own wealth and they kind of just cheated the system for each other to gain monetary incentives. You know, they were making money where they shouldn't be making money. Nancy Pelosi is worth how many figures, and she should only be getting what a yearly salary.
So let's are we more likely to get a bill that bans Congress members from buying anything other than index funds, right?
Yes.
With Trump or with Kamala?
I believe
say
it was
that
actually
progressives are more likely to do this.
I believe
and
Trump.
Even on
Trump,
top of that,
you can speak. My bad.
Just take a quick step back and think about this. You know, who's Donald Trump's unofficial running mate? Elon Musk. Elon Musk doubled his wealth while Trump was in office. Literally, this is exactly what you're talking about. And now Elon Musk is a part of this political process because he knows that Donald Trump is going to be very beneficial for him and other ultra wealthies. That's exactly what you're talking about.
I'll respond to that in a second, but what I wanted to say first was Trump actually, I believe in 2022 or 23, said something about wanting to make a law against lawmakers like congressmen and senators from trading stock. I believe he did that. I mean, I can fact check myself and look it up, but
yeah, I'd love to see it.
All right, you can. 1 second.
I'll add up another person while you do that. All right, let's get someone else up here. If you want to support me or Santana, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link trees are in the bio.
Hey, Parker, you know I blame you guys taking your hiatus over the weekend for how people are acting. It's like all the pent up aggression since you guys haven't been here, and they're just hot.
They're just ready. Everyone's ready tonight. Yeah, Tyler, are you voting Trump?
Yo, you can hear me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
I am voting Trump.
Why so?
Well, I actually requested because I wanted to kind of piggyback off of this Afghanistan withdrawal. Sorry, I don't know his name. Who was just talking about it?
That's fine. Well, what about it?
So I actually want to see the facts where that was Trump's idea because that was actually atrocious.
Yeah. So actually, so Trump set up the original deal. Do you want me to send you an article?
Can you pull it up here so I can see it?
Like, you want me to put it up on the background? I'd have to go out of the app to do that. I'm not going to do that. I can tell you like a title of like an article.
Yeah. So how do I see that?
Yeah. So I got you. Let me get you an article on that. You can get this from NPR. Right. The title is "The Chaotic U.S. Exit from Afghanistan in 2021 Had Stems from 4 Administrations." Right. And it talks about former President Trump.
Also, you can go to factcheck.org, which gives you the exact timeline of the entire process. So if you want to see where it started, how it developed, things like that.
Actually, this one's a better one from NPR. Trump's deal to end war in Afghanistan leaves Biden with a terrible situation.
So here's my question. If it was his idea, right? And everybody just said, you know what, it's time to just do this right now. Why didn't they do it in the proper way? Why did they just go, you know what, let's leave all of our guns and all of our military stuff.
What did Biden do specifically? Wait, we didn't do that. We actually took everything back.
No, that's what I'm asking.
The only stuff that was U.S. owned that the Taliban got, which they were more likely to get it because of the 5,000 Taliban fighters that Trump gave them, is specifically the stuff that the U.S. gave to the Afghan government so that they could defend themselves. And because they lost, the Taliban then owns that. So you're saying we shouldn't have given anything to the Afghan government so they could defend themselves? But then wouldn't that increase the probability that they would have controlled that region?
No, I'm saying, why was it handled so poorly? Why was it just? I
think it being handled poorly is not dependent upon like Joe Biden. Now, you could say, even if you do want to grant responsibility for this, there are more veterans that died in conflict, right, under the Trump administration than under the Biden-Harris administration. 65 under the Trump administration, 16 under the Biden-Harris administration. So let's blame Trump more.
I mean, realistically, what happens over there is not specifically like what happens at like from a specific date. How many people died? How many things happened is not really anyone's specific fault. I believe we shouldn't have been there in the first place. That's my beliefs.
Okay, sure. You could say that we shouldn't have been. I mean, and I would agree that we went into the Middle East right upon plenty of lies perpetuated, right? That there were weapons of mass destruction, things like that, things that were proven to not be true. But the point I want to make is that, right, Donald Trump is the one who set up the deal. You can't blame Joe Biden, right, if you're not willing to blame Donald Trump for the same conditions.
Exactly. And what I'll say is I have a little bit of a unpopular opinion on this overall, because I do put partial blame on the Biden-Harris administration as well. But more so, and the same thing that Parker's saying, right? Donald Trump and his administration set up the actual exit. They created the plan. The Biden-Harris administration executed it. They delayed it a little bit. But I think one thing that you have to think about is also the unpeaceful transfer of power, right? The absolute delay when it comes to Joe Biden coming in office. Usually there's a ramp up process that starts after the election, and then they kind of roll into the actual presidency. But Donald Trump pushed back and was so adverse to the overall process that it slowed down the Biden-Harris administration when they actually got into office. So that affected the withdrawal as well.
As a Trump supporter, it's not going to change my mind, in my opinion. Like I'm in my mid 30s and I've worked through all of this shit. And I think the guy who was just talking was talking about how he's on the fence. He said it's like razor sharp. He doesn't know who to go for, but he had very valid points of why he should be leaning the other way.
Lauren, thank you for the $5. And Ann, again, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, Ann. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. So what's your point though? Like, I don't think that there were valid reasons. That's why I argued against it. And that's why I do think that Mac was leaning against it. Right now, Mac could say otherwise, but like the point I'm making is that I don't think there's any valid reasons to vote for Donald Trump in this election. I don't think there are.
I don't see any valid reasons why we should vote for Kamala.
Maybe Donald Trump being a proven sexual abuser, maybe him trying to coup the country, maybe him calling for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims in the country, denying climate change, saying that the climate's going to start cooling, that science just doesn't know it yet.
So do you guys?
Maybe him saying he wants to terminate the Constitution.
You have all of these facts, right, of all these bad things that he's done. So what are the bad things that Kamala's done?
Bad things Kamala does? I mean, I would disagree with her stance on Israel. I think that we shouldn't be giving any funds to Israel. I think that should have happened a lot earlier.
So that's not going to stop with her. It's not going to.
What do you mean?
She's not going to stop the wars, is what I mean.
I never said that. I mean, that's something I disagree with her on. I disagree with her with how big the military budget should be. She thinks it should be way larger. I think we should cut it in half and bring that money back here home and still have the biggest military in the world by over $100 billion a year.
And I think to Parker's point, the thing that you want to understand, especially with our stance and the person that we're supporting politically, it's not that we sit here and say, oh, we agree with everything that Kamala Harris stands for or doing, but we think that she's a better candidate, more qualified. And the simple fact is we're willing to criticize her and hold her accountable where there seems to be a lack of that on the other side.
See, that's where I wanted to have a respectful conversation because, again, I will be voting for him tomorrow. I haven't got the chance to vote yet. And I just see the disaster of a country that we're living in right now under the Biden-Harris administration. I see she's done nothing good.
Wait, let me ask you this question, Tyler. Can you name one thing a vice president has done in history?
I actually can't because I'm not.
So the point that I'm making is not that she hasn't done anything. It's that you just haven't heard what she's done because you don't know anything a vice president has done. And that's not coming after you. Most people don't know what vice presidents have done. But she's been the most influential vice president of any vice president ever. She had the most tie-breaking votes, including things on the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, the $35 cap on insulin for people on Medicare. It had fracking leases. It was a pro-energy policy that was deficit reducing.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, Parker.
Cherry, thank you so much for the $23 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Cherry. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, what's up?
Wouldn't you say that Dick Cheney was more of an influential vice president than Kamala Harris? He practically influenced the entire presidency.
So when I say influential, I'm basing it upon
Okay,
the
off
powers
laws,
of the vice
laws and such?
presidency, off of the amount of tie-breaking votes, and off of the influence she had over like diplomatic policy. Right? What you're saying is like, oh, right, I have this perceived idea that like there's like this influence that caused this, right? That like this war to specifically happen. I'm not disputing it. I'm talking based upon like the specific authority aspects that the vice president has, right?
Yeah,
in
okay.
office based upon their
Understandable.
executive action.
Yeah, things that can be quantified. Anna, thank you for the $5. Teresa, thank you for the $3. Yeah, Twitter is flooded with pro-Trump stuff. You're absolutely right.
Another statement. You said that you don't support funding Israel, but earlier when we were talking about Ukraine, you said you do support funding them. And then when I argued against it, you said that it's their right to fight, basically, and their right to stand ground. We shouldn't end the war for them.
Yeah,
so
they got
shouldn't-
invaded.
Ooh,
what do
I
you
have,
think about
actually have
Israel?
something to talk about on that topic too that I saw today, and it again could be propaganda, but it looked like it was kind of bulletproof. How she's campaigning in different states, saying, "I'm going to," like she wants to support.
We just argued this earlier. No, that was an Elon. Apparently, that was an Elon Musk ad, right? So they're portraying it that way.
It was on CNN.
Where?
It was on CNN when I saw.
What was the title? I'll find it right now.
I forget where she was. I think she was in Wisconsin, or no, it was Michigan. Michigan, because there was more of a Muslim population. She said, "I stand with Palestine. I want to stop the war." Yada yada. And then on the other hand, those ads are only going to that demographic. Then it's
Tyler, when I brought this up earlier, I completely blanked where I saw it from, and I just remembered you're all right. It was from CNN.
Jose, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Just to make sure I understand what you're saying, are you saying that she's only running targeted ads for specific areas?
Correct.
That's actually what all of them. That's what
all
every
of them do it.
politician does. But like, which particular points are you referencing? Because I looked up the CNN thing, right? It there's nothing more than like a title. There's no article on it. It's just a title. It's literally
Thank you for
just a title.
$10 on Cash App.
When I saw it, it wasn't like a written article. It was like they were speaking on television about it. It was like
it was on television. They ran both ads. They said, "This is what they're doing here, and this is what they're doing
Jordan,
there."
thank you so much for the $1. Okay, so like, what things do they say? Jose, again, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
She's preaching to a specific demographic, saying, "Hey, I'm going to support you. I promise." And then she goes to the other side.
Wait. So
Israeli
she said that
demographic.
she's pro getting the hostages back and ceasefire. She said that in both scenarios. At the DNC speech, she said that.
I think the big thing that you want to remember and you want to think about is a normal politician caters their stump speeches to the areas that they're in. They're all going to sound the same with little nuances. The difference between Donald Trump and a normal politician is Donald Trump rambles, right? He says he does the weave, but he rambles. And so he can never get a consistent message. That's why his speech writers don't like him. That's why he constantly says things that contradict himself. This is a targeted campaign where you have to actually speak to the things that are important to the different people in the different areas. So you wouldn't say the same thing to people in Pennsylvania that you would say in Arizona. That's an actual political campaign.
Yeah, like for example, right? Like for example, in like the Rust Belt, right? You're going to be running stuff relating to manufacturing. You're talking about the Chips and Science Act, stuff like that. Whereas if you're going to talk about like other things, you might not bring up the Chips and Science Act if you're talking in, say, California. You might bring up something that would be more relative to like the Inflation Reduction Act, like the green policies, right? Because people in California typically are more pro those particular types of policies. So it's not that she has differing views on these things. It's that she's talking about specific views in certain areas, which is exactly what every single political candidate does. That's how you market your views.
When I see Donald Trump rallies, I don't watch all of them. I just see clips and highlights.
Olivia, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Olivia.
He does say the same thing. No more wars. Just stop the wars. There wasn't a single war.
So there are a few core things.
There
But he
wasn't a
says different things.
single war.
Do you think Donald Trump plays the same ads everywhere?
No, absolutely not.
Why not?
No, but he says the same thing.
Why not? Wait, why does he not play the same ads everywhere?
because as you guys just explained it, I don't have to say it again. You said they all
So are you
target.
saying Donald Trump only reads off of a script and only does the same thing over and over again, and that Kamala Harris is variety?
No,
Parker, my point.
Because I've heard from Trump. I've heard from Trump supporters that she says the same thing over and over again, right? And that's like a bad thing about her. So it's ironic to hear that you're arguing that it's a good thing from your own side.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of speeches about
I didn't say
Hannibal
that
Lecter.
it was a bad thing
so-
arguing. They obviously have points of view that they're standing on, right? So they want to say this is why you should vote for me. That's what they do.
Yeah, I think the big thing that you want to keep in mind is that the whole point is there should be a consistent message. I mean, you want consistency from a leader, but specifically and to you honestly, I don't think you would care about what's happening to people in a city that's across the country that has no direct impact. You want to know what a candidate is going to do for you, and that's what Kamala Harris is trying to do. Also, shout out to Dory. Thank you for the $5. You're way more awesome.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, I don't need to take up any more of your time. I appreciate you letting me in here, but I'd like to see the war stop. I think, and like I might, just because I'm
Donald Trump's not going to do that.
Audience, either way, that's what I would like to see, regardless of who's going to do it. I'd like to see.
Can I ask you a specific question? And this is something I've asked people as well. When you said you want to see the war stop, what actual course of action do you want to see happen? Do you just want it to end, or do you want a proper resolution, whether it be in Ukraine where the Ukrainians get their land and their freedom, or are you okay with it just being over? Because the two different candidates have two different approaches, but both of them have the quote unquote same end goal, which is to end the war. But it's how do you want to get there?
Yeah, I would like to, because I'm not that brushed up on who owns what and what land is going on, to be honest. I would like to see them stop, and I'd also like to see, each country come together, but I know that's not possible. Like, we can't fix the world's issues, and no one's going to do that.
Wouldn't it at least be fair to say Ukraine shouldn't lose any of their land?
Like I said, I'm not brushed up on it. I don't know who.
Well, I mean, Russia invaded Ukraine. Ukraine has been defending themselves. At the very least, Ukraine should not have to give up any of its land. And I'll just say this: under Donald Trump's policy or under Donald Trump's proposal, Ukraine will have to forfeit a part of their land in order to end the war, which is unacceptable because they didn't actually provoke any type of conflict.
Yeah, that's to be understandable. I mean, I don't think they should give up any of their land. I agree.
Yeah, should the international community hold Russia accountable for illegally annexing the land?
Sorry, say that again?
Should the international community hold Russia accountable for, under international law, illegally annexing the land?
I don't see why not. Yeah. I mean, didn't Russia just do
You're covering your mic.
$1 billion or something like that?
Say that again, I couldn't hear you.
Sorry. Russia's going to just do what Russia wants to do. That's unfortunately...
They're going to do more of what they want to do under Trump, though, because Trump and Putin are BFFs.
Easy to mistake the two. I can see how you did that.
Yeah.
I didn't mistake the two.
No, I was just making a joke, dude. Tessa, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Tessa. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Shayla, for the $5. I love you more.
L'Oreal, are you voting Trump? And Joseph, are you voting Trump? Let me unmute both of you.
Oh God, no! I'm not voting for Trump.
Oh, Base.
I didn't even.
Base. You're good. Don't worry. You're good. Don't worry. Joseph, are you voting for Trump? All right, let's try to get someone else up here. Everyone.
I'm voting for Trump. I don't know what's up.
Okay. Why are you voting Trump?
So, just because if you base this past
Christian with the Zeus. Yo, can we get some W's in the comment section right now for Christian for the Zeus? Holy shit. Thank you so much, Christian. I fucking love the Zeus. That's like my favorite one. That is
Parker,
my favorite
you get the
one.
best gifts. Like every time I watch, it's always something, and I'm just like, what the fuck was that?
No, I fucking love the Zeus. Can we get some W's for Christian in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Christian, for the Zeus. All right, go for it, Joseph. Why are you voting Trump? Thank you so much, Christian.
So in the past, when he was in office, there wasn't any wars, major wars that everybody was worried about Trump and scared of Trump because he didn't take any shit. The only reason why he talks about raising tariffs for the other country, it's not going to increase the price that we are going to have to pay. He's trying to get the companies to come back to the United States. He's the only one. He's the whole reason why Chevy or whoever was in Chicago, they were going to move to Mexico.
Wait, here, can I address this real quick? Lisa, think of the $2.40.
Let me finish real quick.
And Sofa, thank you for the $5. You're awesome.
The tariffs up 400%. So by the time he gets back here, no one's going to be able to afford your cars. They didn't leave Chicago. That's exactly the type of leadership we need to bring the companies and the factories and everything else back here.
Who pays the tax on that imported good?
We wouldn't have. It wouldn't be imported.
No. I'm just checking to make sure.
It doesn't matter because it wouldn't be imported because the factories and companies would be here in the United States.
Oh, okay. My bad, Joseph. Go ahead and finish demonstrating everything that you know.
Okay, you go straight. In addition to that, man, everything that Kamala Harris tries to say. Kamala. Yeah, Kamala. Thank you for correcting me. In addition to like the $35 insulin cap and all that shit, Trump had a $25 insulin cap. She did everything she says she's gonna do that she didn't do in the past 3.5 years. Trump's already been starting.
He did not have a 25. So the $35, the $30, it was $35, and you're talking about for parts of. Listen, he didn't. He said 35. So listen. So it's 30. So listen, Joseph. He wanted a $35 cap on insulin for certain aspects of Medicare, not all aspects of Medicare. So Kamala Harris, through the specifically the Inflation Reduction Act, passed it to everyone who's on Medicare.
That's why Trump wants to take the Federal Reserve and put it back in. A private company shouldn't be in control of printing our money. That's ridiculous, man. We don't have nothing that's backing our money.
They're not a company, but
people
they're
telling us.
They're an independent.
Listen,
they have regulatory aspects over them, but they're specifically independent.
Man.
Yeah, shut up.
And I know
it's the
MAGA
mobile. It is. You have red bars. It's your MAGA mobile.
Your MAGA mobile. I muted him. And it's taking a time to mute him because you see how it took like a time. It literally took me like 30 seconds to mute him.
Listen, I had a guy the other day that I could not mute. Like it wouldn't let me mute him because his service was so bad.
I know, it's actually ridiculous. Sorry, what was I just saying? Because he was like cutting me off.
You were talking about the terrorists and you were explaining how that actually works. I don't know. I couldn't really hear you over him.
Yeah, he made me forget it. Federal Reserve. Oh yeah, so the Federal Reserve is independent specifically to make it nonpartisan, right? So that's we want the Federal Reserve to be independent because they they do a pretty good job at staying independent, right? Like there was Jerome Powell was getting pressure by Donald Trump to like Joseph, get back in the app, push the turkey to cut interest rates, and he didn't do it. So they're not going to do it just because like a partisan side wants something. Amanda, thank you so much for the $6.
And to that point, Trump has said as well that he thinks that the president should have some say on the actual Federal Reserve and interest rates, things along that line. So he's openly said that he wants to take that nonpartisan position and be able to influence it. So. Tyler?
So, I heard Trump talking about
thank you so much.
how he was telling Jerome Powell to lower the interest rates and he lowered them too much. Did you guys hear that conversation?
So again, yeah, you could say that they lowered it too much, which would have caused a greater level of inflation, right? Because the rates were so low, there was such high demand, push the confetti. And also they would argue under that view that the spending contributed to it, which means Trump, which caused more spending, specifically caused more inflation.
I mean,
are you kidding me right now? Am I still on this?
Yeah, you're here, Joseph. Go for it. Argue me.
You're kidding me, right? Like y'all trying to blame everything on Trump, man. Just like that.
And you're not willing to blame anything on Trump because you're in a cult.
Everything. No. Just like when talking about getting out of Afghanistan.
$5.
Look, he said he put that date forth before he didn't know he wasn't going to get elected. So it's not like he was setting Joe Biden up. Joe Biden could have handled that any way he wanted. It was the way that he handled it is what got it digged up. Trump didn't say, "Oh, I know I'm going to lose this election, so I'm going to leave Joe Biden with a whole bunch of bullshit." That didn't happen, bro.
Hey, let me ask you a quick question, Joseph. Quick question. Okay, cool. What do you think about the current taxes, like the way that we're paying taxes right now? Do you think it's like too much, or that it's all jacked up?
Too much. Half of the damn your paycheck goes to it.
Okay, cool. I'm glad that you said that. So listen, this is the actual tax plan that Donald Trump put in place, and he actually he set it up to where on the back end where he did think that he was going to be getting out of office around this time, and so he set up the
issue.
No, I asked you about the taxes, and you said yes.
No, but I didn't say nothing about him planning that he was getting out of office.
Listen, you're not following my point. You're not following my point.
My statement from last time.
No. What I'm trying to do is give you a correlation. And what I'm trying to say is Donald Trump intentionally set up a plan where it would actually be worse on the.
Show me some receipts, bro. Parker
you can
always
take a look
asks
at
everybody for receipts, man. Show me something. Tell me where I can find that.
Sure. All you have to do is take a look at the actual tax code that we're under, and you can take a look at the percentage that we're paying now.
That's not he didn't set up the tax code we're under now.
Trump's tax policy doesn't expire until next year.
They can go and change anything they want.
No, they can't.
Thank you so much, JW. Thank you so much for the descriptions. Thank you so much, JW. Hey, by the way, they did. You can change certain aspects, push the box and those, but you need Congress to come together, which they're not going to do that until 2025.
But
right? The only
Biden
reason you saw something under the Biden-Harris administration was because of COVID. Right, that's the child tax credit they got passed through the American Rescue Plan, which actually decreased child poverty by 40%.
During COVID.
So do you agree with that tax cut?
Look, no, I didn't even hear what you said, man. What'd you say now?
Yeah, so the only tax cut that they got, they changed, because again, the legislative branch can do that, just they have to come together. They're only going to come together after 2025, which is the end of Trump's tax policy, right?
Okay,
is because of COVID, right? And that was the child tax credit that decreased child poverty by literally 40%.
You saw that was the only one. He passed more.
The American Rescue Plan.
That's just one. Parker, show me
that's the specific bill.
Where it says that's the only thing he changed.
That's the bill's name.
He changed more than that. That's
the
one
only thing that's relevant.
I'm not saying that it isn't irrelevant if he changed more than that.
What did he change otherwise? Give me one thing he changed otherwise.
Tell me how he didn't.
Joseph, give me one. Give me one other change.
I'm not talking changes with taxes. Your boy brought the taxes up. I'm not didn't say shit about taxes.
I brought it up because it was a correlation.
I said
it was a correlation, and you don't have enough impulse control to be quiet and follow
it. I thought it was too much. I said yes, and then you said, "Well, Trump had more taxes." First of all, it wouldn't even be this dire, man, if the shit wasn't double at the damn store.
Okay, wait, do you think the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation?
Inflation that you did sending $60 billion to Ukraine. You don't and printing all this money so they could do it. You don't think that?
Okay,
made
wait.
A
So
difference?
if you're $60 billion. Okay, so if you're talking about Ukraine money,
exactly
$107 billion. Listen, $107 billion was sent to the Ukrainian government. Mama Peach, thank you so much for the 100 subs. Thank you so much.
It's been going for a while.
I appreciate the 100 subs. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I just saw that because all of them just thank you so much. That is incredibly insane. Thank you so much. Sorry, that caught me off guard. That caught me so off guard. What was I saying? I promise I'll remember.
You were talking about how much money we sent to Ukraine.
Yeah. Okay. So 107 billion to Ukrainian government. Push the manifesting. Thank you so much. 70 what's it called? Billion of that specifically is weapons and equipment. So most of that is not that.
Okay, it doesn't matter what it was on because they said Congress said, well, essentially our defense contractors will get the money, so they already knew what it was.
It is American defense contractors for the other money.
It doesn't matter. That's what
for
I'm
the
saying.
cash that is spent. It would be American contractors. At least I think the $2. The other weapons and equipment was stuff that was already. Wait, the other weapons and equipment was stuff that was already developed. So are we going to use that to feed people?
I'm not saying developed. I'm saying even if it's still they still had to pay for everything else with the weapons. They are the ones that said that the Congress is the ones that said that the defense contractors would get it. And in addition to that, every single thing that when Trump was in office, if there was something that was just like he brought up how Americans paid more into NATO than any other country. You know, like we're paying for other countries for them to do it. It's right. We shouldn't be paying for all that shit for other countries. We're trying to buy our way to being the most popular. Yeah, but it's our money though. But I live in North Carolina, bro. I got friends and people I went to college with.
The dollar. Do you want to decrease military spending?
Do what?
Do you want to decrease military spending?
Man, I said nothing about decreasing military spending.
Yes, you did. If you don't want to spend as much in NATO, that's decreasing military spending.
This guy's intelligent. Bullshit, man. And what I was about to say was that I live in North Carolina. I have friends that I went to college with that live where Asheville and all that shit where it got slammed down and everybody's minimizing it. People don't forgot about it. They're still homeless out there. They still got, 700? Same as the Hawaii Maui shit. But yet, all these damn...
Wait,
and you know
do you think
what?
the Republican Party is more likely to help people who are homeless?
I think they're less likely to spend all this dang FEMA money on immigrants, illegal immigrants, paying them $9,000 or $3,000 a month.
That
all this
doesn't
money
happen. That's not a real thing. You just made that
what
up.
It is. No. I did not just make that up.
Yes, you did. So there's no federal policy giving undocumented immigrants
They were getting $1,500 a month in food stamps. They were getting $3,000. They got $5,000 right when they crossed the border.
Wait,
bro.
Joseph, why is there like a young girl on your account?
Listen, hey Parker, on
my phone.
Parker, are you looking at this following list, Joseph? What is up? Holy smokes!
Well, see, this is what the Democrats do. They start.
But that shit chicken, why she texting me? Why she keep calling my phone, speaking sexually? Every time I'm out, why she stressing me? You call her Stephanie? I call her Heffany. I don't open doors for her. But that shit chicken, why she texting me? Why she keep calling my phone, speaking sexually? Every time I'm out, why she stressing me? You call her Stephanie? I call her Heffany. I don't open doors for her.
A lot of them too.
I told you, man. My daughters use my phone. Are you fucking kidding? Oh my God! All right, man. You know what? That's not.
Is he gonna run away to his MAGA
my
safe
daughter
space?
used my phone. I'm gonna what?
And your daughter follows these accounts for you?
It's not for me.
Can we pivot? Like,
Are you
we're just
kidding
like
me? Do you
tearing
see how
each other
y'all are
apart.
just
Listen.
changing the
Hey.
subject of
Dude,
what's going
so,
on?
like, what's the
I got
explanation?
2 daughters. Look,
Holy
man,
shit.
I ain't got to explain myself, bro. I ain't got to worry about none of this shit. I don't do shit wrong. Y'all trying to fucking point out something that I do wrong. It's not. I don't even do that shit. That y'all. You know what? That just goes to show how the Democratic Party does not stand on facts. Because if that was the case, y'all wouldn't be trying to point out, making me look bad by what I supposedly did or do.
Yes, we would, because we can do it on both fronts. We can call out the bullshit, bad things that you do, and we can also
Yeah, but I don't.
address.
Well, first of all,
What? Like,
that wasn't
what?
me. I already told y'all. Second of all, I got 2 daughters. One's 18, or she just turned 19 in September. You know what, man? I don't
He
even,
doesn't
why I
even
ain't
know
gotta
how
tell
old
y'all
his
this
daughter
shit.
is. You forgot
Joseph.
how old your
She
daughter
just
is?
turned 19. Man,
How did you
this is-
forget how
you know
old
what?
your daughter is?
This is
dude?
what Democrats
Jesus
do, man.
Christ,
Y'all-
man. He
Joseph.
forgot
Y'all
how old his
crooked.
daughter was.
That's why y'all are crooked, man.
Joseph.
Y'all get stuck in
How
the
did you
corner.
do that,
Y'all
Joseph?
can't do
Into this
shit.
shit,
I do
Joseph.
know how old my daughter
Joseph,
is.
did you not raise your daughter?
I know how old she is. What are you
Joseph.
talking? I did. I'm a single parent.
And you don't know her birthday.
It's September 17th. I know her birthday.
Birth
And my
year
other
too.
one's
So then
October
you know
28th.
exactly what her age is. Why'd you get her age wrong then?
Because she just turned. It was 2 months ago when she. Man, why am I explaining myself to y'all?
Yeah, why are you joking?
Because
Is that how
you
you
guys
justify
are
your
trying to
follow
change
list,
the
Joseph?
subject about
Understand
the
her.
facts, and the facts are is
Wait,
that the Democrats
if her
lie.
birthday just happened, wouldn't that be more of a reason to
and this-
remember it?
And also,
like what?
what is
Yeah.
it called?
Joseph, listen to me, man.
And didn't you just say she was a minor,
I
Joseph?
need you to just listen to me.
Point
You're
the
feeding
direction
into this
somewhere
shit,
else.
and it's not going to help you out. Just listen.
No, it's like,
This is why
no, y'all trying to
there's so much hate in the
defer
country.
what's really going on in the conversation by trying to make it look like I'm doing something wrong or something when it's not even me. And that he doesn't know his daughter's birthday. Man, y'all are tripping, man. Look at yourself.
Honestly, y'all are
What about
stooping down that low to try to
Hey,
pick
hey, Joseph, I
shit
don't
out
think
that
you
I
have the
did.
moral high
I
ground
even
right now,
explained it
buddy.
to
We
y'all,
saw
and
your
you're gonna
following
act like
list.
you didn't believe me or act like it's not true or something. Oh, he doesn't know when his daughter's birthday is. That's exactly what the Democratic Party does. That's what Kamala
you do
does.
not
That's
have
what
the
Joe
moral
Biden's
high
gonna
ground.
do.
You're on both sides. Relax, Joseph. You're doing
Kamala,
both
I don't care what
sides.
saying how I
Joseph,
want. Y'all don't care. You don't believe me, so why am I gonna believe you?
Yeah. So again, as it relates to this, you're not acknowledging any of the things that we're bringing up. We can bring up how bad the policy is, the bad things Trump has done, and we can also acknowledge that you are doing bad things. We talk about this
What
with
am I doing?
lots of other
What
characters.
am I doing bad, bro?
Yeah, if you're following young girls,
I'm
right?
not. I told
Dude.
Oh my God.
What?
Look, Parker, man, I'm a male nurse. I ain't got no reason to follow young girls like that. If it has something to do with medical, then that was me. I don't really even get on TikTok like that. All those followers or those whatever, I don't even know how many's up there, is my daughter's. So honestly, man, like when she loses,
Why don't your daughters have their own account, right? That they
because
use?
she's underage.
All right, hey, can we take?
You just said that
personal-
she
Wait,
wasn't a
you just
minor.
said she's
That
18
was
or
my
19.
older daughter. I said
Yeah,
I
you
had
said 18 and
two
19.
daughters, bitch.
Yo,
The
this
fuck,
is
man?
Shut
Now
up,
you're
bro.
still talking shit, bro.
No, stop arguing.
Joseph,
Why do you,
Joseph,
Dude.
Then stop talking shit, man.
Joseph.
I thought you said she was 19. You damn right. My
Buddy,
oldest
you're
daughter
just
said I got two
embarrassing
daughters,
yourself.
motherfucker.
Wait. I just want to let you know. In order to go on TikTok, you have to be like above 13.
Okay, well, you know what? She wasn't doing
Just
right.
make
She ain't
beliefs.
got good grades, so I've been taking her phones away and shit. What's the problem? Why do I have to explain this shit to
Stop
you?
explaining it. Just you're telling
Okay,
everybody.
then
There's
stop
12,000
talking
people
about
here.
it.
If
Let's
you
get
took
back
her
to the
phone away, why
subject.
is she on your account?
Oh my God.
Yo, are we talking politics or are we talking random bullshit from Joseph?
Stop, Bubba, stop.
Dude.
Tyler,
What?
get the fuck out of my life. Like, you're just being annoying.
What?
I'm not talking to you, Joseph. I was
Not
talking
you,
to the
Joseph.
random guy that was just like being like annoying. Like, let's talk about politics. No, I'm going to call out the behavior and we can talk about politics the
Exactly.
whole night. Bailey, think of the $5. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jennifer, for the $5. I appreciate you.
Joseph, like, do you get, are you Christian, Joseph?
I am a Christian.
Okay, you know that's sinful, right? To be lustful like that?
Yeah, that was
Yes,
a lot
I
of
do.
lust on
I
that
do
following
know.
list. You're gonna have to repent, Joseph.
Like,
You're gonna have
like
to
if
repent.
like seriously,
I
if
ask
you
God every night.
like,
to tell me
I don't
my
think you
life.
should be letting your daughter on an account where you're literally like following thirst traps, right? That's kind of crazy.
Well, I have a son too, man.
Connor,
I
Chris,
don't
the
know,
$5.
man.
Thank
I
you so
don't
much.
go on there. All right.
Wait, so
know
you
what?
let
He
your
says I
son
have a
follow?
I
son.
haven't
Like,
even
that's
looked at
okay.
it.
Like,
How do you
what?
check to see? Man, all right, y'all. It's whatever, man. I don't even care. It don't bother me. That's what I'm saying, because I don't do this shit. I ain't got nothing to worry about.
Are you crying, Joseph?
I have a question, Joseph.
No, I'm
Joseph,
not
Joseph.
crying.
If someone sexualizes a 10-year-old, you wouldn't vote for them, right?
What's that? I'm sorry.
If someone sexualized a 10-year-old, you wouldn't vote for them, right?
Hell no.
Okay, so Donald Trump said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. You're not going to vote for him, right?
Right?
I mean,
You just said
I didn't
that,
hear him
Joseph.
say that. Show it to me.
Okay,
Well,
I got
but
you.
hold on. Before
Show me
Parker
some
plays
receipts.
it, before Parker plays it, you just said that if that happened, you wouldn't vote for him. So if Parker
That he
plays
dated a
that for
10-year-old. Well, she'd be 20 in 10 years, right?
but still, she was 10 at the
But
time.
she'd be
He's
legal.
sexualizing a 10-year-old.
But according to the law, that's what you guys been pushing.
Joseph, what quality does she have that he would be evaluating there
saying
to
that-
know that he's going to be dating her in 10 years?
I'm not saying that I would agree with it, but that wouldn't change the way that
No,
he would
what
run the country.
what
We don't-
quality?
we're not- it- so
What
then that's
quality
the
would he
case.
be identifying that she
Kamala-
has? Kamala.
What I'm saying is if we're going to vote on people for what they do or what they've done, then we shouldn't vote for Kamala because she sold her body. She was a high. I don't care. She was a high.
You're going to say her name correctly, or I'm going to kick you.
How does it again?
Say Kamala or
Kamala.
say VP
Thank you.
Harris.
I even tried before. I said, thank you for correcting me, man. I ain't trying to disrespect y'all. I'm not trying to disrespect her either.
All right, here, listen to this. Listen to this.
Thursday night, you're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
He was just joking, man.
Oh, is that an okay joke? Wait, if someone said
No,
that to
it's
your
not.
10,
No,
if
but
a
it's-
40-year-old man said that to your daughter, what would you do?
No, yeah, you're absolutely right. But like I said, I'm not voting for him.
Hey, Parker, can I
Just
interject
one.
about that video?
Well, real quick,
go
hey,
ahead.
Madeline, a massive thank you to Madeline who sent a $50 donation saying keep up the good work. Thank you, and Corey for $2. Thank you both. Wow.
So that video is
Connor,
from,
thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. And then D, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
so that video is from like the 1992 CBS special, right? I'm just making sure my sources are
Haley,
correct.
thank you for the $5, and Kara, thank you so much for the $5. Wait, did he say that he's a male nurse? I don't need
Yeah,
that.
he did.
If he's
He
looking
did.
at his
He said-
patients in
he said
an
he was a
inappropriate
nurse.
way?
Yep.
What
He
the fuck?
absolutely
That's
said that.
so gross, dude. I didn't even catch
Kara,
that.
Kara, thank you for the $5. Thank you for being
Joseph,
here.
you get back here right now. What the fuck?
Don't run, Joseph.
I'm sorry, Matt. Give me 1 second. That's crazy.
All right, yeah, that's good.
Joseph.
Joseph, we know you can hear us.
Okay,
We're still coming out of your phone.
Bro, he's so insane.
No, that guy's weird, and also like he wasn't making any sense when he was talking
All
politics
right,
either.
we'll kick him. All right, Matt, go for what you're saying, and then I think I'm going to go on to the next person.
All right, yeah, it's cool. I was just wondering with that video, I've seen it before because you brought this up multiple times in your lives, and what's it called? In the video, I don't think you can see him or the girl, so I am wondering personally.
You can watch them go up the escalator right after.
Oh,
you can
okay,
watch the little
so
girl do it, and you
where's
can see
the-
Trump in like the side frame.
Okay, do you have confirmation the girl's 10, or is that just an assumption?
Yeah, that's what the CBS News article indicated. Which
Yeah,
that was the interview.
it was the grade level that they were in. He was talking to one of the girls' classmates.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, the voice did sound young, so either way, it is kind of strange. But another thing with that video too is you can tell at the beginning there's a sidebar conversation. So I'm not really agreeing with him if he said it or not, because obviously it was said, but I can't tell exactly if he's saying it to the person he's speaking to on the side
He
or to the
clearly
girl.
referenced her. He said, "Are you going up the escalator?" She said, "Yeah." He said, "Can you believe it? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years." That's
Yeah, all right,
That's
that is
very
weird.
explicit. Yeah.
No. I agree with you. It's a weird one.
Well, I appreciate you coming up, Mac.
Yeah, that was great, man. See you.
All right. Hope Mac votes for Kamala.
You know what? I do enjoy those conversations where you can tell people, holy shit.
Oh my God, Christian with the future
What is
journey.
that?
What the fuck is going on? Thank you so much. That's
That
the
is
first time I've ever
insane.
seen that one. Holy shit. Thank you so much. I appreciate the future. Thank you. Thank you.
That was a well diving.
Nathan, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
I am, because I think he just aligns with me better. I kind of just want to get into a peaceful debate. So if you're looking for Clip Farm and Outsleeve.
What? That's crazy to say. So can you name me 2 economic policies Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
I like his economic plan that did a broad tax reduction on the entire class. It wasn't trickled down to comics like whatever that Mac dude said. It was a blanket tax reduction on all tax brackets.
Yeah, so you know that predominantly cut taxes for rich people, right?
Well, obviously, because they have more money to save. If you just look at the stats.
I know, exactly. So why would you engage in a tax policy that predominantly gives taxes to tax cuts to rich people, whereas he's going to replace it with tariffs that will predominantly tax lower income individuals?
I'm glad you mentioned the tariffs. I can tackle that in just a second. But obviously, the rich are going to save more if you reduce 1% of their than if you did for poor people. It's the same thing. They just have more money to save.
So why would you do a 1% tax cut for both of them? Why would you just only do the one? Why don't you do the 2% or 3% tax cut for the lower income individuals then? How about you increase the tax cut for lower income individuals rather than decrease taxes on rich people?
It did. That tax plan had success. If you look at the stats, wages outpaced inflation under Trump. Under Biden, inflation outpaced wages.
No, that's just not true.
That is true.
No, I'm addressing it right now. Real median wages are higher right now than they were quarter for 2019.
I would say predominantly overall, I wouldn't agree with you, but if you have stats to pull it up, I'll trust you.
You can't disagree with the economic data. Appreciate the train. Thank you so much.
Yes, but the economic data shows that Trump's wages went up comparative to inflation. That's not the case for
same
Biden.
here. I just told you. Again, wages are higher now. Real median wages are higher now than they were quarter for 2019. That real means accounting for inflation.
I don't have the stats to pull it up exactly.
St. Louis Federal Reserve, look up real median wages.
What'd you say, sorry?
St. Louis Federal Reserve, real median wages. And you'll find out first time.
I'll pull it up later on. On tariffs.
Also, there's a direct article right here with the Economic Policy Institute, EPI.org, that actually gives you the information and it shows the very thing that Parker just said as far as the Yeah, so it's plenty of information here.
And Melanie, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Melanie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Melanie.
What's your opinion on Trump's
Thank
tariffs?
you, Alicia, for $5 and D for $5. Thank you both.
They cause prices to go up. Push the trash panda. Thank you so much. Decrease the economy, devalue the United States dollar, and decrease export jobs.
Yes, but targeted tariffs, like what Trump's doing, is, while it has temporary drawbacks, it would protect U.S. companies and prevent China from doing unfair business practices. And Biden even kept most of these tariffs in place.
So you say that no, I'm talking about universal tariffs, 60 to 100% on China. It's not just specifically going to affect China. It's going to affect like all goods coming to the country. Kelsey, thank you so much for the $8. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, but
that's not really a targeted approach. Well, that's not really a targeted approach if he's talking about doing up to a 200% tariff, and he's talking about doing it blanket, like a universal tariff across the board to multiple countries. It's just a bad idea.
Yeah, but the point of those tariffs is to bring China to the bargaining table to encourage them to disincentivize their unfair business practices. I think we can all agree that China is committing unfair business practices, and tariffs would be one of the primary reasons to bring them back to the negotiating table to reevaluate that.
Yeah, so these tariffs do not bring people to the negotiating table. This is a universal tariff, point blank, period.
Yes, because if Trump maintained the...
You know that these universal tariffs goes against his USMCA, which is literally his trade policy with the with Mexico and Canada.
That worked with NAFTA. Trump did targeted tariffs, and it worked with NAFTA, and it allowed for renegotiation. It's the same thing he's doing with China, just on a larger extent.
Wait, say that one more time.
Trump's targeted tariffs worked in NAFTA, and it brought them back to the negotiating table to renegotiate the same thing that Trump's trying to do with China.
Well,
yeah,
but
it didn't, because you were trying to bring down tariffs for the USMCA, and then you're increasing them now, which goes against what the USMCA did. So we already got the concessions that you wanted, and then you're going back against that? It makes no sense.
I think you're a pretty intelligent person, Parker. I would assume that you understand that tariffs are not intended for long term. They're intended. The only way to destroy a tariff is to enact a tariff.
He's intending it long term.
No, the only way to no tariff would successfully work long term. The only point of tariffs is to.
That's my point, Caitlin. Think of the $5. Thank you so much.
Yes, exactly. We're agreeing on that.
He's not doing it for a short period of time. He's doing it long term to increase domestic production.
No, he's not.
Nathan,
Yes, he is.
No, listen, Nathan. I think the problem that you're having is you're thinking about this logically from your standpoint, but that's not what Donald Trump is saying, nor is that what he's saying he's going to actually do. You're talking about having a targeted approach to tariffs, which tariffs do have a time and place, but he is literally talking about universal tariffs, no end. It's a horrible idea. It makes sense what you're saying, but that's not what Donald Trump is saying. You're interpreting it for Donald Trump.
I think we just have a philosophical difference on tariffs then, because I believe that he is doing a targeted. You might not.
Respect Galaxy. Thank you so much, Kimberly.
What's your? I saw that you brought up Trump's denying of the of that border bill, but it allowed for 5,000 crosses.
Thank you so much, Michelle.
Daily.
Yeah. So people have been misquoting this. So it's 2,500 daily crossings for a week, right? And then you can shut down the border, right? And then also 5,000 for one day. One singular day.
Are you sure? Because I'm almost certain it said once it reached 5,000 over a 7-day period, it allowed.
It's 2,500. It's 2,500 7-day period.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Push the money gun. Thank you so much.
I didn't expect to get on, so I deleted all my websites that had it all. To be honest with you, but
and even by the way, if it was that's literally 5,000. 5,000 times 365. What is that? That's literally like 1.5, 1.8.
The average crossings of May 2024 were 3,700.
Yeah, that's. I'm not disputing that.
500.
Yeah, so the point is you're saying 1.8, right? You're saying we can't do 1.8 million people a year? I think we can do that. There's 300 million people that are in this country. That's not even like a percentage of the population.
Yeah, so would you trust NBC News as a reliable source?
Typically, sure.
Okay. They said under this new bill, it would give the Department of Homeland Security the authority to close the border once it reached a 7-day average of 4,000 or more.
Krishna had mustache. Thank you. You're probably thinking a different bill.
And
No, I'm thinking about this bill.
Someone sent a future
I got
encounter.
you.
Thank you. I'm sorry I
Appreciate it,
missed that.
Corky. Thank you so
Whoever
much.
sent that. Thank you.
It's the bipartisan border bill. It required for 5,000. It only mandated after 5,000 for 7-day period.
I have it right here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, 2,500 daily average for or more for 7 straight days.
Pardon.
What's your source, if you don't mind me asking?
This is Department of Homeland Security in the June 4th fact check.
Okay.
Fact sheet.
I would have to look up the exact HR. Again, sorry for not being prepared. If you want to kick me off, that's perfectly fine.
JW, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I think one you're referencing is like another bill that was like solo, right? After this, that was 4,000. Yeah.
Oh yes, well, because before that bill, it included funding for Ukraine, Israel, and I don't think you would support funding for Israel either.
I don't. So, but the point I'm making is that, in that you could have said, is that that's going to pass either way, and it did pass either way.
Yes.
So, also, I'm not saying I agree with every aspect of that border bill. I'm just telling you, this is a conservative border bill. If Donald Trump actually cares about passing border legislation, then he would have passed this. I'm not saying I like the border bill necessarily. Now, I do think a good aspect of the border bill is good. Like, I like immigration judges being increased, border agents. I like the fact that what's it called? That we're making the system safer and faster. Like, that's a good idea.
It actually wouldn't. It would allocate more funding for border judges, but it would actually transfer most of those cases not to be heard by judges, but asylum officials.
Yeah, so you're talking border officials. So again, that would be to expedite the processes, right? You understand that judges would be a part of that process as well, right? That's not just one. That's not the only aspect. It's judges and that.
No, it would delegate it to asylum authorities, which would hurt the due process clause.
That's literally immigration judges.
No, the bill specifically said that it would delegate most of it to asylum authorities, not judges.
So what are asylum authorities under the bill?
I wouldn't know for certain, but it definitely stated that it would not be going to.
I think asylum authorities literally are immigration judges.
Then why would the bill specify that it wouldn't be going to them?
Well, what are you talking about? You're proposing this, and I'm saying that doesn't make any sense.
I'm not proposing it. I am not in favor of Trump's bill.
No, you're proposing that that's the part of the bill.
Oh, I'm proposing it's part of the bill because that's what it states.
Okay, so you're saying it states that where? Kathleen, thank you so much for the $5 so I can read it.
I will find it in 1 second.
Yeah, from the American Immigration Council, it specifically maps out that asylum authorities are specifically immigration courts. So they're using a general term and speaking specifically to the courts. So yes, it would fall on the courts, i.e. the judges.
Obedience.
Okay, so where at?
I could pull up the exact HR bill that you're referring to, but
just tell me where you're reading it. I can read it.
The same NBC thing that's talking about it. If you want to, it's called
prescription.
NBC. The bipartisan border deal would not allow 5,000 illegal crossings per day, despite what Trump says.
Isn't that going against the claim that you were saying earlier, by the way?
No, because the title is not talking about illegal crossing. I mean, the title is mentioning illegal crossings, but it's misleading because it allows for
the bipartisan border bill will not allow for 5,000 illegal crossings per day. That's what it says.
Yes, but then if you scroll down to, so where did this 5,000 figure come from? It talks exactly about border encounters.
Encounters are not, that's like just people going across the border.
Yes, that would be illegal if they didn't have permission to cross the border.
No. Encounters are just what they sound like. Encounters. It's people who are. If you live in Mexico, work in the U.S., and you go in and out, those are counted as encounters. It's not someone illegally crossing. It's also someone seeking asylum. So you have to actually go in, and then people quite often turn themselves in. That's an encounter as well.
Yes, but Biden got rid of the remain in Mexico. That would have prevented all this.
Yeah, so remain in Mexico. Why did he implement it in 2019?
Why did he implement it? Because it prevented the mass crossing of the border for asylum
Why didn't he do it
seeking.
in 2017?
I could say the same exact thing. Why did Biden and Harris not enact an executive order to decrease crossings when it was the highest in 2023?
Well, they don't think that it can be fixed just by executive order. They think that you need legislation for it. Donald Trump thinks you can fix it just via executive order. So why didn't he do it day one if he believes it's an issue?
I would just throw it back to you and again say, why didn't Obama codify abortion into law when he had complete control of Congress?
They didn't have
Yes, he
complete
can.
control. They didn't have 60 votes in the
2008?
Senate.
2008, he had complete control. No,
not
for
have
about
60 votes in the
about
Senate.
45 actual days. For about 45 actual days between a Senate member who actually had cancer and then another one going through a trial. So he didn't have actual control of both. So
And also, you need 60 votes in the Senate. They didn't
Yeah,
have
you
60
do.
votes in the Senate.
also, thank you. I think it's Jeremiah or Jeremy or Jeremiah. I'm sorry for the $2.50 on Cash App.
2008, Obama said he would codify it into law.
Actually, wait, no. In terms of what you were arguing, I'm looking at this NBC article. I don't see what you're referencing.
Oh,
I'm
I can pull it
looking
up,
for it as
but
well.
if you just do a Control F and just look up asylum authorities, it'll pop up, or officers.
Okay.
What's
It's,
the title of the article again? Because I see a few of them.
This bipartisan bill would not allow for 5,000 illegal crossings, despite what Trump said. NBC. It says the bill places asylum determinations in the hands of asylum officers rather than judge for the interest of expediency, which would hurt
Appreciate
due
the
process
subscription. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, I got this. Yeah, appreciate all the gifts, everyone. Thank you so
Holy
much.
shit, that was cool. Thank you.
I was just asking.
DJ Cat.
Yeah. So, yeah. So what you're referencing is actually, referencing like them looking at the original case. So whether or not they determine it's a credible threat or specifically a probable cause. Right.
Also,
So
I think
they're
we're-
talking about the change in standard for that.
Also, I think we're getting away from the overall crux of what's important. I mean, the biggest thing is actually providing a source where we can speed up the asylum process. And that's one of the major things that the bill was going to do is actually reduce the overall time that people have to wait who are seeking asylum. I mean, that's the key thing. So you do talk about adding additional judges and more border control, but also having a more comprehensive plan as far as how you're going to deal with asylum seekers, which will overall help the border.
I just think that you're legalizing a illegal act, and it would
What?
be
This
the
is
same-
not illegal. The asylum is not illegal.
illegally crossing the border is
asylum is not illegally crossing the border.
It is once you.
No, it's not. Janine, thank you so much for the $5. Quinn,
Yes,
thank you
it
for
is.
the $5, and
Holy
Kathleen,
shit.
thank you for the $5. Nathan, asylum is legal under U.S. law. You are lying.
Yes. Obviously, it's legal, but I'm saying you cannot cross the border and
I
then.
get what you're saying. You have to commit a illegal act in order to complete a legal process. Like you're being super technical. Wait, because technically asylum is legal. Asylum is legal. Crossing the border is illegal, but in order to get to asylum, you have to cross the border. Yes, you have to commit a technical illegal act
It's
to
actually
get to the legal
legal.
act.
It's illegal for them to cross the border. You don't even have to go through ports of entry until this recent Biden executive order that said you have to go through ports of entry. So actually, you can by law cross the border, claim asylum, and you're good. That's it. That's all you have to do. That's why we need to rework the asylum process, right? And that's not an issue with like illegal immigrants. It's an issue with the asylum process. Aeronautical, thank you so much for the flying jets. Thank you so much, Aeronautical. Thank you so much. I
And
really
Michelle, thank
appreciate
you for
that.
the-
Thank you.
Michelle,
All right,
thank you for the $30. That was super kind. I really appreciate you.
Let me just ask one more question. I'll be out. So, do you vote more on moral character or policy?
Probably slightly more on moral character.
Moral character? Okay.
Yeah, but
so-
I think both the character and policy are worse for Trump.
Did you vote for Biden in 2020?
Yeah, I did.
Would you not say that Biden has a abhorrent moral character, supporting the crime bill that basically criminalized being
Not
black
as
in
bad as
America?
Trump's. Yeah,
for the cat,
crime
DJ.
bill. Yeah, so he's gone and he disagrees with that now, right? The same thing was actually supported by the Congressional Black Caucus. It was supported by a majority of Democrats, even people like Bernie Sanders at the time. Pushed the DG glasses. This was like literally supported by everyone. Republicans,
Literally,
Democrats,
literally.
really everyone pushed the little crown. And yeah, like it was a bad bill. I disagree with it, right? I think it created very, very negative impacts. But the point I'm making is that you can't just say it's specifically just Joe Biden, right? And you also have to acknowledge that, again, you can disagree with things that you've done in the past as well.
Okay, yeah. So, would you ever support someone for a president that cites a KKK member as a great mentor?
So I don't think that's a KKK member you're referencing.
But also, would you ever vote for
Yes, he is.
Appreciate the future encounters. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Senator?
Yeah, so I have a question.
Robert Bride was a KKK member, and Biden said he was one of my mentors.
Bride? Did you say Bride?
Oh, apologies. Bride.
You mean Bird?
B-Y-R-D. Yep, sir.
Better question. What was Trump's dad?
I'm not the one that's claiming that I'm voting on strictly moral character. I only care about policy.
We didn't say strictly moral character. What we said is that, and also, by the way, you can say that there are certain aspects that are bad of moral character, but they're not as bad as what Trump has. So when we're evaluating who's going to be candidate of the president of the United States, we're going to evaluate it on who's worse in terms of character and who's worse in terms of policy. And it is very clear that Trump's worse on character and worse on policy for both scenarios.
Okay.
Appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much, Dan. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Also, Biden isn't running.
Yes,
Thank you
exactly.
for the galaxy. Holy shit. Thank you, Paulie.
They're
Doesn't
so
matter if Biden
obsessed
was
with
running.
Biden.
You can't claim that you're voting for moral character and then support a man named Joe Biden who was terrible for
Yes, you can.
moral character.
Wait. So support him over Trump.
Yeah.
I think that Biden, policy-wise, is way more destructive than Trump in terms of moral character.
That's not true at all.
What policy?
Look at his legislative history. In 1977, Biden opposed busing, saying that he doesn't want desegregated schools to become a racial jungle.
So what you're referencing, again, because I disagree with the terminology used, I disagree with how he says these things. Push the hand over his little crown. What you're not referencing is that he's specifically saying that he wants the schools to be.
Shit, thank you for the jellyfish.
Yo,
What
Megan,
is
thank you
that?
so much for the future city. Thank you so much, Megan. I appreciate it. Thank you. He wants the schools to be integrated on the basis of communities being integrated, not just busing people from segregated communities to integrated school systems. Whereas Kamala Harris specifically was advocating we could not only do busing, but we could also do community integration. So what you're referencing is you're not acknowledging that he's saying that he wanted to integrate school systems still, not that he didn't want them to be integrated. And then
Also,
Shannon, thank you for the $75 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Shannon. Can we get some W's for Shannon in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Shannon. I appreciate the $75. Thank you.
Also, I think that you're taking, you're pulling these points from Joe Biden, and specifically, Joe Biden does have a quote unquote checkered history or past, but he also has a history of trying to correct himself and be better. Something that Donald Trump at no point has ever done in anything. So, I mean, we can talk about what Joe Biden's shortcomings, and also Joseph Robinette Biden is not running for president, but Donald Trump literally has a worse past, and at no point has ever tried to make amends for anything that he's done in the past at all.
Yep.
I would say that both Biden and Harris are complete grifters and have no stance on policies.
Can you define grifter?
A grifter is someone that, in my opinion, just does whatever will get them elected.
Okay, cool. Wait, I got a quick question. So you said that Biden and Harris are grifters. Where can I buy the Biden Harris gold shoes, or the Biden Harris $100,000 watch, or the Biden Harris NFTs?
I'll tell you exactly where.
Where?
I'll tell you exactly where. Hunter Biden laptop.
Okay.
What?
Not even letting me continue my conversation.
What? Dude, a Hunter Biden laptop. What?
Oh, that was like an Odell
Not even
Beckham
letting me
reach.
finish
I mean,
what I'm
you
saying, man.
You went
All right,
way back for that one,
We're getting into
Nathan.
mud throwing. We're getting into mud throwing now. Kamala
Thank you
Harris's
for the guitar.
Kamala Harris's daughter or sister is selling merch with her name on it. With Kamala Harris's name on it.
Wait, Kamala,
Biden
that's
has,
not her. That's not her, bro.
It's not. Shannon, thank you for the $40 on Cash App. You're so awesome. Exactly. That's exactly Nathan. The reach on that one.
Way better catch. Way better catch with the other guy. No, but Biden used his political power to embellish himself and gain financial wealth.
Wait, Donald Trump actually like literally got millions of dollars in business deals under his administration, and even had people stay at Mar-a-Lago under his administration. Like literally, what are you talking about? Jared Kushner sold the largest refinery in the United States to Saudi Arabia. Here's the beating hearts. Thank you so much. What are you talking about?
No. Trump, if he didn't run, would have made. I mean, that was a little mean, Parker. Shouldn't have done that.
Shit, Cynthia, thank you for the $10 on Cash App.
Do you need some Kleenexes?
I do actually, if you have any. You honestly think Trump financially gained more as running for president with half the country hating him?
Yes.
Really? 2 assassination attempts, multiple trials and court cases that wouldn't have occurred if he wasn't running.
He has enriched himself. Yeah, they definitely would have. But the way that he's enriched himself and his family, yes, the way that partner, he's enriched himself and his family is not even close.
That is not true. The opportunity cost for running for president. He alienated half the country. He has multiple lawsuits.
No, he thinks the president is the most powerful position you can be in.
Okay, and he willfully gave up power in 2020.
Okay, so you say he willfully gave up power. You understand that is a ridiculous statement. He sent false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes, and we didn't win. Per the TikTok era. That is a ridiculous statement.
I really don't care about his rhetoric. He gave up power. He peacefully left power. He was not incited for any revolt.
No. You can't say that he peacefully left power when he literally tried to overthrow the government. No.
Was there a civil war?
Listen, you cannot go rob a store and then get caught and then say, fine, like I'm not going to rob it. Exactly.
Fight like hell. They went to the Capitol and he waited for hours to tell them to go home.
Parker, was he ever indicted criminally for any of those actions? Was he? No, he was not. That is completely lies.
You look up January 6th indictment.
He was not indicted. He was not indicted for citing an insurrection.
Yes, he's literally arguing
That's
in
not
case
true.
of immunity.
No. What I'm arguing is that he incited people to pause the peaceful transition of power.
Not true.
That's exactly what he did. He did that.
No, he did not.
Yeah. Okay. That's exactly what he did. He literally sent people to the Capitol.
Peacefully protest.
They were literally saying hang Mike Pence, and he literally didn't stop them. He didn't tell them to go home. He took hours to do it. He took hours to do it.
Go home.
After hours.
Also, Nancy Pelosi was in charge of the army there.
No, wrong.
Yes, he was.
Wrong. Give me a source. Give me a source. There's like 5 million fact checks on that.
Nathan just turned into.
You're the one claiming. Nancy Pelosi.
I'll show you. You're the one who claimed it.
Literally, he's turned into nuh-uh. Nathan, what's happening? Like, what are we talking about?
Because you are projecting a lie.
I got you. Fact checking.
America.
Wait. So PolitiFact right here. It shows that it's false. Right. Fact checking claim Pelosi takes responsibility for not calling National Guard on January 6th. Right. I can also send you something from AP News. Pelosi did not block the National Guard from the Capitol on January 6th. Right. Do you want me to give you more sources? Right. Because you're just literally saying she had the authority to do this. And it's a talking point that's been repeated over and over again. It has no fucking basis. Literally nothing.
No matter what, Trump did not incite any sort of violence in January 6th. He did not. He did not.
Fight like hell, telling people to stop the steal. You think, if he didn't tell people,
Parker,
if he didn't tell people to stop the steal, would the peaceful transfer of power been paused?
Parker, fight like hell has been.
If he didn't say stop the
Parker
steal,
asked the question.
If he didn't say stop the steal, would the peaceful transition of power been paused? The peaceful transition of power would not have been paused if Donald Trump did not tell them the election was stolen from them. Fight for your country, take it back, fight like hell.
Okay, no. Yeah, ready. So you're saying that words can incite violence like that, right? What about projecting that someone's going to take your rights away? Someone's a dictator?
All of those are true.
Oh, okay. All those are true.
Trump says he wants to be a dictator on day one.
No, he
On
does
day
not.
one.
He
Yes,
did
he
not
does.
say one of
You
these.
want me to play it? You want me to play it?
Pull up the direct quote, the full quote,
Yeah.
full quote. Please do, because it
Yeah.
does not state that.
Thank you, Jocelyn, for the $5 on PayPal. Also, listen, even if you want to say you don't, if Trump didn't incite violence, do you think that he has any part to play in quelling the violence, knowing that those were his supporters and they don't listen to anyone but him? So at the very least, wouldn't you say that he has a moral obligation to actually call them off when he saw what was happening?
What
I
about
don't know what that is?
Yeah. So, would you guys also say that the Democrats inciting violence in Roe v. Wade and saying that all the rights are getting taken away, where one of the Supreme Court justices' lives was in danger? An assassination attempt was committed on, I believe, Kavanaugh.
Oh my God! Listen to this.
Yeah,
You
play
would
it.
never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except
Look,
for
he's going crazy. Except for day one.
meaning
I want to close the border and I want to drill.
that's
drill,
not
drill.
that's not that's not retribution.
I'm gonna be. You know, he keeps. We love this guy. He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, "No. Other than day one, we're closing the border and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator."
Also, I would like to call
Elena,
out the
thank you
fact-
so much for the
There, exactly.
$20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. He said he's not going to be a dictator forever because he said he'll give it up. Isn't that what Hitler said?
Also,
It's
I want to
clearly
call out the
rhetorical.
fact that
Parker,
it takes more
Parker.
than one day to drill, baby, drill. Like his whole point was like, oh, we're going to be a dictator to close the border and drill. It's going to take more than one day to do all that. So
That's a
yeah.
complete bad faith argument. You know it. That was clearly a joke, and you cannot cite that was
Oh, it was a
anything but a joke.
joke. It was a joke.
It was. Do you seriously think that everything Trump says he means? Every single thing he's ever said?
I think that he.
No, I don't think everything is a joke, though.
No. And I think that
think
he
you're picking and
means that
choosing.
he's going to attempt to do the
I think
things
you're
that he
picking and
says. Yeah,
I'm not picking
absolutely.
and choosing. That is clearly a rhetorical a joke. That is a joke.
Okay, so what tells you it's a joke?
In the premise that the conversation was told, if you look at the entire debate, it was more of a I believe a town hall where they were just joking. Wait.
You just
Nathan.
restated that he joked. What tells you it's a joke?
The context of the forum that they were talking
context?
in. If you watch the entire thing,
He's being asked a specific question. Would you seek retribution towards, like, essentially your political enemies, your adversaries?
and he did not say that. If anything, he said that all he would do
Said,
is
I'm going to be a dictator on day one. Other than day one, I'm not going to, because we're going to drill, baby, drill, and close that border.
Yeah, all he said is close the border and drill.
Nathan,
Like, he doesn't have the ability to do that.
If you're on a plane, can you tell jokes about bombs on a plane?
That's not inciting. Trump didn't incite violence when he was saying that he's going to close.
The question is, would it be okay to tell a joke about, that while you're on a plane?
Obviously not.
Okay, cool. So in that same sense, why do you think that it's okay to tell a quote unquote joke about becoming a dictator when you are running for the highest office of the land, where you quite literally are the most powerful man in the United States? Why does that joke fly?
Because I think you need to look in the context of the forum and the person saying it.
Okay. Or maybe you're just bending yourself into a pretzel.
No,
like,
I'm not.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
I don't know how you could say that Trump is a joke who never says anything seriously, but then yet you pick and choose which words you want to take as serious.
I don't think that Trump is a joke. I think that he's an existential threat. I do. So.
How?
Quite literally, he's a fascist that wants to be a dictator.
He's a fascist that wants to be a dictator.
Yeah. He is a fascist that wants to be a dictator for political crime, but he also has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing women. He tried to coup the country, tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims into the country.
Wait. So, how did he restrict women's access for abortion when he just gave it back to the states? And Ruth Bader Ginsburg herself.
So literally, I know exactly what argument you're making. So him leaving it up to the states specifically restricted women's access to abortion in plenty of states. That was his goal. That's exactly what he brags about. Okay. And then in terms of the argument that you're bringing up, she thought it should be codified within the context of the law, right? Because it would be more likely to stay up. right?
Yep.
She was not saying that she thinks it's illegitimate to say that like there should be a constitutional protection for abortion. She fought to constitutionally protect access to abortion.
The entire ruling on Roe v. Wade, she said, was more of a doctor's right to practice than a woman's right to choose. It was a very weak foundation, as you know.
Yeah, because it could be overturned in the context of the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
No one's disputing that, but what we're saying is that there should be federal protections. And what Donald Trump is not doing is he was not trying to ensue federal protections for access to abortion, especially for individuals who are assaulted, right? He specifically was looking for, right, a state ban for abortion that then leads to women dying in this country because of restricted access to abortion. What you don't understand is that women died because of this legislation.
Yeah. The thing is, though, Obama could have done it in 2008. He said he was going to do it, and you can look this up. He quote unquote said, "Codifying abortion is not my top priority anymore." That's what he said. Please fact check me. I'm more than welcome to. He said,
what's the title?
I don't know. I just know his exact words. If you look it up, 2000. I mean, you can laugh all you want. That's exactly what he said. 2008. He said that he was going to codify Roe v. Wade into law, and then when asked again, in the sake of bipartisanship, he said it is not my top
what year was he
priority.
asked?
2009, when he still had full control over Congress.
Okay.
Thank you, Erica, for the $1 donation on PayPal. I love being here. And WJ Hubby Fuzzing, thank you for the $20 on Cash App.
All right. Let's check this. Give me 1 second.
And then also, if you don't mind me just going a little bit of a tangent.
No.
Oh, okay, fine. Fair enough. I respect it. It's your form.
All right. Let's see this. Okay. He favored to avoid I believe that women have the right to choose. Obama told her first 100 days in office. He said making it 100 days in office.
Yep.
Marking his last 100 days in office.
Not my top priority.
First 100 days in office. But I think the most important thing to tamp down some of the anger surrounding the issue is to focus on the areas that we can agree on. Okay, what he's arguing is that it's like that there's not agreement on the other side.
And even more so than that, this specific article talks about, and you're looking at Reuters, so I'm reading the same thing.
Yeah.
He's talking about his first 100 days, and he basically is speaking to trying to tackle the things that he can easily attain, and then working
this guy's
on
such a liar. He said it is not the highest legislative priority. He's talking about other people. He's talking about other people, not himself.
Yep.
Because it's a Congress thing.
So if Obama didn't want to pass it when he had full control of the presidency and Congress.
Wait, he didn't have he's 60 votes. We already went over this. He didn't have the 60 votes.
This is just a red herring then. It's just keep giving the Democrats complete control.
What branch of government is the president in?
The executive, obviously, but
is that the legislative branch?
I mean, if you really want to argue it,
so
if he's
referencing it's not a legislative priority, that's not him referencing himself because he's not in the legislative branch.
Correct. His stance didn't change. The point of it is that Congress has a focus and he wants to get through as many things as he could within the first 100 days of Congress. And that was not Congress's top focus, not his. Susan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And Christina, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Did you see Trump's outsourced social media to Mexico? It wouldn't surprise me. Did you see that, Parker? That Trump outsources social media to Mexico?
I didn't see that. No,
I'm gonna have to look that up.
And then also, Cinema and Mansion also, that also limited their control. But like one other thing I would say is actually we were filming content right in Las Vegas, and we went to the Trump Hotel to troll them and to we got kicked out right away. And we actually were looking inside of like the where they sell like all the merch and shit.
Yeah,
a lot of the shit in there isn't even made from the United States.
No, it's almost all made in China.
Yeah, a lot of it's made in China. Right?
The Trump Bibles,
actually,
Trump hat.
Yeah, it's really funny, chat. It's really fucking funny. But yeah, that's where we were. We were calling out Bryce Hall yesterday, and Bryce Hall was running. We had like this truck that was going around the strip, right? That said Bryce Hall was running from a debate from Dean, and we were filming, calling out Bryce in front of the Trump Tower and being like, I forget. I don't think they posted the one right in front of the tower. But yeah, it was really funny. Marsha, I appreciate the $5. Christia, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I did just see that. America first, am I right? Do you think of the $5? Thank you so much. You know, everyone should buy stuff from the United States, but except for Trump's businesses.
What's your opinion on Kamala Harris's
Kamala?
Oh, apologies. What's her what's your view on her double message on Palestine, Gaza, on Israel and Gaza in Michigan?
I've heard this from like a million guests today. Like, do you guys have like a script, bro? It's like every single person I've talked to today.
He said, he gave up the game.
Yeah, it's crazy. Thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is unbelievable. I've heard the same thing from every single person today. Right? Yeah. So again, in terms of this,
sir.
Yeah, I'm answering right now.
Okay.
Right? In terms of this, right? What you're referencing, because actually you brought this up earlier. Is that you already?
No. It was someone else. It was someone.
Was it actually? I think it was him.
Someone else brought it up.
It was another guest who brought it up, and we already spoke to it. But yeah,
that's so fucking insane. So yeah, again, in terms of that, push the naughty chicken. I don't think that there's any different messaging. What's the double messaging?
The double messaging, while not strictly double messaging, is pretty disingenuous.
What did she say that was double messaging?
Okay, yep. She claimed that Israel has a right to defend itself and its actions, and we should support it against their attacks on October 7th. And then controversially, for Palestine, she's stating that the human suffering in Gaza and Palestine is terrible and it's killing far too many innocent lives. Wouldn't it kind of be disingenuous?
That's completely consistent, by the way.
No, that's not.
That is consistent. It is a consistent worldview. I disagree with her worldview, but it is a consistent worldview. I don't see how that's inconsistent. You can say both at the same time.
Yep.
How can you say that? How can you say that Israel has the right to defend itself?
Right to defend themselves does not mean that they are currently utilizing actions to defend themselves. Like, for example, literally starving people, right? Starving innocent Palestinians is not defending yourself. Do you have the right to defend yourself? Yes. But does that mean that that those actions that they're engaging in is fulfilling that purpose? No. Are fulfilling that purpose. Sorry. No, it does not mean that. By the way, everyone, keep tapping the screen. We actually have more viewers right now than Kamala does on TikTok. And she's doing a rally right now.
How can you? That's completely disingenuous, though, sir.
It's not disingenuous.
Yes, it is.
Holy
you cannot say that.
Fuck.
You cannot say
sorry.
that.
Hey,
oh,
whoa, hold on. Holy shit, Christina! Thank you for the $200 on PayPal from Norway. Thank you for your awesomeness and awesomeness, and I can't even speak. Wow, holy shit! Thank you. That is insanely kind. Thank you. Wow.
W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Let's see it for like the next 10 minutes, everyone.
Wow.
Okay, so Kamala saying that Israel has a right.
Kamala. Say Kamala or say Harris. Okay, now Kamala's beating us, everyone. She's tied with us.
Okay.
Or we're just.
I'll just say Vice President Harris. There we go. Completely official.
Yep.
Could you at least just basically say that isn't that kind of mixed messaging and disingenuous by saying that, citing precisely October 7th and the actions of Israel, saying that they are justified and are allowed to defend themselves, but then also say that the war in Gaza is devastating and we cannot, and she will not be silent.
Yes. So what she's saying is that it is the case that they have a right to defend themselves, logically and ethically speaking. But what they're doing,
you didn't say that,
thank you so much, is because you don't go into this level of like complexities in the context of political conversations like this, typically speaking, right? But like I can explain it to you right now. What she's saying is that it is the case that there's a humanitarian crisis going on in Gaza caused by what Israel's doing, but Israel still has a right to defend themselves. Just the way that they're defending themselves is creating a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Mm-hmm. That's what she's saying. That's completely consistent. Now, I very much disagree with her worldview, right? I think that we shouldn't be supplying weapons, offensive weapons to Israel. Do countries have a right to defend themselves? Yes. But what Israel's doing is not defending themselves. They're violating international law. Okay? That's my argument. And Peggy, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 for I just voted for Kamala. Yo, based for them in the comment section. Let's go. Thank you.
I think, and even like, Nathan, I don't want to call you disingenuous in your argument, but like, I think it's pretty clear as far as what she was saying. I mean, two things can be true. And I don't think there was any type of doublespeak or mismessaging. And she's been consistent with saying this from the moment that she started running for president to now. And I mean, you can say, well, she's not giving the full message at all times. Okay, but her message has been consistent and it's genuine.
Okay, so if it's the same message, then why did she specifically only do it to do certain ads and area codes where
Sorry,
just
the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah, because every single political candidate does that. You specifically talk about certain things in certain areas. Like, for example, if I go to a Rust Belt, right, I'm going to talk about things that affect the Rust Belt more than if I were to talk about the like things that like I'm not going to talk about Rust Belt issues, right, in California, right? You're going to talk about Rust Belt issues in the Rust Belt. You're going to talk about different types of positions that people hold in the Rust Belt for people that you're talking to in the Rust Belt. That's called marketing and advertisement.
Yep.
Yeah, but
just
if it's
like
the same,
you wouldn't sell sweaters in Florida, and you wouldn't sell flip flops in Alaska. You just have to know your target audience.
So if there's no potential of those two things being dual standards,
yes, I did. That's
why would
really
she?
Cool.
Why would she not specifically just do that generally rather than local? It just seems a little disingenuous to specifically do one message to one demographic group and then give another one to another.
That's what happens with every single one. That's how marketing works.
It's
do you think Donald Trump has universal ads? Wait, you guys must have watched the same video. Whose video did you watch?
Whose video did I watch?
Did you watch like some video that said this information?
It had to be.
Yeah, we're all hive mind.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like you're literally running the exact same thing that the last few people said.
Well, because I just heard their points and they would just claim it and then not have the actual sources. So I was just trying to supply the sources.
You don't either. You don't have any sources. What are you talking about?
I have the source of NBC News again. It talks exactly about how it specifically targets specific zip codes with a predominantly high Muslim majority, and then with and controversially, she would magically do a pro-Israel one for areas with high support for Israel.
Hey,
just
Brian,
seems
thank you, Brian, for the yeah, thank you for the $5, Brian. And let me just ask the question: do you think? I mean, genuinely, I mean, taking your political stance out of this, do you think that it's wrong to actually try to turn out the vote by specifically targeting a certain area, or is this just a talking point?
Nothing's wrong with that as long as your message is concise. I just believe. I mean, you can rationalize whatever you want, but what is she allowing Israel to do? Defending themselves. She said they have a right to defend themselves, and she supports their right to defend themselves. So, what are they defending themselves against right now, besides slaughtering Palestinians right now?
Yeah, so they're defending themselves against Hamas. Like that is an actual thing that they're doing. And now what they're doing is they're committing war crimes in trying to do so. Okay.
Exactly.
So again,
and she says
they
she
have
supports
a right
their
to defend themselves against an action of violence towards them. But what they're doing is not going against the action in terms of targeting Hamas specifically, right? They're targeting civilians.
Exactly.
Service error can contact us. Feedback success. What the fuck is going on, TikTok? I have this like circling thing right now.
All right.
I'm telling you, the last couple of days it's been like weird.
I appreciate you guys talking to me. I just have one more question.
Okay.
Do you guys
go
watch
ahead.
basketball?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Trey, think of the $5. Thank you so much.
Celtics gonna win this year?
No, Lakers. Push the money gun.
Lakers. That's a terrible take, man.
Push that $3.33. No, I'm taking it.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, crap. I don't have. Oh no. I gotta see if I can add up another guest. Push the Rockstar. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's literally glitched.
Is it still spinning?
Oh my god, it's literally just spinning. It's literally glitched. That's so brutal. Please tell me I don't have the ability to add anyone up.
Oh, somebody's coming up.
Is that Matt? Is that Matt? Matt, thank you so much.
It's Bart.
Matt, you're gonna have to do that because I literally or Matt, can you give my third account? Actually, no, I'm the only one that can. I don't know what to do.
Bart, are you there?
Here, let me swipe out and swipe back in. Can you fix the people in here? Whoever just added that person.
Still spinning?
Oh my God, I don't hear anything now. Hello?
I can hear you, and people are coming up. Can you hear us?
We're good. We're good. I hear. We're good. We're good. We're in now.
All right.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. I need to give my second account stuffs. All right, we're good. We're good. All right, everyone. I'll only give my third account like mod powers like that. That's something I need. Push the ICU. They only have like 30 mods, so it's like impossible to have enough people to like actually mod the chat.
I can only imagine what you deal with, because I just realized that I don't have enough, and I don't deal with like a fraction of what you deal with. So,
Reese, think you are. Whoa, what the fuck? Reese, are you voting for Trump? What the fuck is wrong with me?
Wait, I didn't even mean the request. I'm so
You're
sorry.
good. Don't worry. You're good. I literally, like, my brain just sometimes like
froze.
Whoa, dude.
Hey, did you see? No, you probably didn't.
No way.
You voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Just based off of foreign policy and the border.
What foreign policy?
Specifically just his peace through strength. I feel like Kamala and Biden just give the
Kamala.
Sorry. Wait, say it again. How do I say it?
Kamala.
Kamala and Biden don't give off a powerful, a more strong.
Okay, so what is he going to do that's specifically going to help that?
He's actually going to go and negotiate with foreign leaders instead of not talking to any of them.
Negotiate with foreign leaders, like how so?
Like the fact that Biden won't go to the table with Putin.
Oh, okay. So, like, you mean give up parts of Ukraine?
I mean, if that's what it takes.
So you're willing to give up aspects of Ukraine against Ukraine's will?
I think the regions that they would give up are mostly Russian native. Most of them speak Russian, and actually,
does that justify taking the land?
I think the people that live there actually would give up the land, not the government itself.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is that that people would just accept it. So does that justify, like, say, Germany, like, annexing Austria?
No. What I'm saying
or would that justify, like, the UK, like, invading the United States?
No. I don't think anyone in the United States would want.
Or better yet, would you just accept it if someone came and took like half of your house? Like,
No, not
just
at
said,
all.
I want your living room and your garage now. Is that okay?
Look, let's go through this hypothetical where Mexico.
No, you brought up
invades
specifically them
us.
having the same culture, like language.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I brought up specifically like the UK, right, and the United States, right? Because plenty of points in the United States history.
Yeah, so
go ahead.
Let me go through this hypothetical. It's pretty much like yours. So like a bunch of people have a bunch of Mexican heritage in let's say Arizona. Okay. Okay. No, let's just, if Mexico was invading the U.S. and there was a long-standing war that like went on for, how long has this conflict been going on? 4 years almost?
No. Oh, you mean Ukraine? Yeah. Yeah. More than that.
At some point, you have to come to an agreement. Like, do you just want to keep the war going for another 8 years if neither?
We're allowing for Ukraine to self-determine. Right, we're not forcing it on them.
Yeah, except Zelensky.
Russia could always give up.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like that's what they want. I mean, obviously, the people that defend the continuation of the war want the war to keep going. I'm saying
Boris Johnson, is that Biden? You'll say it's true. Is that Biden? No, okay.
They have the same. They have the same objective.
Also,
Really,
just
do
an
that?
FYI, there's a Pew Research article saying, despite concerns about governments, Ukrainians want to remain one country. They actually did a poll of Ukrainians in the different areas, and overwhelmingly, they do not want to give up their land. They want the Ukraine government to continue the fight to be able to maintain their land. So that point is absolutely not true.
Where is this from?
It's a Pew Research Center. Despite concerns about governance, Ukraine wants to remain one country. gives a breakdown of the different areas, east, west, even the area of Crimea was listed.
All right. If you're voting for Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now. We're gonna start adding people up again to help him out. Only send a guest request if you're voting for Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone.
I'm not finding it.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates.
But I don't know. I just feel like that the land itself, like, look at how many generations of people are dying. There's so much war. I feel like ending the war is better than giving up some land. That's just my honest opinion. Like these Russians, like the Russians fighting in this war.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
I don't agree with the verdict on that.
Okay. All right. So would you? You would?
No, I would not.
Okay. So you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, but Trump's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing.
No, I don't agree with the verdict on that case.
Okay. Why?
Because there was no actual evidence.
No actual evidence. Okay. Can you name one piece of evidence submitted in the case?
I can name 3 witnesses. I don't know what evidence they submitted. Could you educate me?
Okay. What 3 witnesses?
I don't know all their names, but there are 3 witnesses that said. Well, there was the girl that said that she got raped, E. Jean Carroll. Was that her name?
Mm-hmm. What else?
Yeah. And then she had like 2 friends that she allegedly called like after, and then they also said. But if I can get 3 friends together to say,
okay.
hey,
I mean, it's not only that. There's a dress, right? There's also the fact that Donald Trump said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistaking her with his ex-wife. Glitch, are you voting Trump?
Oh, sorry. I didn't even mean to request.
You're good. Don't worry. John, so what you were saying?
Could you clarify what you said? I'm sorry.
Yeah, he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but in a deposition he mistook her with his ex-wife.
Okay.
Also, I don't really understand the point of how you can actually push back on the actual case if you don't know the factors of the case. Like just saying that that a couple of our friends testified, but not knowing any additional forms of evidence. I mean, doesn't that put you at a position where you're speaking from a lack of knowledge?
Yeah.
Helping Humans, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I mean, this is us talking. Where I want you to tell me, because obviously, if you guys agree with it, then what was the?
Thomas, thank you so much for the subscription. Ava, thank you for the little crown.
Yeah, basically what it is that, he was held civilly liable. There were not only witness testimonies, but there was testimonies from the therapist that E. Jean Carroll saw at the time. There was also a grape kit that was submitted into evidence, and she did have the dress that she submitted and that she stated had Donald Trump's DNA on it, but he would not submit his DNA for testing until the time that the judge had given was up. Therefore, he then came back and said, "Oh, I'll do it," but it was already out of bounds, so the judge didn't allow it.
How is he not allowed? How is he allowed to not submit the DNA?
What he had over a year, and he didn't submit
like 2 or 3 years almost. And then also, my point there, about this, he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in deposition mistook her with his ex-wife. That means he's lying, right? Mm-hmm. Right? She's not lying. He is lying. Is that not obvious? Helping Humans, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And Sydney, thank you for the $10 on Venmo.
And James, are you voting Trump? Okay, all right. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. We'll bring you up here. Does anyone know if Dean's going live today? He's not been responding to me. Where's the hanging lights? Thank you. I would have thought he would. Yeah, he might.
Oh.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, Trump.
Okay, why are you voting Trump?
He's gonna deport all the illegals.
Okay, so he was going to engage in mass deportation? Appreciate Little Crown. Okay, so how are you going to identify that someone's undocumented?
If they don't have documents.
Okay, how do you know that they don't have documents?
If they don't have documents,
How do you check if they don't have documents?
you ask them if they have documents, and if they don't have them,
How do you know who to go up to ask if they have documents? Are you just going to go up to everyone?
You could.
You're going to go up to everyone and ask them. So you'd go up to Donald Trump and ask, do you have your documents?
Yeah.
You would?
Yeah.
Really? So every single person we should do.
Every person.
Yeah. Why not? I'm not seeing like we could go up to every citizen and ask if they have.
So should we go
documents.
door to door?
Why not?
Like the Gestapo?
Yeah, why not go door to door?
Oh, okay, good. Just as long as we establish, just like the Gestapo.
And then what documentation would you need?
Probably a passport.
Okay.
Hey, do you have a passport?
Yeah.
Really?
You sure?
Show it right now.
Hold up. Wait, could I like share the?
Oh,
the
dude,
screen?
come on. No, don't actually show your passport. Jesus fuck. That was crazy, man.
I mean, like you asked. I don't know what to say.
Dude, I wasn't being serious, man. Fuck, dude. No, if someone doesn't have a passport, are you saying you deport them?
What's your SSN, Rothschild?
That's just off the cuff of my mind. There's probably a more detailed way to do it, but I'd say a passport's a good starting line to like check if they are legal here.
Okay. So all right, so just a passport. What else? If they don't have a passport, what can they identify themselves a different way?
Yeah, I'm not totally sure how like the practicalities of it, but I guess so. Do you not?
How expensive do you think it is going to be to ask every single person in the United States if they're here legally?
I don't know how.
And if they say no,
going door by door.
I don't take an opinion. I don't know.
So how do you? So are you gonna have to like subpoena everyone to be like, yo, can I like check if they're documented or not?
Like I said, I'm not.
Like they aren't being detained. Do you know what I mean?
I'm not.
Are you
sure
saying we should
exact
detain
way.
every U.S. citizen?
Nah, I'm not sure an exact way. Like I said, but I'm talking about the principle. Like, do you not want illegals out of this country?
No.
Undocumented.
I do not want
my friend.
undocumented immigrants out of the country necessarily. Like if they're committing a bad violent crime or a bad crime, yeah, I'm fine with deporting them, right? But typically people are not doing that.
Also, do you understand what would happen to
One
our
second, I'm grabbing
economy
my food.
if? Yeah, you're good. Do you also understand what would happen if there was a mass deportation of undocumented immigrants? Do you understand how our economy would actually collapse with that? Like, not only do undocumented immigrants pay into the tax system and Social Security, and they're unable to actually get anything out of it, but the fact that literally they take care of these quote unquote jobs that a lot of people don't want to do. Rothschild, when's the last time you decided that you wanted to go pick oranges or strawberries or, be out in the hot sun all day on your knees trying to take care of, the products and stuff that we need? Like, are you willing to do that?
Yes.
I mean, there's plenty of people willing to do that. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, there are plenty of people willing to do it, and they're doing that right now. But everyday Americans, other citizens, that's not something that they're willing to do.
I'm not convinced of that. Like, how are citizens not willing to?
Okay, so are you willing to do it? Are you willing to go and pick strawberries from a strawberry patch? Are you willing to pick?
Why not? If it's a job, why not?
So you're willing to do that? Do you understand what type of physical toll that takes on your body? What do you do for a living now?
There's plenty of jobs that take a physical.
Wait, are you saying that they're taking jobs? Is that your argument?
No. His argument is that if we deport them, then he would be willing to do the jobs that they're not doing.
Yeah,
Okay. So you're saying that there wouldn't be a recession? Is that what you're arguing?
Yeah. He's saying the economic impact won't be
I'm not
horrible.
convinced. I don't take a position on that. I'm not convinced that there will be a recession.
There undoubtedly would be. Because you're talking about reduction in the labor force, which reduces the productive capacity of our economy. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you. I think it's Camus for the $15 on Venmo.
Like, why couldn't U.S. citizens do the jobs like picking cherries and stuff? So
listen.
I don't want to define the jobs as just that. By the way, one, but two, as it relates to this, you understand that it is the case that it's not about whether or not people would fulfill these jobs. It's about the fact that there's less people, so there's less productive capacity because all the other people that would have filled the jobs now, right, would have been able to do other jobs. So you're reducing the productive capacity of the economy. Appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So like, how many?
Wait, Rothschilds. Why is your name Epstein Lover?
I mean, it ain't that deep. I just made it.
It seems pretty deep. It seems pretty deep with the name and also with the picture and your actual name listed.
Like it ain't that deep. But anyways,
no, tell me what is that about?
It's not about anything. I made it in like 5 seconds.
Why?
Why was that the first thing that came to your mind?
Because like it's just like edgy. Like it ain't that deep.
Oh, you're
sure about that?
Yeah.
You sure that it didn't just connect with you for some reason?
What do you mean by connect? Like
I don't know. I mean, it resonated with you that I mean, if it only took a few seconds, it was the first thing that came to your mind. So it had to be a reason why it just clicked, right? Have you been on Epstein's plane? Are you on the flight logs?
Nah. Mate,
okay.
Wait, I don't know.
Did you say he's a terrific guy?
Mm-hmm. Do you have a bunch of pictures with him?
I think.
Did you say that you like beautiful women as much as he does? Many of them on the younger side.
Wait, you talking about Trump said that? I don't have a problem with him saying that.
Okay, so Epstein trafficked children, right?
Yeah.
Trump is saying that he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side, and you don't find anything sus about that.
Nah, like he could mean like they're 18 or 19. That's still.
This is from the same party that's saying like, oh my gosh, all the people that are going against Trump are from like the Diddy parties.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
when quite literally, Trump has pictures with Diddy from multiple decades. Multiple decades.
Everyone got a picture with Diddy.
And apparently Trump also loves Diddy, apparently.
He does. I mean, there's an intersection of Diddy and Epstein, and that intersection is Trump. So there's not a lot of people that can say that.
That's
but like I think when he said that quote, he was referring to like 18, 19, young 20-year-olds, maybe not children.
That's still insane to say about like a 50-year-old.
Absolutely.
Like, why
insane.
is a 50-year-old? Are you like hyper fixating looking for 18-year-olds? That's insane.
Why as a 50-year-old you're buying a teen beauty pageant? Like what's that about?
To go walk into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls and brag about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait, by teen, do you mean below 18?
Yeah, there were teenagers that competed in the beauty pageant that he purchased. Yes.
Yeah, 4 girls as young as 15.
Yep. And he bragged about it on Howard Stern, how he got to go in and inspect since he was the owner.
I mean, so he went there and he said he inspected them. Am I getting this correct?
And make sure you use the air quotes. The air quotes.
I mean, like I don't. What does this tell me, or like what should I take off of this?
You should take that your candidate is a despicable human being that likes young girls.
I mean,
that's what I took from it.
He just said he inspected them. And he said they were beautiful. Like that could be true. Were they?
15-year-olds?
Yeah, there could be 15-year-old beauties. Like you don't know.
Hey yo, what the?
Wait, what's the problem? Wait, what?
Why do I have to be next to this guy, bro?
Because this is who you're voting with. This is who you're aligning yourself with.
Bro,
this is exactly what's happening.
Rothschilds, are you trolling?
No, like what if they're like 15?
Not only is it disgusting for you to, if you even were trolling to say that, but if you're being serious, I actually think you should be in jail. Right?
Yeah, no, he said it with his whole chest, Parker.
Wait.
Just for saying it with your full chest, bro.
Yo, wait. What if they're 15, but like he thought they were like 20 though?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
That is crazy,
dude.
Wait, but what if he didn't know?
Rothschild, you're just gonna get kicked, bro. What the fuck is going on? What is wrong with these people?
Hey, Parker. Parker, my fiance just sent me a message and said, "Let Parker speak more." I'm telling you, she loves you way more than she loves me. Not even close.
No, you can speak whenever. Right? No, I love having you on.
She loves you way more than she loves me. It's not even close.
Yo, what's up, David? Are you voting Trump?
My bad.
David, you there? All right, let's go to the next person. Johns, why are you voting Trump?
Again,
Ashley, I appreciate the description. Thank you.
The border mostly.
Okay. This is the same guy that's been up here for a while.
Yeah. Is there anything new you want to add, actually, John?
I'd say his economic policies as well. Tax cuts and tariffs, I think, are good for the country.
Okay, so tax cuts and tariffs. Tariffs are a tax increase, right?
Yeah, tax, yeah.
So tax cuts and tax increase?
Yeah, on the companies that are importing goods.
Okay, so you understand that that's a tax on American consumers, right? So what you're doing is you're reducing taxes on rich people, predominantly speaking, to increase taxes, predominantly speaking, on lower income individuals.
No, I disagree.
You can disagree, but that's actually factual.
No, tariffs.
That's how tariffs work, though.
Yeah, tariffs lead to companies being more willing to open companies in America or manufacture in America instead of China.
I know that's the idea or the thought process that you have behind it, but tariffs are a tax. That's literally what it is, and the tax are passed on as far as the payments that the middle and lower class have to pay.
Marginal.
It's not marginal. And again,
remember when Trump put all his tariffs on? Oh, I remember when the prices hiked. Oh wait,
yeah,
they were low as fuck.
Do you know what Trump said that he wants to do with tariffs this time around?
Yeah, he wants to put it across the board.
Exactly. Universal tariffs, 200%. That's not targeted. Okay. It's not for a specific reason. It's everybody.
He's never going to do that.
So should we believe Trump, or should we believe what you think Trump is going to do? So are you telling us that Trump is a liar?
I can't read into his words. I can't read into.
Wait. No, we're not. No, I didn't say anything about reading into his words. I'm taking his words for his words. So should we believe what you think, or should we take his words for what he actually said? Is he lying, or are you lying?
I think he uses it as a way to pressure other countries.
That's not what he said, though.
No, it's his rhetoric pressuring other countries. Look, I'll give you an example.
Why do we have to be a Trump whisperer? Why can't we just actually? Why can't Trump answer a question then? Why doesn't Trump answer questions?
Well, he answers questions all day, every day. What do you mean?
Okay, so if he answers questions and he's saying that he's going to put 200% tariffs universal, then we have to believe him, right?
It's because his rhetoric brings countries to the negotiating table.
He didn't say anything about negotiating table. Yes, he said that he wanted to put universal tariffs.
Say that to everyone because
So we have to find the nuances in the things that he says. So we have to be Trump whisperers.
No, because
is that what you're saying?
Says, I'm going to put a 200 tax on your company if you look. They were going to create the biggest car manufacturing plant in Mexico.
Okay, so wait.
Said, I'm going to put a 200% tax.
With that thought process about the fact that we can't take him at his word on tariffs, should we believe him when he talks about mass deportation? Should we believe him when he talks about how he wants to secure the border? Should we believe him when he talks about lowering inflation? Like, what do we believe and what do we not believe? Why can't he just say why is he using the word salad? Why won't he just say what he means?
Because it's about bringing these countries to the negotiating table.
Then why wouldn't he say that?
He says it all the time.
No, he just says that he wants to he wants tax on tips. He wants to drill, baby, drill. Yeah, he wants to unleash American energy. Like, I know the stuff that he says.
Yeah.
So why do I have to read in between the lines?
You're not reading between any lines.
Well, you're interpreting for him instead of us believing
Look at his first term.
Here, I think the description. And what about it?
Yeah, he threatened tariffs on other countries that were taking advantage of companies in America, trade deficits.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I thought the USMCA reduced tariffs. Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much.
The what?
The USMCA reduced tariffs, right?
What is that?
You don't know isn't that like his touted trade policy what they had with the Mexico and the Canada?
One of the most productive things that he did. You don't know what that is?
No, what was it?
I could literally just explain it to you.
Yeah. So it's again the trade policy that we renegotiated from NAFTA.
That Trump negotiated?
Yeah.
Okay.
He went back on it. So
do you think that was a net good or bad?
I actually think the USMCA was pretty decent, right?
Yeah.
And then he went against it.
But
his tariff policy goes against it.
Because it's rhetoric.
Okay, so no, he actually thinks it's his economic proposal for Little Crown. It's not rhetoric.
It's actually what he's saying that he's going to do. And again, so should we believe the words that are coming out of Trump's mouth, or should we believe the words that are coming out your mouth about the words that are coming out of Trump's mouth? Which one?
Apparently, it's a bench bureau. You can't take him seriously. No reasonable person should take Donald Trump seriously.
When you negotiate with other countries, you have to keep them. You have to stay one step ahead. You have to keep them on their toes. That's the reason Trump is a good president.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Lois. Thank you so much for the $2.
Yeah, Trump never lets the left hand know what the right hand's doing, even though he doesn't know what either one are doing, and because they're doing this.
He definitely knows.
Like, what are we talking about?
That was good.
Victoria, thank you for the $5. Thank you for educating. Thank you.
No, I think he knows what's in the best interest of this country.
See, this is where I disagree. I don't think Trump knows what is in the best interest of the company, but I do think that he has some really smart people around him who do know what they believe is in the best interest of the company.
I also love his.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I do believe that he has some really smart people around him that believe that they know what's in the best interest of the country, and those same people actually wrote a full 922-page document outlining what Trump should be doing when he's back in office again. Have you ever heard of Project 2025?
I have heard of it, yeah.
That's Trump's document, and even more specific. Agenda 47 is the watered down version.
It's not a lie.
Trump's name.
Go ahead.
Trump's name is listed in there 322 times. That is Trump's document.
Oh man, okay, because he's named it.
Wait, no, it's also the case that he went up to the Heritage Foundation in 2022 and said, "You guys are going to lay the groundworks for our administration here." Right? It's also date right stuff, specifically like a person with multi-million followers in here that worked on the Trump administration that said that he was tasked for Project 2025 to get the people. I appreciate the description. Thank you so much. The Maple Leafs appreciate it. Get the people for Trump's next administration. Right? He literally admitted this on a podcast. Anna, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you.
Not only that, he's hiring people who specifically worked for the Heritage Foundation that are connected with Project 2025. And he's already saying that he's got them in place in case he has a next administration. This is his project.
Yeah, you see, you sound like a conspiracy theorist.
We don't have to hyperfixate on this, but it is the case that like there's an affiliation. He's lied about his affiliation. There is an affiliation. I'm not going to say. I think it's delusional for you. I think it's delusional for. What'd you say?
Anyone in the Republican Party has some sort of connection to Project 2025.
Wait, what did I just tell you? What did he do? What did he say to the Heritage Foundation? Thank you so much for the 15-month subscription. Thank you so much.
You said that he said that he would lay the groundwork.
Heather, push the $1. Yeah, the Heritage Foundation would lay the groundwork. What is that supposed to mean?
I don't know.
Nettie, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So I think it's very obvious that like they're setting up the conditions for his administration exactly how date right stuff said.
That's so cap.
What does lay the groundwork mean? First the hand heart.
Well, because he said something 2 years ago, and then now these people come out with some sort of document. That doesn't mean that's his.
I don't have to hyperfixate on. Listen. Trump is so bad. I don't even have to talk about Project 2025 to identify how bad he is. I'm just acknowledging there is a relationship.
Mm-hmm. And I'll land my plane on this one. Even if you don't want to actually say that Trump is connected with Project 2025, quick question: do you agree with Trump when you say that you want to shut down the Department of Education and send education back to the states?
Yeah, probably. I think there's a lot of government overreach. I think like a lot.
Okay,
of
cool. Glad you said that. Do you agree with Trump when you want to when he says he wants to do mass deportations?
Half probably.
Okay, cool. Close enough. Do you agree with Trump? Do you agree with Trump when he talks about how he wants to do no tax on overtime?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool. All of that is in Project 2025 in different variations. It's all mapped out in Project 2025. So, I mean, I'm not going to say that,
You
it's
agree on
his,
Kamala Harris's price gouging thing?
Listen, what I'm saying is
that's in Marxist text. Do you think she's a Marxist? I don't know.
Again, like I was saying, I'm not going to say that Project 2025 is completely his, but what I am saying is that he's parroting a lot of things that are actually documented in it. So that's my point.
Okay, and Kamala's parroting things that you can find in
Kamala.
Yeah. And
he said just Sarah Harris.
Also, there's 36 states. I think it's 36 states that already have anti-price gouging laws in the United States. So it's not new to her. She just wants it across the board for the entire country. A lot of states already have it. So what are we talking about?
I think it's ridiculous that they blamed price gouging instead of just inflation.
Wait. Price gouging causes inflation, right? When like it's like
spending money that you don't have as a government.
Wait. Can I explain? You know, multiple things can also be cause inflationary pressure, right? The main cause of inflationary pressure was the supply chain, right? The supply chain effects, like because of COVID. That's what happened globally, everywhere around the world.
Also, there was shrinkflation and greedflation. So, I mean, like it was multiple factors.
Shrinkflation is due to inflation.
Shrinkflation is due to the fact that companies realize they can charge the same or more for a smaller product.
Because our money is no longer worth the same value as it was before.
Yeah, because of supply chain effects.
Yes, because the government spent money it didn't have.
Thank you. Okay, so Trump signed off more debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration. Is he more at fault for inflation?
I think COVID is the most at fault for inflation. And I think Biden's...
Okay, wait, no, but so then you disagree with what you just said.
What did I just say?
Dude, okay, so what... Again, you were arguing...
No, I said that blaming companies for price gouging is not the right response to inflation.
What do you mean that's not a response to inflation? We're identifying the cause.
You're saying...
price gouging is a part of inflationary pressure, right?
Because the money is no longer worth the same amount. Obviously, prices go up. This is not price gouging.
Eden, thank you so much. I appreciate the 85 cents. Thank you so much. Don't worry. Thank you. Sorry, say that one time. Yeah, price gouging is a certain thing, but it's not everything. Like,
hey, thank you for the laser eyes. Should we believe the people who... Should we believe the people who are actually doing the price gouging, or should we believe you who say that there's no price gouging? Because technically, the executives at Kroger specifically went and testified and said, yes, there was price gouging. So should we believe the actual executives in charge of those grocery stores that are doing the price gouging? Or should we believe you who's telling us that there's no price gouging?
Wait, they straight up admitted that they...
Yes. Straight up admitted it.
Could you point me in the direction of this?
Yeah, I'll get you the article. Give me 1 second.
Okay. All right. And in the meantime, Johns, is there anything else you have to say before I go on to the next person? User. Sorry. Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Why so? Why are you voting Trump?
Because when I was in the military and Trump was in office, everything was great. Now, when Biden
was great?
We weren't in combat.
Okay, so you said we're not in combat. Okay, so you understand. I appreciate the boom and thank you for the description. There was more like service members that died in conflict under the Trump administration compared to the Biden-Harris administration. 65 under the Trump administration, 16 under the Biden-Harris administration.
Because Obama brought us into 7 new wars.
Okay, well you could say Obama. Wait, no, you don't understand it was Bush, right?
Well, yeah, Bush and Obama. Both.
Okay. So, but like, you understand that like, if you're going to reference just things that happened under the administration, you can't blame the Biden-Harris administration for things that happened under the administration, but not the Trump administration. That seems a bit contradictory.
How about the pullout?
It's not Trump's fault that they were in these wars, that they're in the Middle East.
Yeah, and it's not the Biden-Harris administration's fault. What did they do?
What do you mean?
What did they do?
I didn't blame them for anything. You're just saying.
Well, what did they do? You were blaming them. What are you talking about?
What did I blame them on?
You were just blaming them for like the level of war. You didn't want to go to war.
No, I was blaming Obama and Bush for the level of war.
No, I'm talking about the. Wait, so why are you not voting for Kamala Harris?
That died.
Why are you not voting for Kamala Harris?
Because what has she done for me?
Yeah, so the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. Keely, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Keely. What's up?
Yeah, the infrastructure bill that created a lot of this inflation that we're...
No, it didn't. No, it
Yes,
didn't.
it did.
If anything, it would have helped with it. But the infrastructure bill specifically, if you're saying that caused inflation, Trump signed off on more debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration. 8.4 trillion overall. 8.4 trillion overall. 4.8 trillion non-COVID related for the Biden-Harris administration. 4.3 trillion overall. 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. So not even close.
They were bringing in more money under the Trump administration.
Not true. When? With what? What particular statistic?
Let me find it for you.
Because real GDP is higher now than it ever has been. Monica, think of his description. That means GDP accounting for inflation.
Hey, and John's just an FYI. There's multiple articles. If you just search Kroger price gouging House of Representatives, there's an article that's posted by USA Today, CBS, Food and Water Watch, Newsweek, and there's also some updated articles. Apparently, Elizabeth Warren doubled down on that from the actual congressional meeting that was just published by NBC. So there's multiple articles. With that being said, Parker, I am going to take my leave, get ready for my show. Listen, I'm going to leave this. I would say that it's a fair fight now, but you guys are still outclassed by Parker. May the odds forever be in your favor. Parker?
Peace out.
Catch you later. Oh, hey, check your DMs. I said which game.
Oh,
So
I got you.
Whenever you get a moment.
I got you.
All
I
right.
got you.
All right. I'll see you.
Sounds so fun.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get
Another
this next
thing,
individual
Parker.
up here. What's up?
Another thing is the other week, Kamala was saying how nobody. Sorry about that, Harris. Nobody is in any combat zones. When I personally know people that are in Syria and Iraq in combat zones.
Okay, so what about it? I'm not saying that she was right for saying that. I think she was meaning to say that there's no one that died in conflict, like in the 2022.
Just a lot of things confuse me with her. You know, that's why I'm voting Trump.
Okay, but like I don't see any good reason to vote for Trump there.
No, I respect your opinion and everything, and I agree that we shouldn't deport all the illegals because I work in construction, and if it wasn't for those guys, I can tell you that I wouldn't be on a roof doing roofing. I wouldn't be out in the fields picking blueberries. I would not be doing any of that. So we do need people.
I mean, those aren't the only jobs, but obviously we do need people, and it creates a greater productive capacity. It's not just for those things, but it's for the overall economy. In terms of immigration, right, the labor force by 2034 is going to increase by 5.5 million, more likely than not, according to the Congressional Budget Office, which is going to cause $7 trillion increase in GDP, right, and $1 trillion increase in governmental revenues, which specifically allows for us to pay down Social Security, Medicare, things like that.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
You got a degree in this. I don't. So I just wanted to give my opinion. I respect yours.
Of course.
That's pretty much it. All right, man. Hope you have a good night.
You as well. Chris, are you voting Trump?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump, Chris?
As far as voting Trump, absolutely. But I kind of wanted to touch on what was just said.
Go ahead.
If that's okay. I'm totally open to everybody's voting. How you vote's how you vote. It's your opinion. There's nothing wrong with that. I wanted to ask you a question, if that's okay, where you were talking about how the...
Gianna, think of a description. Thank you, Gianna.
Huh?
Yeah, so what about it? What about anything?
No, basically, you had talked about the 5.5 million increase in
Yeah, and labor force by 2034, according to the Congressional Budget Office.
What does that do? Is that through legal immigration?
Legal and undocumented.
But do you agree that it should probably mostly come from legal?
Yeah, it would mostly be legal, yeah.
But it should come from mostly legal?
Well, obviously, I think that the process should be legal, yeah. Like,
Yeah,
but
so-
what you're not understanding is that I think the process needs to go faster, right? So everyone
Yeah,
who's
yeah, I
already in the
agree with
country, who's here undocumented, who's not committing a bad violent crime, right, or a bad crime, right, they should be able to stay in the country and they should be able to get citizenship.
Yeah, I think.
Gio, thank you so much for the description. Yeah, that's my view.
Yeah, they need to legislate these cases way faster than whatever's going on now.
Yeah, and that would allow them to do it better.
So I'm all for immigration as well. Like I've been kind of standing on that. I kind of consider myself a Republican liberal, to be honest. But however, whenever you're allowing just whoever across the border, which is my perception of it, that's my perception. Not saying it's right, wrong, or indifferent.
You're right. Anyone can get over it.
How can you just say that you can background check 20,000 people in a day? Or
we aren't getting 20,000 people, but as it relates
Okay,
to, let me give you an
10,000,
example.
5,000, 2,000.
Let me give you an example. Right, under the Trump administration, we had higher border crossing numbers than we have right now daily crossings. Right, that's one thing. Two is it
Well,
relates.
it's crazy. So you're admitting that Kamala could have stopped it.
Kamala.
Or, sorry, Biden.
No, two. What I'm referencing is the reason why it didn't happen in the way they're referencing Ben, I appreciate the description, is because of the Trump calling people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill. That is long-term help for the border, for the conditions of the border, because the issue is not undocumented individuals coming to the country. The issue is asylum, right? Is that people can come to the country and they can claim asylum, and then they're on on trial for like asylum for years. So there's no disincentive for people to come here without justified means. Right.
I can kind of see that. However, I mean, like that also brings a
Ayana, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. W voting prayers.
into perspective is, well, how many people can just be granted asylum before it's a problem? Like, I mean, not just anybody should be able to get asylum.
Yeah, exactly. We can't just let the whole world, everyone in the world
That's
wants to.
not how that
come
works.
You think we should just let everyone in?
But again, I'm not against immigration. Like, so, like, I want that to be flat out clear. Like, I'm not.
So wait. What was your issue?
How many people can be granted asylum before it's a problem? Like, I mean, not just anyone should be able to be granted asylum.
Yeah, I
like,
understand. Not anyone's just granted asylum. It's about 40% of people that are granted.
Right now.
All right. Well, 40%. So if you have, all right, how many people are crossing daily? I'll ask you because you seem to have your facts. So.
Yeah, so in terms of crossings, right, it's a little bit less than 2,000 right now. So that's pretty similar to what it was under the Trump administration, right, at the end of Trump's term. Actually, it's a bit lower than that.
Okay, so
why didn't they do that?
Thank you for the description. Thank you.
So let's say it's just under 2,000. So can we say 1,800? I'm just trying to put a number on it. That's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah. So, sorry. Say that one more time. Sorry. I was texting.
You're good.
Dean.
I know you got a few things going on. So if we're talking 40%, right, and we're talking just under 2,000, can we say 1,800 people per day?
Like cap at 1,800?
Yeah, I'm just trying to simple math, simple numbers. 18, 17. Where do you want to go with about how many people per day are crossing?
I just told you it's a little bit less than 2,000.
Correct, which is why I said, can we go with 18?
Sure,
17?
sure. What's your point with that?
If you're talking 40% of 1,800, 50 is not.
You're talking about asylum entrances?
Correct. So we're
talking about crossings. So there's a difference between these. So how many individuals are claiming asylum a day? I'd have to look up that.
I'm trying to reference it. If 40% is what you're referencing, right? 40% is asylum. That means that if 900 is half of 18, so you're talking about 750 people roughly are claiming asylum.
Galaxy, thank you so much. No. I'm saying about 60% of individuals that claim asylum have a legitimate basis for that claim for asylum and they get accepted.
Okay, so we're miscommunicating then.
Yeah.
All of them are allowed in.
That's kind of
That's just how the asylum process works.
Yeah, and it's dumb.
Yeah, I don't understand. Which tells me that if it's 100% are asylum or 100% of the people claiming asylum, that means they still get to come here. And
Yeah,
I'm
so
not against it. I'm all for it.
Well, you're not understanding. So again, in terms of this, it's not everyone who comes here comes through the asylum process, right? It is the case that the asylum process is just something that we need to rework, right? So that it makes sense, right, for people coming to the country. If you want the system to go faster, the bipartisan border bill would have done that. Trump called people in Congress and around a bipartisan border bill, right? Also, I just don't think that you're. What's up?
That border bill was awful.
What was bad about the border bill?
The 66 million to foreign aid.
Oh, okay. So you're referencing like money going to Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel, and Gaza, right? And that bill was separated from the border bill. The border bill did not get passed as a solo border bill, but the bipartisan.
It never even got heard.
Listen.
They voted on it.
Listen. Yes, it did. The appropriation because it wouldn't have passed. The appropriations bill specifically did get passed. So I like how you guys try to blame it on the appropriations, but it had nothing to do with appropriations.
Yeah.
Shit, that makes sense. Sorry, say that one time.
It's ridiculous that the 66 billion can get passed, but the border bill can't get passed. Even that part was bad anyway.
Yeah, so I'm just referencing so I'm just referencing what people are already going to vote for. It's ridiculous because Trump called people in Congress to undermine the bipartisan border bill because he doesn't give a shit about actually fixing the issues. He cares. Listen, he doesn't care about fixing the issues. He cares more about running on the issues. Do I think Kamala cares more about it? Yes, absolutely.
I completely disagree.
And also, by the way, can you say Harris at this point? I don't want to keep saying this over and over again. Please just say Harris.
I'm sorry. I'm just used to saying it over.
Go ahead.
No, okay. What was I saying?
Well, can I tap in real quick?
Go ahead.
As far as like Harris, the whole Harris thing goes, my biggest issue with Harris in general is she's been the VP, was not nominated for anything, yet is somehow the nominated Democratic candidate. I mean, regardless of that, even she's done nothing. What has she done in the last 3.5, almost 4 years that deems her anywhere close to being the president of the United States? Like what did I follow you obviously, and you're a Harris supporter or a Democratic supporter, which is fine. I'm not anti-Democrat. I'm actually more of a liberal in that sense. I think that the two-party system is a piece of shit. It doesn't really work. However, to sit here and act like Kamala, sorry, apologies, Harris is anywhere deemed to be the president makes no sense to me, like at all. There's nothing there. There's no policy there. Anything she did before she was a VP even, there's not the. I would rather vote for Schwarzenegger, who can't run for president. And that's
Christina, thank you so much for the $10.
Like, she's done nothing at all. And Donald Trump, I think he's a pure dick. I'm sorry for my language, but I think he's an asshole. I think all those things. However, while he was president, my quality of life was a lot higher since.
So how did Donald Trump make your quality of life higher? Push the manifesting.
Everything while the 4 years he was there. In general, I mean, and of course we're gonna tear into about how gas was cheaper. Of course, the president has nothing to do with that, right?
Yeah. So again, as it relates to this, the president has nothing to do with the gas price in terms of the price increase that you referenced. Now, again, actually, if we want to look at the gas prices, if anything, there's more downward pressure on the gas prices because of the Biden-Harris administration's pro-energy policy. They're the largest investment in renewable energy of any country ever. The infrastructure's investments, the largest since Eisenhower, and then also in terms of in terms of this. There was the largest production of oil of any country ever.
Yet gas is higher
because we're importing less into the country. So we're less dependent on foreign oil.
They allowed it to get bad, though.
I'm telling
when you say allowed it to get bad, like what are you referencing? Like what do they do? Like how are they supposed to fix it? Can you tell me?
Well, they literally. So it was bad in the middle of the administration, and then they did some policies to get it better.
Like which ones?
Give me a second.
Okay. All right. Let's go get another person up here. Heather, thank you so much for the subscription. By the way, chat, I kind of fucked over Dean. He gave me the micro USB, and then I never gave the micro USB back to him. I fucked up, and he doesn't have the micro USB for his fucking microphone right now, so he has to go to the store and get one. So else he would be live right now, which is rough. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You
not
voting Trump?
old enough to say how old I am.
Okay. All right.
That shit was funny as shit.
Are you a Lakers fan, Parker?
Yes, I am.
Crazy.
John, are you voting Trump? Okay. All right. If there's anything else y'all want to add, go for it. Otherwise, I'm going to go on to the next person real quick, y'all.
I mean, more than anything, I don't feel like we got it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Tana, thank you so much. I appreciate the hand heart. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker, how's it going?
Are you voting Trump?
I'm actually not. I know you only want Trump people. That's totally fair.
I'm sorry. I appreciate you coming up so much. I am just looking for Trump supporters. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here real quick. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Yo, are you voting Trump? Hello? Hello? Natasha, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Jay, thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
He has more TikTok followers.
Oh my god, weirdo. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Is this sub only chat? Yes, it is. Josh, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
42.
You voting Trump?
On the fence.
Okay. Why are you voting Trump?
It isn't necessarily that I'll be honest, I'm more liberal than anything. My thing is that do you feel that there will be a big difference no matter which one of these candidates win tomorrow?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Would you tell me how?
Yes, Donald Trump would not codify Roe vs. Wade. Kamala Harris would. JCP, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Donald Trump would gut the EPA. Kamala Harris would not and strengthen it. Right? Donald Trump specifically would specifically continue his particular tax cuts specifically for the ultra wealthy and the rich, right? And then increase taxes on middle class Americans through the context of tariffs. Whereas Kamala Harris would advocate for a tax cut on 100 million Americans that would increase the child tax credit, reduce childhood poverty, right? Increase the tax credit for tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes, and then also Terry, I appreciate the description. Thank you so much. A $50,000 tax deductible for small business for the first year of their business, right? So there's real meaningful differences and changes in terms of the economic structure, right, of the country if we're talking about Kamala Harris versus Donald J. Trump.
All right, that's fair. And thank you so much. I actually like Kamala's policies in regards to that, especially for the I feel like it's just for the working people. So I can get behind that. But my concern is, or a question more though than a concern is, regardless, because there's a
description. Thank you so much.
Huge chance that Trump could win tomorrow. Yeah. Do you feel that? Do you feel like it's really going to be that big of a difference in between for the people, for us, for a lot of people that's out here. Not, I feel like
I promise you, there will be a drastic difference in the policy.
No, for policy wise, of course, I do see that. But I mean, like,
and for the nation, and for like the unity of the nation. Like, if Kamala Harris is president, give it like literally a few months, it will be way more unified than if Donald Trump is president in a few months, right? But I mean, Republicans right after he loses are going to freak out. Like, that's just going to happen because they're just so like cult like behind him. They think that he's going to win, right? They're not going to hear that he loses.
But that makes me you actually bring up a good point, because you say that you feel like the division would end and that the country would be more unified. And that I would love to know more about how and why, because just my personal opinion, I feel like, honestly, you can go either way. Either one of them was to win. The stock market is still going to do what it does. So economically, I think we would be fine, except for the tariffs that Trump is talking about. They're ridiculous, and that would definitely pull us down. And that also would drive. It also kind of goes into the basis of why the rich like to get rich, because they can tank an economy and then start to buy back stock and all of that. So, I mean, which people who are out here trying to take advantage of those situations? If you're smart enough to have a little bit of capital to invest in something, then you can actually come out a winner regardless who actually wins tomorrow. And I think that and again, what I'm trying to say is that I feel like it would be nice if that was being shared with a lot of people out here, because right now I feel like 80% of the country is, or not 80, that's a lie, 60% of the country is lacks some intelligence.
Very intellectual people, right?
Yeah.
Typically within our society, we just have social influences that reduce the likelihood that we're going to engage in intellectual actions that we can, but we choose not to because of our society's upbringing, right? That's why we can critically think, we can, right, reasonably engage, right, and then vote in people that are specifically going to benefit our interests, right? So long as we are not plagued by lack of critical thought, misinformation, and all of that, because we can do these things, right? We just choose not to because of our societal upbringings.
That's fair, and I get that. Growing up the way that I did, I can totally understand that. I had to work outside of things to actually. It had to be on me to actually learn certain things. So I understand that. I guess my concern is, and again, I'm looking between either one, but I just feel like even on the one side, it's hard. Like, you cannot get behind Trump, but something just in the back of my head says there's no freaking way that I could vote for the guy. But then Kamala also is a part of the establishment where they also haven't always treated minorities fairly or everybody fairly as well. So it just kind of...
Who's more likely to treat disenfranchised communities better, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
So that question, for me, if we were talking about those two individuals, I would say Kamala Harris. But
name me one Republican policy that helps the Black community.
I don't have one. I'll be honest. I wouldn't even sit here and tell you that. I don't have one. But I also, on the flip side of that...
Name one Republican policy that benefit the middle class.
I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't have a policy for sure. I will say that the one thing that I've heard other people up here say is that the economy was better under Donald Trump. Now, me, I don't necessarily buy into that, because I understand that the United States is a ship. It's not a little tugboat. So it takes time to actually turn. So I do feel that a lot of what Trump was taking credit for was off of Obama's administration, because he literally pulled us up out of the recession in 2008, bailed out the auto industry, which was huge for me, bailed out the banks, had everything running smooth, and then this guy kind of jumps in and takes credit. And I hate that portion of it. I do. But it's I don't know, man. It's very I think there's just a lot of people out here that are genuinely concerned, and some people tend to, instead of critically thinking, like you said, that we all should be able to do, a lot of them just lean towards these hard right or hard left to try to get a belief and follow, and like they want something to believe in.
Sure, you can think that, but the point I'm making is that, like, what are the arguments? right? What is the reason why Donald Trump is a better candidate than Kamala Harris? It doesn't seem like we're giving good fundamental reasons like this policy is great, right? Their character is better, right? It seems like we're just giving vague generalizations that assert like, I like the vibes of this candidate better than the vibes of that candidate.
That's
and I
fair.
don't think that's meaningfully like a meaningful basis, right? For the different types of like progress that we'd see from one candidate versus the other. You know what I'm saying?
No, I do. I mean, I do get that, and I get it on the vibes and everything. And the policy, honestly, if I was to look at the conservative side, there isn't much that this guy has in regards to policies, like not anything at all. And honestly, and again, I'm not trying to be. I don't want to now sound like I'm just a Kamala fan, but I have always tend to lean Democratic.
Yeah,
But this guy is very. How do I put it? It's just doesn't. None of it. It's all concepts. Like he's even said it out of his mouth, and you can't. It's hard to even get behind a person just based off of him as a character. Which I try to pull that part out when you're voting, because at the end of the day, it's about what's going to help the people. But I just find it. My concern is again how even if Kamala was to win, how do we get past? What is she going to do to bring to end the division and bring the country back together? Because it's going to be, in my opinion, it could be turmoil immediately after the election. Immediately, like of course this guy is going to sit there and say that, oh, I didn't lose, because they're sitting here they're putting out mass.
Joe, here's my point: is that there's going to be a hurt to the unity of this country, regardless what happens, because Donald Trump is going to go out with a bang, regardless. Okay, right? If he wins, he's going to do so with the next election after, right?
Fair, and if he wins, then they also get the opportunity to. I mean, it just.
Yeah. And then if she wins, he's going to claim that like it was stolen from him.
Right.
So we need to be cognizant of the fact that we shouldn't let figures like that in the office in the very first place, because that's going to inevitably speaking hurt our ability to. Kimberly, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Oh, I agree. I can't disagree with that. It's just, yeah, I can't disagree with that, man. To be honest.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, or add?
No, man. I appreciate it. I listened to a lot recently over the last couple of weeks, man. I think you and even Dean, y'all are doing good work out here, at least trying to spread positive information and getting people on board their way. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's right, but I appreciate you. That's all I'm saying, bro.
All right. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next person. JD Vance, thank you for the $2. Thank you, JD. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right. Let's go to the next individual. Everyone, only send a guest request. Oh, yo, J and G, thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
37.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
A couple reasons, but first off, I'm a big fan, despite disagreeing here. So I think you do a fucking awesome job at what you're doing. But
appreciate it.
A couple reasons, a few things that don't really get mentioned. Well, one of them, we always talk about like the tariffs, like they're a bad thing. But you, as like an econ major, can you think of one good reason, like one good consequence of these said tariffs? What it'll do good?
Domestic production.
Okay, so this is at least I'm a little bit older than you, so at least my experience has been we've been going through like this globalization process, and now we're going to deglobalize. Like we're trying to rely less on China, trying to rely less on foreign nations, for example. And these tariffs are just one tool to help get us there. So, that's one of the reasons that I think they're useful. I work in supply chain, so I've worked for a lot of companies, and I've seen what tariffs do, and they will shift production. They will absolutely shift where you buy parts and where you source.
But the issue is that it will decrease export jobs, right? Because other countries will raise tariffs on us. It will harm the U.S. dollar's value because it will disincentivize trade, right, with the United States, which will decrease demand on the dollar. And then it will also cause prices to go up for American consumers and decrease the size of the economy overall. That's the best way to incentivize the production of manufacturing jobs and bringing jobs back to the United States rather than relying on detrimental tariffs, because tariffs are like trade war type shit. They're not like raise revenue or like the best way of increasing domestic production, you know?
I mean, no, I agree with what you said. As far as you mentioned the CHIPS Act, I'm thinking specifically of like the IRA Act. I thought that was legitimate and it does serve its purpose. But I do think that both are tools to try to bring manufacturing back home. But another thing you mentioned that I wanted to bring up, and nobody ever talks about this, is you talked about the strength of the dollar. You know, my
60-month subscription. Thank you.
My entire life, you know, it's been oil has only ever been traded in the dollar. And now, you know, oil is not only traded in the dollar, and, you know, there's, you know, that's going to be a big deal because as a global reserve currency, half of all transactions.
We need to adapt to the future. We need to produce renewable energies. We need to be the best at producing renewable energies. We need to invest and innovate in those different types of renewable energies. So we're selling our technology to the rest of the globe. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Appreciate Breen.
Yeah,
that is the future, right? We can't just keep holding on to the past, being like, oh, we've got to rely on oil, right? We know that that's not going to be the future.
Well, you and I know it'll take to what 2050 is the best case scenario.
It will take a lot of time, but like that's how these different types of economic models work. We have to think about long-term production and progress in the country. If we're not thinking what it's going to be like 25 years down the line, then we're doing something wrong.
So let's think like selfish Americans for a minute. Just for a minute, because we're lucky enough to be in this country. Half of all the currency in the world, or half of all transactions that occur in the world, is in what currency, if you had to guess?
I would guess U.S. currency.
U.S. currency. So we have this dominance over all global currencies. And this is why, despite everything else, this is why we recover faster than other countries in, say, like the COVID environment. Because when we print money, we dilute half of the currency that is around the world. When Canada prints money, they hurt Canada. When the European Union prints money,
not necessarily. Okay, so if that was true, then we wouldn't have seen inflation everywhere.
We did see it everywhere. It's been worse everywhere else.
So it's not because we printed money, and even if it was because we printed money, the printing of money happened under Trump's administration. Mostly.
I mean, it happens under both. I mean,
it happened to a way greater extent under the Trump administration. If you look up M2 money supply, you can see a significantly greater increase in money supply under the Trump administration.
Has there ever been an economic surplus in your lifetime?
No.
I mean, the way we print money is simply just.
I mean, but that's not necessarily good. Like, think about it this way: if we're talking budgetary, right? If you have an economic surplus in terms of the budget, that means you're taking more money out of the economy than you're putting into it.
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
If you have a budget surplus, you're taking more money out of the economy than you're putting into it.
Yeah, I mean, but we've been like, I mean, we haven't even been close, right?
And Donald Trump's made it worse. He's signed off on more debt-related spending.
I mean, you know, the way I see it is, you know, printing money is just another form of taxation. You can increase domestic output, but you know, the inflation numbers or what you print as far as your deficit goes, like makes up for that. I'm doing a bad job of explaining it, but it really is just like, fuck. I don't know, Parker. You know, I see it as it's just another tool. You know what I mean? Like, we don't look at when we talk about domestic production, nobody talks about like, look, we've never taxed enough, or we've never produced enough and recovered enough in taxes to make up for that deficit. We haven't been close in, you know, since I can ever remember. I don't even know if it's happened. It has happened in my lifetime, but all we do is like, we print the deficit. Nobody talks about that.
I mean, I'm actually very pro fiscal responsibility, right? I think it's important to have fiscal responsibility. I think that we should be, Wendy, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Taxing $1 for every dollar that we put into the economy. Social the subscription. Thank you so much. Because I think that's the best way to keep a consistent level of of inflation. Now, we can increase spending in some ways a little bit more than that. And I wouldn't really have an issue with that, depending on the level of inflation that it causes. And I think that on every policy we get passed, we need the estimated level of inflationary pressure that it will cause before we pass it.
I agree. No, I agree with you there. But like one thing I have in the back of my mind is like, as the US dollar, as like trading in oil, I'm just going to go back to that real quick. When that starts coming off the US dollars, we're going to see, right now it's trading in yuan. I'm pretty sure it's Chinese yuan between like Russia and China. And, there's this BRICS dollar and it's getting some I mean, it's the BRICS movement is getting some traction.
I don't think we're cooked.
I'm not saying we're cooked. I'm saying this is like the first inning. Right?
I mean, oh, sure. Look,
I mean, when would you want to make a move? I mean, when would you want to stop?
What type of move?
What type of move? I mean, I don't know. It's like I've never seen the oil be traded on anything other than the dollar. It's like a big strike against like kind of a American global dominance. I haven't seen it happen. I'm curious your opinion. I mean,
if you want the U.S. to stay the social and economic hegemony of the world, what you need to do is you need to do things that benefit the rest of the world, which means increasing technology that's available to everyone. Okay. And that means that we produce and specialize in manufacturing technology and innovating in technology more than every other country. We become excellent within that, and then we sell our technology to the rest of the world. So not only would we be benefiting the rest of the world, humanitarily speaking, because the quality of life increases due to technology increases, but it also benefits us, right? Because we become the centerpiece, right, of global increase in quality of life. So that's what we need to do. We need to be very, very technology based. We need to be investing in technology, investing in exploration, right, instead of investing in war. Because technology produces a return on investment that not only benefits us, but benefits our children and the children that come after them, right? The ultimate basis of quality of life increase, of economic growth, is technological advancements, because it makes the production of goods less costly, right? It reduces scarcity. That's what I'm saying. So technology is so fucking important. And we do not put enough of an emphasis on specialized manufacturing and technology as we should. And Donald Trump's policy doesn't do that. It doesn't talk about specialized manufacturing. It doesn't talk about technology. It talks specifically just about a universal tariff. That's a fucking horrible idea. Right? We want to outcompete other countries. We don't just want to artificially be propped up. That gives us almost less of an incentive to innovate.
No, I mean, I'm fully with you on domestic innovation, selling our technology outside. It's kind of weird. I mean, we would probably agree on more things than we wouldn't. I totally agree with we have to shift out of oil into like a more sustainable solution. However, I see it as a 25, 30-year plan.
I totally agree with you. It's definitely not an overnight type thing. Totally agree.
I don't want to see, America lose its dominance over it. And like by dominance, I don't say that like in a selfish, necessary way. I mean, it's
the U.S. has the chance to do the right thing. The U.S. has not always done the right thing. Oftentimes it's done really bad things, but we have the position and the power to be able to use our situation to better impact the rest of the world. Instead of utilizing weapons of mass destruction to literally destabilize countries around the world, let's utilize our resources to build up countries around the world, right? Which inevitably speaking will create better conditions, especially in art. What is more likely to produce democracy and human rights being protected? Increases in quality of life. Because as there are increases in quality of life, people are more likely to be able to spend their time on social advocacy.
Yeah.
That's just a reality of the matter. More money, more disposable income for a particular society, more of a chance for them to argue against different types of oppressive powers. Right? Or authoritarian powers that would negatively impact them.
No, I'm with you, Parker. And I'm going to jump. I don't want to watch your viewers drop any further. But, I know we both want the same thing. And I know you're fighting for what you believe in. And I think you do an awesome job. So thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
For chatting with you.
Have a good day. Sharon, thank you so much. I appreciate the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sharon. Can we get some W's for Sharon in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate the beating heart and appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Dean's about to go live here very soon, everyone. We're going to be joining him for the rest of tonight. I'm going to be live probably like all night, and we'll be going. He's going live like right now here in a second. So once he starts live, we're just going to go raid him. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We're going to open up the chat real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Everyone tap the screen share to get to 5 million likes. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I just think he's a better candidate than Kamala,
Kamala, why is he a better candidate?
I think he has more experience than her. He's been president before. I think Kamala is some kind of industry plant, really, She kind of just was brought into the whole scope of this whole thing randomly.
How is she an industry plant?
I mean, nobody voted for her, dude.
How is she an industry plant? That doesn't mean no one voted. Wait, people did. You understand that people voted for their delegates. Delegates vote on behalf of what the American people want.
Yeah, but she didn't win any primary. There's no primary for her.
She doesn't have to do that. You understand that no one ran against her because everyone was unified around her.
Wanted somebody like her there.
Nicholas, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, W. Nicholas and Akbar. Thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I am nervous too. So say that one time.
I said the only reason she's there is because Biden wanted somebody like her in that position. Really, that's the whole.
What do you mean? What do you mean, like her?
Like an ethnic background.
Who's to say that he wasn't already picking a woman that's black, and then he just said that? And how does it make her less qualified when she's literally worked in every single branch of government? Right? Donald Trump has had basically no good experience for being president of the United States. She's been attorney general, a prosecutor, district attorney, vice president, senator. Donald Trump, what has he done? The Apprentice?
When she was in those positions, though, like, what did she do? Like, what was her accomplishment?
Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. As vice president of the United States, she influenced to get passed the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, right? Which literally benefit the middle class and whatnot, right? She was very influential.
I mean, you said a whole lot of nothing right there, really. You know what I mean?
Okay. So what industry planted her?
No, I mean, see, if you nitpick it, that was just like the term that came to mind. You know what I mean? But she's not supposed to be there. She's not supposed to be in the position she's in.
Why? Because you want to win?
Dude, like, listen to any of her interviews.
Does she make you nervous because she's going to win? Is that what it is? Mackenzie, thank you for the $10. Are you like scared?
A little bit, because if she wins, like there's not going to be any more like elections. Like, elections are going to be like,
there's going to be no more elections if she wins. How? Because Trump's going to try to tear down our democracy.
She's letting in so many immigrants, dude, to vote for her.
Letting in immigrants does not cause
25 million immigrants.
That's just a made up number.
If she becomes president everywhere,
made up number,
it's going to be like California or Chicago.
California is great.
Oh my God.
I live in Los Angeles.
And you think it's great?
Yes.
Why?
Well, I think that we have a high quality of life in California. If you look at California comparative to the rest of the nation, right, we have literally the 5th largest economy in the world, by the way. We have one of the largest GDP per capitas, right? We have extended access to health insurance, Appreciate the Hand-Art, due to like various types of programs, Appreciate the Hand-Art. I'm not telling you how much I'm paying for rent. Also, what I'm paying for rent isn't going to be representative of everyone in the state. And then, yeah, rent is higher here, but that's because so many people want to live here.
So many citizens, or so many undocumented people?
Citizens, right? What do you mean undocumented people? What are you talking about?
I was born in California.
How does an undocumented person qualify for rent? if they need to have, right, like income set up for it, if they need to have specifically to be
Kamala will help
registered,
them out.
if they need to
Kamala
provide
will help them.
identification.
Kamala will help them. That's the whole
You think they're
thing.
buying from the same market that like I am
No,
if
it's
I have
going to be a whole
documentation?
different thing. It's going to be a whole different thing for them. It's going to be
Yeah,
easy.
so the capitalism will produce a market for it. Okay, buddy.
All right, dude.
Why did Donald Trump want all these undocumented immigrants to kind of come into the country? Right, he literally undermined the bipartisan border bill.
Why did he want them in?
Yeah, why did he do that?
He didn't.
Emily,
I don't
thank you so
think
much
he
for the
wanted
$20.
them
Thank you so much, Emily. Thank you. He didn't want people in the country. Okay, so how's he going to engage? What's his process of mass deportation?
He's gonna take them all out how they came in, dude. They came in
Take
through
them
like a
all out
dangerous
how he
trek.
came in. So how?
All
does
right,
he,
what about-
how is he
hold
gonna
on,
do
what
that?
about
How
this?
is he going to do
Why
that? How
is
is he
it
going to know?
fair?
Wait, how does he know who's undocumented?
I don't know.
You don't know?
But-
You have no clue?
Listen, why is it
If he
fair
doesn't know
that?
who's undocumented, how can he remove more people from the country?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of like business owners that will like not like they will not care that they don't have any papers. They'll pay them cheap under the table. Like it's easy for like these
Donald
business
Trump?
owners. Probably,
He
and he
did.
knows it. And he
Yeah,
knows it.
and he knows it too, right?
Yeah, but he's not
Yeah.
trying to do it again. He's not trying to let anybody else try to like do that whole monopoly scheme that they're trying to
Oh
pull.
yeah, definitely, yeah. He's not gonna let anyone else do it but himself.
No, he doesn't do
Donald
it
Trump, he's
anymore.
pro law and
He doesn't
order.
do it
For,
anymore.
Donald Trump, pro law and order for everyone but himself. That's called.
Why is
that's
it-
called the king, bro. That's not called the president. Someone
should
above
it-
the law is the king.
Hold on. Why should it be so much easier for like a Mexican, Latino immigrant to come to the U.S. versus like people that are living in China or India or
There's no evidence
You
that
know?
it's easier.
it is
Unless-
significantly
except for
easier if
geographical.
you're not
It's-
traveling like
You mean
seas and stuff.
So you mean geographical? How the fuck are we gonna fix that? We can't fucking teleport the United States to a
No,
different
what I'm
continent.
saying, if you're gonna
That's
let
not how it fucking
them
works.
in, let all of them in.
What do you mean? A fucking course it's harder to get to the country if you're talking geographically.
Yeah.
You can't fix that. I can't move the
Why
tectonic plates.
should it be
I
easier
can't
for
move
the
the tectonic
Mexican
plates of the United
immigrants?
States like I'm fucking Jesus.
What? What'd you say?
I can't move the tectonic plates of the United States like I'm Jesus.
My question is why?
You think Kamala Harris can move
should
the
it be
tectonic plates of
easier
the United
for
States?
Why should it be easier for the Latino immigrants to come over versus like Chinese?
Because it's closer to the fucking country geographically.
Yeah, exactly. So these other people out there don't have the benefit, don't have the you know, they don't have the.
How the fuck do you fix that?
You close all the borders for everybody.
Close all the borders? Not only would that cause a recession, but that doesn't fucking fix the problem. That makes it even harder.
How? Americans would get paid more.
Because you can't get in the country. And
There'll be more
U.S.
housing.
You think U.S. individuals will get paid more? Wouldn't there be more outsourcing because it costs more to produce in the United States?
Those people that are willing to go do those jobs that they took from the
Wait, if you have to pay American,
pay them
if you have to
more,
pay American workers even more than you currently do, does that mean there's going to be more outsourcing?
it's going to be a better life for the Americans.
But you're going to cause more outsourcing. So
What
should
does
we
that mean?
raise the
What
minimum
does that
wage?
mean?
Hey, Samo, should we raise the minimum wage?
No.
Why not?
That's the whole thing. Because Kamala keeps fucking
Kamala.
raising it, dude.
She hasn't
And
raised it at
inflation
all.
keeps going up with it, so
She
even
hasn't
if
raised
you-
it.
even if you're
You know
making
the
$30 an hour,
federal
it's
minimum
not-
wage has not
it's nothing.
changed in like what fucking 16 years.
Say that
The
again?
federal minimum wage has not changed in like 15 years, dude.
Yeah, because inflation, dude.
What are you
People like-
fucking talking? If it moved with inflation, it would have increased.
What do you, dude? McDonald's is paying people like $25 an hour.
Where are you living? Fucking LA or New York?
Montana.
They're not paying $25 an hour in Montana. Get a
I
fucking
bet
grip,
you-
dude.
I bet you anything they're paying fucking
No, they're not.
25 an hour.
That is so
Dude,
bullshit, dude.
I was just there. I bought the fucking chicken Big Mac.
How expensive was it?
It's like fucking $7. $8.
$7. You got just completely destroyed in fucking Montana, dude.
Yeah.
Montana?
Yeah, Montana.
Jesus Christ, man.
Shouldn't be that expensive.
You think
over
people
here.
wait, you think people are making 25 an hour at McDonald's in Montana?
Yeah, dude.
That's fucking delusional,
I think
dude.
you're very
Jennifer,
I think
thank you for
you're not in the
$10. Thank you
loop.
so much. I appreciate it.
I'm like in the loop with like normal people, you know. I don't think you're in that loop anymore, dude.
Normal people, really?
Yeah, like you're
Yeah, think of the $5. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Think of the $10. Like I wasn't just in college, by the way. Right? Like
How long ago?
Literally just graduated last semester.
Last semester, and you had all this this motion going on. I'm pretty sure you're getting paid doing this. I know you're not doing it for free.
Paid by who?
I don't know. You tell me.
You think I'm paid by the DNC? Michelle, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much.
I don't know who you're paid by, but I know it can be for free.
Who do you think I'm paid by?
Probably your viewers too. You're just like
just the viewers. Still, that's of course, dude. No shit.
Yeah, I heard you
Kayla,
say
think of the
like
$5, and
$50.
Annie, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What are you trying to gain out of this? Like, if Kamala wins, like, what's gonna happen?
Kamala betters. What's going to happen? Protect women's access to abortion, fight against climate change, continue to protect people who have pre-existing health conditions. Yeah, I got you. I got you.
One by one.
Help people with pre-existing health conditions continue to get access to healthcare. Increase access to education.
Okay.
Fight against climate change.
Okay.
Have a policy for fucking childcare. Decrease childhood poverty.
Okay. That's
Too
it.
Fast? Too fast? I can keep going. Housing
No,
housing affordability policy. Thank you so much. Policy to help small businesses just starting out.
Keep going.
Dude, how many more things do I have to say? I can keep going, but like, how many more?
I thought you had more. I thought you said you had
Chloe, I
more.
appreciate the $3. Thank you so much. I can. I'm
You
just
don't
waiting.
think Trump? You don't think Trump's gonna do any of that?
You're not. You don't even. Wait. Can you tell me one thing I told you?
You said something about giving people money for their small businesses, giving money for housing. Which, dude, if she gives that $25,000 for first-time home buyers,
Edward, think of the $10 for paid by the viewers. Thank you so much.
That is gonna raise the housing fucking market so much if she does that.
You understand the point of doing that is to increase the price. First, the turkey face. Thank you so much. It doesn't make it less affordable because people have a tax credit, but it does incentivize the production of houses in places where people want to live because it creates a higher price for the good, right? Specifically, which incentivizes suppliers to produce in areas where people want to live, which produces a greater supply of already built houses, which decreases the price for already built houses. Raul, thank you the $5. Thank you so much.
And that's not even gonna benefit anybody because, like,
Okay. All right. Go to Dean's Live, everyone. Look up It's Dean with 2 A's, 2 N's. Spam Parker Raid, Spam Love and Parker. It's Dean with 2 A's, 2 N's. Spam Parker Raid, Spam Love and Parker. I love y'all so much. I'll be joining there, everyone. I'll be co-hosting with Dean. We've been on for almost 7 hours today on my main account. We're going to keep going for the rest of today, everyone. Make sure to go to it right now. Go to It's Dean with 2 A's, 2 N's. Spam Parker Raid, Spam Love and Parker, everyone. It's Dean, 2 A's, 2 N's. Love y'all so much. I'll see y'all there in a second, everyone. It's Dean, 2 A's, 2 N's, y'all. Gina, thank you so much for the $11.40. Thank you so much. And Dana, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Raul, thank you so much for the $5.